Chapter 376. Boom. Boom. At this moment, several terrifying auras appeared in the sky. They were as unfathomable as the ocean. Everyone was shocked as they looked up and saw 4 figures appear in the sky above the stone peaks. These 4 figures were standing in 4 different directions of the stone peak. Each of them was shining with a bright light. Some were gold, some were red, and some were blue. They couldn't see their real bodies, but their auras were too shocking. Kings, they are kings. The kings have appeared. The entrance to the Dongming ancient battlefield is about to open. Someone shouted. The tense atmosphere between Lu Ming and the geniuses of the Qianjiang water zone eased. Wang. Wang. The 4 kings made their moves. Rays of bright light shot out from their hands and entered the stone peaks. At this moment, the stone peaks glowed and countless inscriptions flashed. Kid, you better hand over those treasures. Otherwise, even if we don't kill you now, you will die once we enter the Dongming ancient battlefield. Li Qiushui looked coldly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming curled his lips and ignored him. Li Qiushui's face turned red. Junior brother Li, why are you talking so much to him? Once we enter the Dongming ancient battlefield, just kill him. Not only do we have to kill him, we have to kill everyone from the Cloud Emperor mountain range until they surrender. Jiang Chun said with a cold smile. That's right, that's what I want. It's time to let these barbarians know how powerful we are. The handsome young man said with a cold smile. Hearing this, the geniuses of the Cloud Emperor mountain range were shocked. There were so many people in the Qianjiang water zone and countless geniuses. If they really attacked them, their trip to the Dongming ancient battlefield would be in danger. Damn it, it's all Lu Ming's fault. Yang Liuji roared in his heart. He wasn't strong enough and would be in trouble if he encountered the experts of the Qianjiang water zone. Go ahead. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Hee, let's wait and see at the Dongming ancient battlefield. At this moment, Zhao Sui laughed coldly and flew to the side. The geniuses of the Qianjiang water zone glanced at them unkindly and followed Zhao Sui to the side. Wang. At this moment, the countless stone peaks shone even brighter. Countless inscriptions appeared and gathered in the sky, gradually forming a large array. Open. The 4 martial emperors uttered a roar. Suddenly, the formation condensed, and a black vortex appeared in the sky. This whirlpool was incomparably huge. It covered the boundless stone peak and was incomparably boundless. This is the entrance to the Eastern Underworld ancient battlefield? It's too big. Countless people were dumbfounded. All right, the Dongming ancient battlefield has opened. You can enter now. An imperious voice came out from one of the emperors. Let's go in. Let's go. Immediately, the crowd flew toward the vortex. Remember, all of you should try your best to enter together. That way, when you arrive at the Dongming ancient battlefield, you will have a higher chance of being teleported to a close distance. Lu Xiu instructed. Everyone nodded, and the group of 98 people rushed toward the vortex. As soon as they rushed into the vortex, they felt the sky and earth spinning. Lu Ming and the others disappeared without a trace. Kill. Lu Ming began to feel the sky and earth spinning. In the next moment, earth-shattering shouts rang in his ears. Lu Ming's eyes swept over, and his pupils rapidly shrank in shock. In front of him, countless figures were crisscrossing in the sky. The smell of blood permeated the air. There was a fierce battle going on here. Boom. Large hands blotted out the sky. Sword chi cut through the sky. Spear light pierced through heaven and earth. Flames burned everything. Strong, too strong. Countless experts that Lu Ming could not imagine were fighting. The entire world was torn apart. Incomparably powerful experts were killed one after another. Their corpses fell to the ground like dumplings. What's going on? Where is this? Lu Ming was shocked. Whoosh. Suddenly, a sword light slashed toward Lu Ming. This sword light seemed to come from the depths of the universe. Space was torn apart. It was boundlessly terrifying. Lu Ming's strength was insignificant in front of this sword light. Ah! Lu Ming let out a long cry. He was unwilling to be killed just like that. He wanted to resist with all his might. Boom! He felt his vision turn black. In the next moment, he opened his eyes. There was a gentle breeze, and the fragrance of flowers assailed his nostrils. Lu Ming realized that he was standing on a grassland. The grassland was filled with wild flowers. The terrifying battlefield just now had disappeared without a trace. Could it be that everything just now was an illusion? This place is called the Dongming Ancient Battlefield. Perhaps it's just a reflection of the real scene back then. Lu Ming guessed. Perhaps everyone who had just entered would have seen the scene just now. It was condensed from an immortal battle intent. It flowed between heaven and earth, and even time couldn't decay it. This ancient battlefield is probably not simple. According to the records, the Dongming Ancient Battlefield is just a corner of another ancient battlefield. It was separated from the original world, and was condensed by the experts of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Lu Ming pondered. At this moment his expression changed. A 10,000 miles voice transmission talisman appeared in his hand. There was a message from Jian Fengyan. He had gathered the people of the Cloud Emperor mountain range at a place. It's in the north. If I can receive the 10,000 miles voice transmission talisman, it means that it's within 10,000 miles. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He intended to act alone. However, since it wasn't far away, there was no harm in taking a look. He soared into the air and headed north. He arrived at a distance of less than 10,000 miles in an instant. There were already dozens of people gathered by a small lake. All of them were geniuses of the Cloud Emperor mountain range. When Lu Ming arrived, everyone's eyes were on him. Swish. Swish. Suddenly, a few figures flashed and surrounded Lu Ming in the middle. They were Blue Cloud, Yan Feishuan, Yang Liuji, and a few others. Lu Ming, you actually dare to gather here. You're courting death. It's not easy to kill you outside, but there's no need to worry about the Dongming Ancient Battlefield. Blue Cloud said. Yan Feishuan and the others' voices were extremely cold. You want to kill me with just a few pieces of trash? Ridiculous. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he smiled faintly. Lu Ming, don't think that you're stronger than me just because your score was higher than mine in the preliminaries. Now I'll let you know my true strength. Great Sun Divine Fist. Yan Feishuan roared. His fist was glowing as he threw out a punch. A resplendent sun appeared and blasted towards Lu Ming. Its power was several times stronger than Yang Liuji's Great Sun Divine Fist. Boom. Lu Ming was very direct. He swept out his long spear and merged the power of wind and fire. Puff. Yan Feishuan's Great Sun Divine Fist was like a small flame that was extinguished. The spear light did not stop and blasted on Yan Feishuan's body. Yan Feishuan screamed as his body flew out like a cannonball for 1,000 meters. He coughed out mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with horror. You dare to say that you're strong? Chapter 377. There was a dead silence. Most of the people looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Lu Ming is too strong, right? During the qualifiers, although Lu Ming's points were higher than Yan Feishuan's, it wasn't by much. Their combat strength should be at the same level. Now Lu Ming had beaten Yan Feishuan to the point where he coughed up blood. How could they be at the same level? Blue Cloud Dao's face froze. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Even he couldn't injure Yan Feishuan in one move. Could it be that Lu Ming's combat strength is above his? How is that possible? Yang Liuji's face was pale. His eyes were wide open and he almost peed in his pants. Lu Ming's combat strength is too scary. Lu Ming, what are you doing? You've just arrived and you've injured your own people, reducing the strength of our Cloud Emperor mountain range. What are you trying to do? Blue Cloud Dao rolled his eyes and suddenly shouted. That's right, Lu Ming. You've offended the people of Qianjiang Water Region, and you're making us the scapegoat. I suggest that Lu Ming leave the team. The person that Qianjiang Water Region wants is Lu Ming, not us. As long as Lu Ming isn't here, the people of Qianjiang Water Region shouldn't make things difficult for us. Yang Liuji, who was hiding behind Blue Cloud Dao, shouted. Since they can't beat Lu Ming, they'll use force to suppress Lu Ming and force Lu Ming to leave the team. That's right, Lu Ming. If you're in the team, all of us will be harmed by you. Blue Cloud Dao also shouted. The rest of the people also looked at Lu Ming unkindly. They felt that Blue Cloud Dao and Yang Liuji's words made sense. Hehe, you want me to leave? Even if you don't say anything, I'll leave. But before I leave, I'll kill a few of you. Lu Ming sneered. Swish. Lu Ming stabbed his spear towards Blue Cloud Dao. Spear light burst out. Whoosh. At this moment, a figure flashed and appeared in front of Blue Cloud. A jet black sword light slashed out and collided with Lu Ming's spear light. Boom. Qi energy shot out in all directions. Lu Ming's body swayed, and he retreated 3 steps. Young Master Tianxi. The person who suddenly attacked was Young Master Sky Snake. Young Master Tianxi's face was gloomy as he looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you've gone too far. You did something wrong and implicated others. Now you actually want to kill people. Do you really think you're invincible? Oh. Seems like you want to meddle in other people's business? Lu Ming sneered. What do you mean by meddling in other people's business? Brother Lan is my best friend. Moreover, he's right. You should get out of the team to avoid harming others. Young Master Tianxi said sinisterly. Reptile, let's see if you can stop me. Lu Ming exuded a powerful aura. What did you say? You're courting death. Young Master Tianxi emitted a cold murderous intent. Lu Ming actually dared to call him a reptile. Damn it. Young Master Tianxi exuded a terrifying aura. He was much stronger than Blue Cloud Dao and the rest. Young Master Tian, she was ranked 2nd on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard, and could compete with Jian Fengyan. He was definitely not someone Blue Cloud Dao could compare to. His combat strength was terrifying. Lu Ming was probably not his match now. However, Lu Ming was fearless. Even if he was not his match, it was impossible for young Master Tianxi to kill him. Everyone, this Lu Ming is a scourge. Leaving him alive will only cause our deaths. Why don't we attack together and kill him? At this time, Blue Cloud Dao shouted to the others in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. The others' eyes flickered. That's right. I agree with Brother Lan. Someone stood out and looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent. I agree too. More than 10 people stood out one after another. Together with young Master Tianxi and Blue Cloud Dao, they formed a powerful force and pressed down on Lu Ming. Among them, there was a genius like Ji Ruffing who was ranked 7th on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard. However, there were also some people who stood still. Haha, Lu Ming, you have become the public enemy. Surrender now. Blue Cloud Dao sneered. Do you think you can kill me with just the likes of you? Lu Ming Dao sneered. He was not afraid at all. Everyone. At this time, Jian Fengyan walked out and frowned. The incident at Qianjiang Water Region has nothing to do with Lu Ming. Qianjiang Water Region has always looked down on us. Even without Lu Ming, I'm afraid they will not show mercy to us. Why? Jian Fengyan, are you going to protect Lu Ming? Young Master Tianxi asked. I'm not protecting anyone. I'm just speaking the truth. Jian Fengyan Dao frowned even more. He, Jian Fengyan, if you want to protect Lu Ming, then there is no way for us to work together. Let's leave. Young Master Tianxi said coldly. He. At this time, Lu Ming Dao sneered. His gaze swept over young Master Tianxi, Blue Cloud Dao, and the others. Murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he said, Didn't you want me to leave? I'll leave, but the next time we meet, I will kill all of you. Today, Lu Ming Dao wanted to kill Blue Cloud Dao, Yang Liuji, and the others in one fell swoop to eliminate future troubles. However, with young Master Tianxi's interference, it would be difficult. Moreover, Lu Ming Dao estimated that Jian Fengyan Dao would intervene if a battle were to break out. Jian Fengyan Dao would not be biased, but with his interference, it would be impossible to kill Blue Cloud Dao and the others. Since that was the case, it would be better for him to leave first and raise his cultivation and battle strength. The next time he would kill Blue Cloud Dao and young Master Tianxi. There's also Qiu Changkong. Lu Ming Dao swept his gaze around, but he did not see Qiu Changkong's figure. It seemed like Qiu Changkong did not teleport nearby. Next time. You're the one who will die. Young Master Tianxi sneered. He also wanted to kill Lu Ming Dao, but with Jian Fengyan Dao's interference, he knew that it was impossible. Is that so? Lu Ming Dao sneered and his figure flashed as he quickly left the place. Seeing Lu Ming Dao leave, young Master Tianxi, Blue Cloud Dao, and the others sneered. The night in the Dongming ancient battlefield is extremely dangerous. Lu Ming Dao, let's see how you're going to survive alone. You still want to have a next time? Dream on. Blue Cloud Dao laughed loudly in his heart. Swoosh. Lu Mingdao soared into the sky and was already 10,000 miles away in a short moment. I must find a way to raise my strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be difficult to achieve anything in the Dongming ancient battlefield, where geniuses are as common as clouds. Lu Mingdao pondered. This area was full of life, unlike the desolate and deathly silent battlefield that he had imagined. It seemed that after a long time, this land had recovered its vitality. From time to time, he could see groups of demonic beasts. However, these demonic beasts were not of high levels, so Lu Mingdao had no interest in hunting them. Also, it's best to find an ancient city before nightfall. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous. Lu Mingdao frowned. 2 days ago, he had also studied the records of the Dongming ancient battlefield. According to the records, the Dongming ancient battlefield would become very strange and dangerous at night. Lu Mingdao continued to fly forward. Soon, a vast mountain appeared in front of him. Ancient trees towered over the vast mountain, and the roars of beasts were continuous. Lu Mingdao did not stop and flew over the mountain. Caw! Before he could fly far, a sharp cry rang out. A huge strange bird rushed out from the forest, flapping its wings and creating gusts of wind. A pair of sharp iron claws grabbed at Lu Mingdao. A Class 7 4th level demonic beast. Chapter 378. A Class 7 LV4 demonic beast was equivalent to a martial arts grandmaster LV7 martial artist. Finally, a high-level demonic beast. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. At the same time, a long spear appeared in his hand. Whoosh! The long spear pierced through the air and pierced the strange bird's chest. The strange bird cried out. A large hole was blasted open in its chest. It was completely devoid of life as it fell from the sky. Whoosh! Lu Ming rushed forward and controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline to devour the blood essence of the strange bird. At the same time, he split open the strange bird's body and took out a monster pill. Lu Ming would not miss the monster pill of a Class 7 LV4 demonic beast. The 9 dragons' bloodline swallowed the monster pill and began to refine it. A part of the blood essence and monster pill's energy was converted into genuine qi. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's current cultivation was only at martial arts grandmaster LV5. The blood essence and monster pill of a Class 7 LV4 demonic beast were of limited use to him. There seems to be high-level demonic beasts in this forest. I'll hunt them while I search for the ancient city. After making up his mind, Lu Ming continued to fly forward. Roar! Not long after, there was a loud roar. A ferocious tiger with 2 heads dashed out of the forest and pounced on Lu Ming. After a while, the tiger's blood essence and monster pill were converted into Lu Ming's genuine qi. The forest was very large. Lu Ming had been flying for 5 or 6 hours, but he still could not fly out of the forest. In the process, Lu Ming had killed more than a dozen Class 7 and 8 LV4 demonic beasts and refined their blood essence and monster pills. Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of the early stage of martial arts grandmaster LV5. He had not reached the middle stage of martial arts grandmaster LV5. Lu Ming was speechless. At this time, the sun had set and night had begun to fall. Since the sun had set, the forest had become quiet. There was no sound at all. Other than the sound of the wind, all other living creatures seemed to have disappeared at this moment. It was as if all other living creatures had disappeared at once. Heaven and earth were silent. Lu Ming frowned and rushed down the forest. Sure enough, there was not a single demonic beast in the forest. Not even a single insect could be seen. Lu Ming advanced through the forest, his gaze sweeping the area. After a while he made a discovery. A wolf-shaped demonic beast was hiding in an underground cave that was more than 10 meters deep. It was shivering in fear. Lu Ming frowned as he left the underground cavern and continued forward. At some point in time, the sky was filled with thick dark clouds, and the world was plunged into darkness. Even with Lu Ming's cultivation, he could only see a few hundred meters away. Huff huff, gusts of cold wind blew past, and it was especially eerie. Lu Ming frowned. With a flicker, he landed on a large tree and observed his surroundings. JJ, suddenly, a series of strange cries rang out in the distance. The cries seemed to be coming closer and closer, as if they were rushing towards Lu Ming. Ga ga ga. The cries grew louder and noisier. It didn't seem to be coming from one thing, but from many things. But in the next moment, those voices suddenly disappeared without a trace. Where did you go? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Huff huff. A gust of cold wind blew past Lu Ming's neck. Not good. Without thinking, Lu Ming soared into the sky. Chi. A cold and sharp force swept past Lu Ming's body and hit the big tree that Lu Ming had just landed on. The big tree was directly cut in two and fell to the ground. Jia jia chi chi. The strange cries rang out again. At the same time, a cold and sharp force attacked Lu Ming. What the hell is this? Die for me. Lu Ming swept out with his long spear. But Lu Ming felt that the long spear swept out, as if it was sweeping the air, and there was no place to exert force. In the next moment, a cold force attacked from behind Lu Ming. Swish. In an instant, Lu Ming's body soared into the sky. Looking down from the sky, Lu Ming finally saw what attacked him. 7 or 8 black shadows in human form. Their facial features couldn't be seen clearly. They were drifting in the air at an extremely fast speed. These damn things can't be real ghosts, can they? Lu Ming was shocked. He felt that it was very possible. This was an ancient battlefield. Countless creatures had died in the past. Blood flowed like rivers, and resentment filled the sky. It was possible for ghosts and evil creatures like ghosts to be born. 9 dragons stomping the sky. Lu Ming stomped down. Buzz. An inexplicable vibration spread out. A terrifying force erupted from Lu Ming's feet. Vaguely, there was even the sound of a dragon's roar. Jia jia. Those black ghosts seemed to be very frightened. They let out ear-piercing and unpleasant cries. But under the 9 dragons stomping the sky steps, they instantly turned into ashes and dissipated. It seems that the 9 dragons stomping the sky steps has a miraculous effect on these damn things. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It made sense. Dragons were powerful creatures that stood at the peak of all things in the world. They were sacred and could not be offended. Not to mention the 9 dragons that were stronger than ordinary true dragons. The 9 dragons stomping the sky steps was named after the 9 dragons stomping the sky. It naturally contained the will of the 9 dragons. With one step, the evil spirits retreated and the ghosts dissipated. Jia jia. But these black ghosts were defeated. The ear-piercing cries came from afar again. More spirits were charging towards them. Let's get out of here first. Lu Ming took a step forward and quickly flew into the distance. In the pitch-black world, the strange cries continued. Lu Ming looked around. There were black shadows flying everywhere. It was like a group of demons dancing. Chi-chi. A few spirits flew toward Lu Ming, emitting beams of cold and sinister energy. Boom. Lu Ming swept out with his spear. 100-meter-long spear light shattered the cold forces and scattered the ghosts at the same time. But in the next moment, those ghosts gathered together again. However, they seem to have become smaller. It's not completely ineffective. Using force to attack still has some effect. It's just that the effect is not as good. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Swish. Swish. Then he swept out 2 more times. The thick spear light blasted out, containing the powerful force of wind and fire. The ghosts were scattered again. When they gathered again, they were much smaller. Lu Ming did not stop and rushed past. There were more ghosts blocking his way. Lu Ming scattered them in the same way. This was all thanks to Lu Ming's fusion of wind and fire. If it was just one force, even if it was perfect, it would not have such an effect. As for the 9 dragons stomping the sky steps, although the effect was good, it consumed too much energy. Lu Ming would not use it unless it was necessary. Just like that, Lu Ming rushed forward. But after 100 miles, Lu Ming suddenly stopped and looked ahead in shock. Kacha kacha. In front of him, there was actually a group of soldiers in iron armor. However, the iron armor on each soldier was tattered and full of saber and sword marks. It was full of the aura of time. Every soldier held a large black iron sword in their hands, and they were filled with fighting spirit. But the terrifying thing was that it was impossible to see the faces of each soldier. At a glance, it was a black fog. In the place where their eyes were, there were 2 scarlet lights. Are these the legendary ghost soldiers? Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. The group of ghost soldiers walked forward step by step and disappeared into the darkness. No one knew where they were going. This ancient battlefield is indeed evil and terrifying. No wonder it is said to be extremely dangerous at night. Chapter 379. Just like that, Lu Ming moved forward very slowly. After a few hours, Lu Ming had only traveled a few thousand miles. Boom, boom. Suddenly, there was a violent roar in front of him, as well as the strange cry of the spirits. Someone was besieged by the spirits. Lu Ming's figure flashed and approached, only to find that it was a young man and a young woman who were surrounded by more than a dozen black spirits. The young man and woman were both at the early stage of the 5th level. They were considered geniuses and could fight across 2 levels. But among the geniuses who came in this time, they were considered inferior. At this time they were surrounded by danger, and their bodies were covered with wounds, which were obviously caused by the black spirits. "Little sister, go quickly, I'll hold them back," the young man shouted. "Big brother, if you want to go, you go, I'll hold them back," the young woman also shouted. However, with their combat strength and great accomplishment, the damage to the spirits was minimal, and they couldn't break away from the encirclement of the black spirits. The 2 of them rushed left and right, but it was useless. Instead, they attracted more spirits. "Damn it, I'll fight it out with you," the young man roared, holding his saber and slashing wildly. But it was useless. Those spirits were cut apart and condensed again, not shrinking much. Instead, there were a few more wounds on his body. "Big brother." The young woman screamed in despair. "Little sister, go." The young man ignored her and continued to attack those spirits. But everything was in vain. Just when the 2 of them were in despair. Boom. In the distance, spears shot out and pierced the bodies of those specters. In an instant, those specters were scattered. The young man and woman were stunned at first, then ecstatically rushed out together, and escaped the encirclement of the spirits. In the next moment, those spirits condensed again, but their size was much smaller. "They're so small." The young man and woman were extremely shocked. Both of them were in the middle stage of the great accomplishment, but the effect was extremely weak when attacking these spirits. But the spear light just now made the spirits shrink by a lot. The power contained in the spear light was simply incredible. Even if it was in the perfect stage, it was impossible to have such power. The 2 of them hurriedly looked in the direction of the spear light. A young figure strode over. He was ridiculously young, not even 20 years old. This person was, of course, Lu Ming. Ga. At this moment, the specters rushed towards Lu Ming's group. "Not good. Brother, run." The young man's expression changed drastically as he shouted. "If I don't get rid of these specters, I'll be able to leave, but you won't be able to," Lu Ming said indifferently. "Solve? This kind of specter is simply difficult to deal with. Brother, I beg you, please save my little sister and leave." "I will hold back these specters," the young man shouted anxiously. He raised his saber and was about to step forward. "No, we're leaving together," the young woman also shouted. "Little sister, don't be stubborn. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave," the young man roared. Whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, he slashed out with his saber. Saber light slashed out and cut the spirits in half. However, it was useless. The spirits recovered and continued to attack. "Let's go," the young man shouted. "Your little sister is right. If we're leaving together." At this moment, Lu Ming smiled faintly and suddenly stepped out. Boom. A terrifying force spread out in front of him. Bam, bam, bam. The dozen or so specters exploded one after another like balloons. After they exploded, they couldn't condense at all. They directly turned into energy and dissipated. The young man and woman were stunned. A single kick had destroyed the specters, and they couldn't condense at all. What kind of strength was this? Or rather, what kind of force was this? How could it be so terrifying? According to their understanding, these specters were extremely difficult to destroy. Even a perfect force wouldn't have much effect. Those exceptional geniuses with high cultivation would most likely die if they were to face these specters alone. Only those exceptional geniuses who had comprehended a trace of intent through force would be able to quickly kill these specters. However, there weren't many of such geniuses in the entire Tianxian region. To comprehend a trace of intent through force, such a person could be called a half-king as long as his cultivation reached the peak of martial ancestor realm 9th level. How many people could reach this stage in their 20s? Could this young man who wasn't even 20 years old be that kind of genius? The young man and woman let their imagination run wild. Let's go now. Lu Ming interrupted their days and took the lead to fly to the front. The young man and woman hurriedly followed. The reason why Lu Ming saved the two of them wasn't because he was merciful. He just felt that the two of them had a deep sibling relationship and were willing to sacrifice themselves in the face of danger. Lu Ming was touched and saved them in passing. With Lu Ming leading the way, as long as they didn't encounter too many specters, there wouldn't be any problems. The three of them moved forward and time slowly passed. 5 to 6 hours later, the sky began to brighten. Purple chi came from the east and a ray of sunlight shone on the earth. The moment the sunlight appeared, the specters between heaven and earth disappeared without a trace. The dark clouds in the sky also dispersed. Soon after, the cries of insects and the roars of beasts could be heard. The scene was full of vitality and everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. The three of them let out a sigh of relief and were inwardly amazed. This Dongming ancient battlefield was truly mysterious. Brother, I am Song Yu, and this is my younger sister Song Jing. Thank you for saving us this time. Otherwise, we would have died in this ancient battlefield. The young man bowed towards Lu Ming. Brother Song, you don't have to be so polite. I just happened to be passing by and helped you along the way. Lu Ming smiled and said, no matter what, we will remember brother's kindness in our hearts. Oh right, may I know brother's name? Song Yu cupped his fists and said. Song Jing was obviously more shy. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Lu Ming without speaking. I am Lu Ming. Lu Ming said. So it's brother Lu. Song Yu clasped his fists again. I don't know what you two are planning to do next. To be honest, with your cultivation, I'm afraid it's not good for you two to be outside at night. Lu Ming asked. The two of us were unlucky. When we were teleported in, we were separated from the people in our area. We didn't know how far away we were, so we could only find a city to hide in. According to our family elders, there should be a small city not far from this forest. We wanted to hide there, but before we could reach it, it was already dark. Song Yu explained. Is there a small city in front? Lu Ming asked. One of our family elders went to the Dongming ancient battlefield to participate in the selection 100 years ago. According to him, there should be a small city in front. Brother Lu, why don't we go together? Chapter 380. All right. Lu Ming nodded. He also wanted to find a city to stay in. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in the mood to cultivate at night. Song Yu and Song Jing were overjoyed to see Lu Ming agree. Immediately, the three of them continued along the mountain range. Tens of thousands of miles passed in a flash. After tens of thousands of miles, they finally walked out of the forest. After the forest, there was a plain. The three of them flew for a few more hours. Finally, a small city appeared in front of them. The three of them were overjoyed and hurriedly flew over. The city wasn't big, only a few miles in radius. There are people on the city wall. Song Jing whispered. Lu Ming and the others also saw it. It seemed that someone had arrived at the city earlier. There were about a dozen people standing on the city wall. Outside the city, there were one or two people who seemed to be talking to the people on the city wall. However, they were too far away to hear clearly. The three of them flew directly toward the city. Swoosh, swoosh. However, when the three of them approached the city, several sharp sword chis shot towards the three of them. The three of their expressions changed. They stopped abruptly and avoided the sword chi. Their expressions were ugly as they stared at the city wall. The sword chi just now came from the city wall. What are you doing? Why are you stopping us from entering the city? Song Yu shouted. Hee hee, you can enter the city if you pay 10 million spirit crystals each. A young man on the city wall sneered. This young man was dressed in a black robe with a skull embroidered on it. In fact, the other dozen young men on the city wall were dressed in the same way. They wore black robes with skeletons on them, and were obviously from the same force. 10 million spirit crystals? You're clearly taking advantage of the situation. Songyu shouted. Robbery? Don't make it sound so bad. This is called a refuge fee. You can take refuge in the city after paying the spirit crystals. The black-robed skeleton-like man smiled faintly. Why? This city is a public place. Why should we pay you a refuge fee? Below the city wall, there were two other young men who had arrived earlier than Lu Ming and the others. They shouted at this moment. Why? Because we're stronger, and we're disciples of the Serene Demon Palace. Hurry up and pay. If you don't pay, get lost. If you don't, you'll end up like that. The black-robed young man shouted coldly as he pointed a finger into the distance. Everyone looked over and saw several corpses. They were all youths. Those who paid the spiritual crystals have all gone in to rest. Those who didn't pay the spiritual crystals and tried to force their way in will end up like them. The black-robed skeleton shouted coldly. The faces of the two young men, Songyu and Songjing, were extremely ugly. The disciples of the Serene Devil Palace were too overbearing. Moreover, the dozen or so Serene Devil Palace disciples all exuded powerful auras. There were 13 people in total, and 6 of them were emitting auras of the peak 5th layer martial ancestor realm. The other 7 were all 6th layer martial ancestor realm experts. 2 of them even emitted peak 6th layer martial ancestor realm auras. Those who could enter the Dark East ancient battlefield were all geniuses. At the very least, they could fight opponents 2 levels above them. Some could even exceed 2 levels. This was an extremely powerful force. Even the weakest of them could be ranked on the Cloud Emperor ranking list in the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. The 2 strongest youths were at the peak of the 6th layer martial ancestor realm. They were definitely not weaker than Blue Cloud. As for Songyu and Songjing, they were only at the early stage of the 5th layer martial ancestor realm. The other 2 youths were only at the late stage of the 5th layer martial ancestor realm. The difference was too great. At this moment, should they retreat or advance? If they retreated, they would have to face countless spirits at night. There might even be other eerie things. Death was the only way out. However, if they were to advance, they would have to pay 10 million spiritual crystals each. 10 million spiritual crystals was a huge sum even for genius martial ancestor realm experts like them. Although they could afford it, it would hurt them greatly. We'll pay. The other 2 youths hesitated for a moment before they finally made up their minds. They gritted their teeth and each took out a storage ring and handed it to the black-robed skeleton. The black-robed skeleton checked the storage ring and said with a satisfied smile, "At least you know what's good for you. Go in." The 2 youths flew into the city with ugly expressions. "We'll pay too," Songyu said with a sigh. "Pay. I've never had the habit of giving spiritual crystals to others for free." At this moment, Lu Ming smiled faintly. His words naturally reached the black-robed skeleton's ears. The black-robed skeleton who had been talking previously looked coldly at Lu Ming and said, "Brat, if you're not going to pay, get lost. Don't be an eyesore here. Otherwise, I don't mind getting rid of you." He could see the cultivation levels of Songyu, Songjing, and Lu Ming. They were all trash in the early stage of martial ancestor realm, and he did not take them seriously. Get lost? You're the ones who should get lost. Now get lost. I want this city. Lu Ming shouted. Everyone was dumbfounded. What did Lu Ming just say? He wanted the people from the Serene Demon Palace to get lost? He wanted to take over the city? Crazy, crazy. This brat must be crazy. Even Songyu and Songjing were shocked. What was Lu Ming doing? Was he going to fight the people from the Serene Demon Palace? It was impossible for him to win. Although they knew that Lu Ming's force was extremely powerful, and was even stronger than a perfected force, Lu Ming's cultivation level was only in the early stage of martial ancestor realm. No matter how strong his combat strength was, even if he was an extremely rare Battle 3 talent, he would not be a match for the people from the Serene Demon Palace. There was actually a popular name for those geniuses who could fight beyond their level. They were called Battle 3 talents. For example, those who could fight beyond 1 level were called Battle 1 talents. Those who could fight beyond 2 levels were called Battle 2 talents. Those who could fight beyond 3 levels were called Battle 3 talents. Of course, this referred to fighting beyond one's level in the martial ancestor realm. For other realms, they were not called that. Most of the peerless geniuses were Battle 2 talents. Those who could surpass Battle 2 talents were few and far between. As for those who could reach the level of Battle 3, that was even rarer than phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. For example, Blue Cloud said Li Qiushui, and even Prince Sky Snake were between Battle 2 and Battle 3. Lu Ming speculated that Jian Fengyan might be a Battle 3 talent. Brat, what did you say? The black-robed skeleton thought he had heard wrongly. I told you to get lost. Lu Ming repeated himself. Ha, you told us to get lost? You're just trash in the early stage of martial ancestor realm. Today you're dead meat. Even if you're a Battle 3 talent, you'll still die today. Kill him. The black-robed skeleton waved his hand. Die. Immediately, a disciple from the Serene Demon Palace flew out, and a sharp sword light pierced towards Lu Ming's throat. This youth was at the peak of martial ancestor realm 5th level, and was a Battle 2 talent. Unless Lu Ming was a Battle 3 talent, he would definitely die. You're the one who's going to die. Lu Ming shouted coldly and took a step forward. At the same time, a spear light shot out. Puff. The spear light pierced through the chest of the youth from the Serene Demon Palace. The youth from the Serene Demon Palace screamed, and his body was sent flying by the spear light. With a clang, he was stabbed into the city wall. Chapter 381. What? How is this possible? Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. The commotion had alerted the people in the city. 7 or 8 people flew into the sky to observe the battle. It was obvious that they had paid 10 million spiritual crystals to enter the city. How dare you? The black-robed skeleton roared. The eyes of the other youths from the Serene Demon Palace turned cold as a powerful aura burst out from their bodies and suppressed Lu Ming. To be able to kill a peak 5th layer martial ancestor realm World War II genius with a single strike, he was definitely a Battle 3 genius. Brat, how dare you kill someone from the Serene Demon Palace? Even if you're a Battle 3 genius, you will die today. One of the youths from the Serene Demon Palace yelled coldly. The aura he emitted was extremely terrifying and had reached the peak 6th layer martial ancestor realm. He and the black-robed skeleton who had been talking were the strongest among the youths from the Serene Demon Palace. Is that so? Let's see who will kill who then. Holding the spear in one hand, Lu Ming walked toward the city step by step. Kill. Let's attack together and kill him. The black-robed skeleton waved his hand. Instantly, the youths from the Serene Demon Palace roared as their figures flashed rapidly. Their bodies emitted a black glow as they slashed toward Lu Ming. Even an ordinary expert of the early stage 9th layer martial ancestor realm would be blasted into pieces in an instant. Not to mention that Lu Ming was a Battle 3 genius. Even if he was a Battle 4 genius, he would still die. However, was it possible for him to be a Battle 4 genius? However, they would never have imagined that Lu Ming was already a Battle 4 genius before his wind force had reached the greater success stage. Now he had surpassed the Battle 4 genius. 9 dragons stomping the sky. Lu Ming yelled as his figure soared into the sky and took a step forward. This step merged with the wind force and fire force. Boom. It was as if 9 dragons were stepping into the sky and surveying the world. This step ignored the number of people and exploded with a loud bang. 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 The bodies of the geniuses from the Serene Demon Palace who were below the 6th layer martial ancestor realm exploded, without even having the chance to scream. Those above the 6th layer martial ancestor realm spat out mouthfuls of blood as their bodies emitted cracking sounds. It was unknown how many of their bones had been broken. Even the 2 geniuses at the peak of the 6th layer martial ancestor realm spat out mouthfuls of blood and backed off rapidly. Song Yu, Song Jing, and the dozen or so young men who had taken refuge in the city were all staring with their eyes wide open. Their mouths were wide open, and they couldn't stop gasping. This scene was simply too terrifying. With a single step, more than a dozen geniuses from the Serene Demon Palace were either killed or injured. Even the 2 peak 6th layer martial ancestor realm geniuses spat out mouthfuls of blood. Most importantly, Lu Ming was only in the early stage of the 5th stage of the martial ancestor realm. How was that possible? How many battles did he have? How could there be such an expert in this world? Damn it. Damn it. Let's go. Let's go. He's a peerless monster. Let's leave first and wait for senior brother you and the others to return before we kill him. The black-robed skeleton roared. He was scared out of his wits. You want to leave now? Too late. Lu Ming sneered and took another step forward. 9 dragons in the sky. Bang. The heavens and earth shook violently. The severely injured disciples of the 6th-layer martial ancestor realm of the Serene Demon Palace let out cries of agony as their bodies could no longer withstand the force and exploded. Even the 2-peak 6th-layer martial ancestor realm geniuses felt as if their bodies had been hit by a 10,000-meter-tall mountain. Their bodies emitted cracking sounds as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Both of them were peerless geniuses who had slightly surpassed the level of the Second World War geniuses. Their combat strength had barely reached the early stage of the 9th-layer martial ancestor realm, which was why they were still alive after receiving 2 kicks. Run, run, run. The 2 of them screamed in their hearts as they were terrified to the extreme. They turned into 2 rays of light and fled in all directions. Die. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he waved his hand forcefully. 2 spear glows were fired and instantly pierced through the air toward the 2. Slash. One of them had his heart penetrated by the spear glows, causing him to let out a furious roar as his body fell to the ground. As for the black-robed skeleton, his reaction was slightly faster, and he managed to avoid being hit in a vital spot. However, one of his arms was pierced by the spear glows and exploded. Bastard, the Serene Demon Palace will not let you off. Next time, I will tear you into pieces. A voice that was filled with hatred rang out from afar. In an instant, the black-robed skeleton disappeared. Trying to escape? Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly as he took another step forward. Lu Ming's body disappeared in an instant. He left behind a dumbfounded crowd. Lu Ming executed the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps. With one step, he covered a distance of 10 miles. When Lu Ming appeared 10 miles away, he frowned. The aura of the youth from the Serene Demon Palace had suddenly disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming scanned the area but did not find any trace of him. It seems that the other party has cultivated some kind of skill, or some kind of treasure that can conceal his aura and hide his tracks. Lu Ming searched for a while, but still could not find any trace of him. He could only give up and return to the city. More than a dozen corpses of the Serene Demon Palace's disciples were lying motionless in various places. Their storage rings were intact. The people in the city did not dare to touch them because these were Lu Ming's spoils of war. Lu Ming's figure flickered as he collected the storage rings of the Serene Demon Palace's disciples. At the same time, he devoured their blood essence. Lu. Brother Lu. At this time Song Yu and Song Jing flew over. Song Yu looked at Lu Ming with reverence. Brother Song, let's enter the city first. Lu Ming said. Then the 3 of them flew into the city. After flying into the city, Lu Ming was a little surprised because he saw several youths flying out. Lu Ming grabbed a burly youth and asked, Brother, why are they flying out? Sigh. The burly youth sighed and said, Brother, although you're strong, you don't know that the Serene Demon Palace is an extremely powerful sect. The area where the Serene Demon Palace is located is called the Serene Demon Mountain Range. There are many high-level empires in that area, but the Serene Demon Palace is undoubtedly the overlord of that area. Even high-level empires have to listen to the Serene Demon Palace's orders. Almost all the geniuses in that area have joined the Serene Demon Palace and become their disciples. There is a portion of the Serene Demon Palace's disciples in this city. Those people just now are not the strongest among them. 7 of them went to another city early this morning to investigate, but they will return in 2 days at most. At that time, a great disaster will befall us. All of us will die. That's why they chose to leave this place, preferring to find another city to settle down. The burly youth was honest, explaining everything to Lu Ming in detail. So that's how it is. Lu Ming was enlightened. He then asked, What are the cultivation levels of the 7 people who left? Almost all of them are late-stage martial ancestor realm and above. 2 of them are early-stage martial ancestor realm 7th-stage geniuses. They are in between the 2nd and 3rd stage of the martial ancestor realm, and are extremely powerful. Brother, although you're strong, you're most likely not their match. You'd better leave this place quickly. The burly youth advised. Thank you for telling me. Lu Ming cupped his fists, but he had no intention of leaving. Chapter 382. Although it was dangerous outside at night, if they stayed here, they would definitely be killed when the people from the Netherworld Demon Palace returned. It was better to leave early. Brother Song, what do you guys plan to do? Lu Ming looked at Song Yu and Song Jing. If we leave the city at night, we will be in danger. I believe in Brother Lu. Song Yu said firmly, intending to stay here first. Song Jing nodded and followed Song Yu. Alright, then you guys should rest first. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He casually found a room in the city and sat down cross-legged. Recently, his comprehension of the Heaven Path Palm had been getting deeper and deeper. He felt that he could break through at any time. Once the Heaven Path Palm broke through, he would have another trump card. In his mind, the aura that he remembered from the Gate of Heaven kept circulating. For some reason, as time passed, the aura became fainter and fainter. Lu Ming reckoned that it wouldn't be long before he forgot about that aura. Yes, he would forget about it. It would disappear from his memory. Therefore, he had to master the Heaven Path Palm within this period of time. Lu Ming closed his eyes and continued to comprehend. The aura of the Gate of Heaven and the Heaven Path Palm kept verifying each other. Lu Ming's comprehension of the Heaven Path Palm was getting deeper and deeper. He felt that there was only a layer of paper between them. As long as he could pierce through this layer, Lu Ming would be able to successfully master the Heaven Path Palm. Time passed and slowly, night fell. Heaven and earth fell into darkness again. Dark clouds covered the sky. Jaj outside. Strange cries were incessant. It was abnormally terrifying. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and walked out of the room. Looking into the distance, he could see many black shadows flickering outside the city. However, the city emitted a layer of hazy light. It was like a semicircle that enveloped the entire city. Those spirits seemed to be very afraid of this light. They wandered outside and didn't dare to charge in. This light was formed by the inscription Great Array. The peerless experts of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace had inscribed great arrays on all the cities in the Dongming ancient battlefield, so that the selection could be carried out smoothly. Lu Ming saw that other than Song Yu and Song Jing, there were a few other people in the city who hadn't left, including the burly young man who had returned. When he saw Lu Ming, he smiled brightly. After watching for a while, Lu Ming returned to his room and started comprehending the Heaven's Path Palm. Soon a day passed. On the second night, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly flashed. His comprehension of the Heavenly Dao Palm finally had a major breakthrough. He felt that he had succeeded in comprehending it. I'll go out and test it during the day. Following which, Lu Ming continued to comprehend and deepen his understanding of the Heaven's Path Palm. Time passed. Soon, the curtain of night retreated, and light returned to the world. Lu Ming left the city and flew into the distance. Soon he arrived at a large mountain range. Heaven's Law Palm. Suddenly, Lu Ming let out a loud roar and thrust his palm towards the sky. Wang. A formless wave spread out from Lu Ming's palm. Then a huge palm print formed in the sky. This palm print was transparent like a human's palm, but it had 9 fingers. The palm print was dozens of meters long and wide. It came down from the sky and hit a 1,000-meter-tall mountain peak. Boom. With an earth-shattering explosion, the 1,000-meter-tall mountain directly exploded. All the trees and rocks were directly annihilated, turning into ashes and dissipating. It didn't explode into rubble, but was directly annihilated. In the blink of an eye, a 1,000-meter-tall mountain peak was gone. What a powerful force! Even Lu Ming himself was dumbfounded. According to the secret manual of the 3 Dao Palms, very few people had been able to master the 3rd palm, the Heaven's Law Palm. Once mastered, it would be infinitely close to a heaven-class martial skill. Moreover, it wasn't the 1st or 2nd level, but the strongest power. Haha, the power of the Heaven's Law Palm has completely surpassed the 1st step of the 9 Dragons' heaven-stomping steps. It has become my strongest killing move. Lu Ming laughed heartily. Unless Lu Ming mastered the 2nd step of the 9 Dragons' heaven-stomping steps, he would probably be able to surpass the power of the Heaven's Law Palm. Boom. Then Lu Ming started to cultivate again. Every palm strike was extremely powerful. With each strike, a 100-meter deep pit appeared on the ground. When it hit the mountain peak exploded and was annihilated. Lu Ming struck out more than a dozen palms before he stopped. Because the Heaven's Law palm consumed too much energy, Lu Ming could only strike out more than a dozen palms with his current cultivation before his genuine qi ran out. Lu Ming took out a pile of spiritual crystals and absorbed the energy in them to recover his genuine qi. 2 hours later, Lu Ming's genuine qi had completely recovered. Let's go back to the city and figure it out. Lu Ming smiled. His figure flashed and he flew back to the city. Ah! When he was still some distance away from the city, a shrill scream came from the city. Lu Ming's expression changed, and he quickly flew back to the city. At this moment, 8 figures appeared in the city. Each of them was wearing a black skeleton robe. One of them was pale and had a broken arm. It was the person who had escaped from Lu Ming 2 days ago. They were all experts from the Serene Devil Palace. Song Yu, Song Jing, the burly youth, and the other 5 people who had stayed in the city were all captured by the Serene Devil Palace. One of them had an arm chopped off by a youth from the Serene Devil Palace. He was the one who had screamed earlier. Tell me, where did that little bastard go? The youth who had escaped 2 days ago stared at Song Yu and the others coldly like a malicious spirit. I really don't know. He was still here in the morning and then he left. I beg you, let me go. The youth who had his arm chopped off screamed in agony. Let you go? You were there in the battle 2 days ago. Since you were there, why didn't you help us kill that bastard? You saw it. Not helping is a crime punishable by death. Die. The Serene Devil Palace disciple who had escaped had a cold expression on his face. With a swing of his sword, the youth's head flew high into the air. Song Yu, Song Jing, and the others were as pale as paper. The 2 of you are in cahoots with that bastard. Don't worry, the 2 of you won't die so easily. I'll let the 2 of you taste the greatest pain in the world before letting you die. The Serene Devil Palace disciple said coldly. The other 7 disciples of the Serene Devil Palace looked on coldly from the side. Their gazes were extremely cold. Both Song Yu and Song Jing were trembling in fear. Haha, are you afraid? If you're afraid, quickly think of a way to call that little bastard back. The Serene Devil Palace disciple laughed maniacally. No need to call, I'm here. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the sky. Everyone quickly looked up. In the sky, Lu Ming stood there and looked down. His expression was very cold, and his eyes were extremely cold. He didn't expect that the Serene Devil Palace's people would arrive so soon after he went out to cultivate. Little bastard, you're finally back. Chapter 383. Brother Lu, you leave now. When Song Yu saw Lu Ming, he was overjoyed at first, but then he thought of something and shouted again. The Serene Demon Hall was too powerful. Apart from the young man who had run away, the other 7 people were at least at the late stage of the martial ancestor realm. Among them, 2 were at the late stage of the martial ancestor realm, 3 were at the peak of the martial ancestor realm, and 2 were at the early stage of the martial ancestor realm. Their combined power was too powerful. No matter how powerful Lu Ming was, he was no match for them. Although Song Yu hoped that a miracle would happen, and that Lu Ming could save them, his rationality told him that it was impossible. Leave. Today none of you shall leave. The one who spoke was a green-haired young man. He was about 24 or 25 years old, and had a slender figure. His aura was intimidating and his long green hair reached his waist. His eyes were cold and emotionless as he looked at Lu Ming and said, You killed my men? Good, very good. You will pay a heavy price for this. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then I'll show you. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a violent aura exploded from the green-haired young man's body. Triple kill of the Serene Demon, spirit severing. The green-haired young man shouted and a sword chime sounded. A dark green sword chi shot out from the green-haired young man's hand. In an instant, it crossed thousands of meters and slashed at Lu Ming's glabella. Complete metal force. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Swoosh. The demon-suppressing spear appeared and stabbed forward. The wind and fire force exploded. Boom. The spear radiance and the sword chi collided, and there was a dazzling light at the point of contact. Then, the spear radiance and the sword chi dissipated together. They were evenly matched. This person is not weaker than Prince Tianxi. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he could roughly determine the other party's combat strength. Without a doubt, the other party was a genius between a Second World War genius and a Third World War genius. He was at the early stage of the martial ancestor realm, and should be able to unleash the combat strength of a late stage of the martial ancestor realm. Kid, you are quite capable. Take another move. Triple kill of the serene demon. God slaying. The green-haired youth roared. A dark green light burst out from his body. It was extremely dazzling. Then, he became one with his sword and turned into an incomparably dazzling dark green sword light, rushing towards Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, he had covered a distance of several thousand meters. The sky was slashed by the sword light, and the airwaves rolled and split into two. It was as if the sky had been split open. It was extremely shocking. The power of the slash was significantly stronger than the previous one, which had achieved the strength of the late-stage 9th-layer martial ancestor realm. 9 dragons stomping the heavens. Lu Ming took a step forward. Heaven and earth rumbled as a terrifying power surged forward. Boom. Once again, a terrifying roar resounded in the sky. Shockwaves swept across, and sand and pebbles flew everywhere. Bang. 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 A figure flew back and took 3 consecutive steps in the air, causing the air to explode and emit a violent rumble. It was the green-haired youth. On the other side, Lu Ming's body swayed slightly. He took a step back and steadied himself. It was obvious that Lu Ming was stronger than him. The green-robed youth's face instantly turned greener than his hair. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he uttered a roar. How is this possible? A mere early-stage 5th-layer martial ancestor realm cultivator is able to resist my killing blow. How is this possible? He could not accept it. If a mere early-stage 5th-layer martial ancestor realm cultivator was able to fight against him, wouldn't that mean that Lu Ming had surpassed the strength of a 4th-layer genius, and was between a 4th-layer genius and a 5th-layer genius? That was too shocking. Not to mention being between a 4th-layer genius and a 5th-layer genius. There was not even a 4th-layer genius in the Serene Demon Palace. Who was this kid? Where did he come from? Junior brother, let's attack together and kill this guy. Since we're already enemies, the more talented he is, the more we should kill him. With a flicker, a bulky youth appeared beside the green-haired youth. The youth was the other 7th-layer martial ancestor realm genius. Great, let's attack together. Set up the Serene Demon 7 slaughter formation, and kill this guy. The green-haired youth gave the order. Shush. Shush. With a flicker, the other Serene Demon Palace disciples in the city below appeared behind the green-haired youth and the bulky youth. There were 7 of them in total, and they stood in a strange formation. As for the fleeing Serene Demon Palace disciple, he stood aside with a cold smile and stared at Lu Ming with murderous intent. Is it a joint attack formation? Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. As for Song Yu, Song Jing and the rest, they looked at the sky anxiously. Now they could only wait and hope for a miracle. Kill. Kill. Suddenly, 7 voices that were filled with murderous intent rang out. Then, the 7 Serene Demon Palace disciples moved. The 7 of them flashed in a strange trajectory and turned into countless light shadows, surrounding Lu Ming in the middle. Chi. Suddenly, 7 rays of sword chi shot toward Lu Ming from 7 different directions. Lu Ming's body flashed and he avoided 6 rays of sword chi. However, there was 1 ray that he could not avoid. Shush! The long spear lashed out, containing the power of wind and fire. Boom! Lu Ming's body trembled, and he could not help but retreat. The power of this sword was even stronger than the green-haired youth's second attack. Lu Ming did not use the 9 dragons' heaven ascending steps, and was instantly at a disadvantage. Shush! Shush! While Lu Ming was retreating, a few more sword auras slashed toward Lu Ming's back violently. Every step was filled with murderous intent, and there was no way to avoid it. 9 dragons' heaven ascending steps. Lu Ming roared and a dragon's roar rang out. Shush! Lu Ming's body turned into a ray of light and disappeared in a flash. Not only did he avoid the rays of sword chi behind him, but he also left the Serene Demon Palace's formation and appeared in the sky not far away. How is this possible? What kind of movement technique is that? The Serene Demon Palace disciples widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. Their formation was a famous formation of the Serene Demon Palace. When the 7 of them worked together, their combat strength increased exponentially. Furthermore, those who were trapped would not be able to escape and could only be killed. With the strength of the 7 of them, even a peak martial ancestor realm 9 martial artist would be killed if they worked together. Only a half-step king could escape. However, Lu Ming was only at the early martial ancestor realm 5. How was this possible? This formation is indeed amazing. Alright, I've seen it. I won't play with you anymore. Lu Ming said indifferently. This caused the crowd to be stunned. Lu Ming had purposely allowed himself to be surrounded by the formation. He wanted to see the power of the formation. Big brother, aren't you being too childish? Song Yu and the others wanted to scream. However, the Serene Demon Palace disciples' faces were extremely gloomy. You won't play with us? What big words. Let me tell you, even if you leave today, your friends will end up in an incomparably miserable state because of you. The green-haired youth glanced at Song Yu and the others below, and said with a ferocious expression, with Lu Ming's movement technique, they would not be able to stop him if he wanted to leave. However, Song Yu and the others could not leave. Brother Lu, don't worry about us. Leave quickly. Song Yu shouted again. Chapter 384. Not leaving? What did he mean by not leaving and not playing with them? The people from the Serene Devil Hall were stunned. What I meant was to get rid of you quickly. I won't play with you anymore. Lu Ming said with a faint smile. What? Get rid of us? The people from the Serene Devil Hall were stunned at first, then they laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Get rid of us? Do you think you can? This kid is spouting nonsense to disturb our mental states. Don't talk anymore. Let's go all out and kill him. As soon as he said that, the 7 disciples from the Serene Devil Hall shone with silver light. Those were chakras, the chakras of king-class bloodlines. Among the 7 of them, 2 had level 2 king-class bloodlines, 3 had level 3 king-class bloodlines, and the strongest 2 had level 4 king-class bloodlines. As their chakras shone and their bloodlines erupted, the auras of the 7 disciples were raised to their peak. Kill. The 7 disciples from the Serene Devil Hall formed a large formation. Sword chi shone as they charged toward Lu Ming. Bloodline? I have it too. Lu Ming smiled faintly and activated his second bloodline. A tall and hazy stone tablet with 4 silver chakras flashed and disappeared. Level 4 king-class bloodline. Although it's strong, what's the use? The green-haired youth roared. Sword chi burst forth and shrouded Lu Ming. What if I add this? Lu Ming sneered. Roar. A dragon's roar was heard. The 9 dragons' bloodline rushed out and roared at the sky. The people from the Serene Devil Hall, as well as Song Yu and the rest, widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. King-class bloodline? Why does he have 2 types of king-class bloodlines? Is he a natural king-class bloodline? Natural king-class bloodline? Impossible. The people from the Serene Devil Hall shouted in disbelief. Even the operation of the formation came to a halt. Nothing is impossible. Devour. Lu Ming yelled. Roar. The 9 dragons' bloodline roared and opened its mouth. A terrifying devouring power came out of its mouth and shrouded the 7 people from the Serene Devil Hall. What's going on? I feel that my bloodline power is unstable. My blood essence is pulsating. Everyone from the Serene Devil Palace screamed in horror. A martial arts grandmaster could unleash both bloodlines at the same time. However, for most martial artists, their first bloodline was only of the ordinary class. Above the martial ancestor realm, when they unleashed their ordinary class bloodline, the enhancement effect was extremely limited and negligible. Therefore, most people would only use their second bloodline. Very few people would use both bloodlines at the same time. But Lu Ming was different. Both of his bloodlines were at the king level, and they had different effects on him. He could use them as much as he wanted. Petty tricks. Keep calm and go kill him. The green-haired youth roared. Really? Let's continue then. Heaven's palm. Lu Ming sneered and suddenly struck out with his palm. Huff huff. The spiritual chi of the world seemed to have been sucked dry as a huge transparent palm print appeared. With a violent attack, it pressed down on the 7 people from the Netherworld Demon Palace like Mount Tai. The terrifying pressure caused heaven and earth to tremble violently. The sword chi that the Serene Devil Palace's group had unleashed collapsed in an instant. Ah! What kind of martial skill was this? How can it be so terrifying? The Yumo Palace disciple screamed in horror. This was simply unbelievable. Hold on. Hold on together. The green-robed youth's eyes were red as he screamed with all his might. The 7 Yumo Palace disciples used all their strength and activated the joint attack formation to the maximum. The 7 of them worked together and slashed out a shocking sword chi that slashed at the heaven's palm print. Boom. The sword chi slashed at the center of the heaven's palm print, causing an earth-shattering boom. Terrifying shockwaves swept out and swept away all the clouds in the sky within a radius of dozens of miles. Even the city below shook violently. Song Yu and the others were blown against the wall by the strong wind before they could stabilize themselves. But they could not care less about their sorry state. They widened their eyes and stared at the sky. Which side would win? Bam! All of a sudden, the sword light trembled and exploded, turning into specks of light that dissipated into the air. Boom! Although a portion of the heaven's palm print's power had been neutralized, the remaining power was still terrifying and continued to press down. Bam! Bam! The 7 Yumo Palace disciples were like toads. They could not move at all as they were blasted into the mud. The 2 with the weakest cultivation let out blood-curdling screams before they stopped breathing. As for the 3 geniuses at the peak of the 6th martial ancestor realm, although they were not dead, they were half dead. Only the 2 7th martial ancestor realm cultivators spat out a mouthful of blood, but still maintained a certain level of combat strength. Let's go! The green-robed youth roared, and was about to use a secret technique to escape. But Lu Ming's second palm strike followed. Boom! Another huge palm print was formed and pressed down on the Yumo Palace disciples. No! The green-haired youth and the others screamed in despair. The heaven's palm print was extremely mysterious. It completely locked onto them, and there was no way for them to escape. Boom! Even though the remaining 2 tried their best, they could not withstand it. Boom boom boom. Smoke and dust filled the air as the 2 of them were blasted into the ground, creating 2 huge craters. They lay in the craters, unable to move at all. At that moment, Song Yu, Song Jing, and the others were dumbfounded. They could not recover from their shock. The 7 geniuses of the Yumo Palace had joined forces to set up a formation, but it had been defeated by Lu Ming with 2 palms. That was too terrifying. On the other side of the sky, the Yumo Palace disciple who had escaped last time was trembling all over. His lips were quivering and his face was drained of blood. His eyes were filled with fear. Demon monster, this is all my fault. Run, run, I have to get away from this monster. Run. He screamed in his heart, and was about to use a secret technique to escape. Right at that moment, Puchi, a spear light pierced through his heart from the back. The Yumo Palace disciple roared in anger and turned his head desperately, only to see Lu Ming's cold eyes. I let you escape last time. Do you think there will be a second time? A faint voice sounded from Lu Ming's mouth. Then, the long spear shook and the spear light destroyed the Yumo Palace disciple's vitality. His corpse fell to the ground. Then, Lu Ming took another step forward and walked toward the green-haired youth and the others. At that moment, the green-haired youth and the green-haired youth were unable to move. Wait a minute, don't kill us. We are disciples of the Yumo Palace. There are many geniuses in my Yumo Palace. There are more than 500 geniuses who came in this time. We are just a part of them. There are many stronger geniuses in other cities. If you kill us, the Yumo Palace disciples won't let you go. The green-haired youth shouted. Hehe, as long as I kill you, how will the other Yumo Palace disciples know that I killed you? Lu Ming sneered. Of course I know. I don't mind telling you that I have already copied your figure with the shadow-breathing talisman, and sent it to the strongest genius in my Yumo Palace. You won't be able to escape. The green-haired youth shouted. So it's the shadow-breathing talisman? Lu Ming's heart stirred. The shadow-breathing talisman was the same as the 10,000 miles sound-transmitting talisman. Both were refined by inscription masters. Chapter 385. Seeing that Lu Ming was silent, the green-haired youth thought that Lu Ming was afraid and was overjoyed. How about this? As long as you let us go, I'll plead with the experts of the Serene Demon Hall to spare your life. We'll pretend that nothing happened today. The green-haired youth said. Since Lu Ming was afraid, he believed that Lu Ming would accept this condition. A vicious murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. He was roaring in his heart. As long as he could get out of danger this time, he would definitely let more powerful cultivators from the Serene Demon Palace pursue Lu Ming with all their might. He would let Lu Ming die without a burial ground, and make Lu Ming regret offending him. Are you done? Lu Ming suddenly smiled faintly and said. What? The green-haired youth was stunned. If you're done, you can be on your way. A cold killing intent burst forth from Lu Ming's body. You. No, don't. The green-haired youth and the other 7th-level martial ancestor realm genius screamed in horror. They had thought that they had seen hope, and that Lu Ming would let them go. However, in the next moment, they had fallen from heaven to hell. Swoosh. Swoosh. Lu Ming did not bother to talk nonsense with them. Spear radiance shot out and killed the two of them. Then he killed the other severely injured people one by one, took their storage rings, and devoured their blood essence. Brother Lu, we have to thank you for saving us this time. Song Yu flew over and stammered. Lu Ming was becoming more and more mysterious in his heart. He was becoming more and more unreachable. There's no need to thank me. I've implicated you this time. Brother Song, what do you plan to do next? This city has been exposed. I'm afraid that the experts of the Serene Demon Hall will come. Lu Ming said. We've received news that there's a small city in the north. There are experts in our area and we plan to meet them there. Song Yu said. Lu Ming nodded. This was good too. He was not a charitable person, and could not spend time helping them. They had to rely on themselves. Immediately, the Song siblings, as well as the sturdy young man, bid farewell to Lu Ming and left for the north. Lu Ming walked into a room, and sat down cross-legged to refine the blood essence he had just devoured. They were the blood essences of martial artists in the 6th and 7th level of the martial ancestor realm. They were not of much help to Lu Ming. After refining them, Lu Ming's cultivation was still at the peak of the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. Now that I've successfully mastered the Heaven's Path Palm, my battle prowess has increased greatly. Although I haven't reached the level of a 5-battle genius, I've reached the peak of a 4-battle genius. Lu Ming concluded his combat strength. If Lu Ming unleashed his full strength and unleashed all of his bloodline, the Heaven's Path Palm combined with the power of wind and fire would allow Lu Ming's battle prowess to reach the peak of Battle 4. Earlier, he had used this move to defeat the Serene Devil Hall's group in one fell swoop. However, the peak of the 4 battles genius was only a step away from the 5 battles genius. However, this step was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was extremely difficult to reach the 5 battles genius level. Even if Lu Ming mastered the 2nd step of the 9 Dragons Sky-Stomping Steps, he would not be able to reach the 5 battles genius level. If I want to increase my battle prowess quickly, I can only increase my cultivation level quickly. Lu Ming pondered. The power of the Heaven's Path Palm was already extremely terrifying. Even if he mastered the 2nd step of the 9 Dragons Sky-Stomping Steps, his power would not be much stronger than the Heaven's Path Palm. Unless he mastered the 3rd step, his battle prowess would increase greatly. However, he had not even mastered the 2nd step, let alone the 3rd step. In terms of power, the power of wind and fire were both at the peak of the Great Accomplishment realm. The power of the 2 powers when combined was extremely terrifying. Even if Lu Ming broke through to the Great Accomplishment realm in one of the powers, the power of the 2 powers would not increase by much, unless both powers reached the Great Accomplishment realm. However, this was not something that could be comprehended in a short period of time. Therefore, if Lu Ming wanted to increase his battle prowess in a short period of time, he could only increase his cultivation level. Among the geniuses in this selection, his shortcoming was his cultivation level. I need to find a place with powerful demonic beasts, and hunt them to increase my cultivation level. Lu Ming made up his mind and left the small town, heading west. He headed west, looking for a place with powerful demonic beasts. Slowly night fell. Night came again. However, with Lu Ming's power of wind and fire, as long as he did not encounter anything too strange, he would not be in danger. Those spirits could not do anything to him. He rushed forward until the day came again, and the world regained its vitality. During the day, Lu Ming sped up. Soon he had covered hundreds of thousands of miles. Finally, Lu Ming stopped in the middle of a vast mountain. This mountain was full of vitality. In the depths of the mountain, there were loud roars, accompanied by waves of powerful aura that soared to the sky. Lu Ming sensed more than 10 Class 8 LV4 demonic beasts aura. There were even Class 9 LV4 demonic beasts aura. Great, this is the place. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This boundless mountain seemed to have nurtured many powerful demonic beasts. Lu Ming rushed into the mountain without hesitation. Hiss! Not long after, a python that was more than 50 meters long pounced toward Lu Ming. The python emitted a Class 8 LV4 demonic beast's aura. Good timing. Lu Ming grinned and thrust his long spear. With a puff, it pierced a big hole in the python's head. The python hissed, and its huge body rolled, crushing several large trees that would take several people to wrap their arms around them. After rolling a few times, it stopped breathing. Lu Ming stepped forward and devoured the blood essence of the python. At the same time, he took out the demon core and devoured it as well. The blood essence and monster core of a Class 8 LV4 demonic beast were much more effective. After a while, Lu Ming's body shook slightly, and he finally broke through to the middle stage of Martial Grandmaster Realm. Then he continued to hunt demonic beasts. Half a day later, Lu Ming had killed 8 Class 8 LV4 demonic beasts, and a Class 9 LV4 demonic beast. His cultivation had reached the peak of the middle stage of Martial Grandmaster Realm, and was not far from the late stage of Martial Grandmaster Realm. At this time, night fell again and all the demonic beasts went into hiding. Lu Ming followed a demonic beast and hid in a cave more than 10 meters underground. But before long, the spirit still found him. Lu Ming came to a conclusion. It was useless for outsiders like them to hide. The ghosts would still find them. On the other hand, the ghosts would not find the demonic beasts if they hid. Lu Ming was speechless. He could only resist and wait for time to pass. When the day came, Lu Ming meditated for a while. After he recovered, he continued to hunt demonic beasts. Croak. Half an hour later, Lu Ming sprinted out of a valley and frantically fled into the distance. A loud cry came from the valley, shaking the heavens and the earth, causing countless trees to tremble. Following this, a 50-meter-tall toad that looked like a small mountain rushed out of the valley. Whoosh! The giant toad opened its mouth and a scarlet tongue pierced through the air toward Lu Ming. Chapter 386. Boom. The giant toad's scarlet tongue didn't hit Lu Ming. Instead, it hit a 1,000-meter-tall mountain peak. The giant toad was enraged. It flicked its scarlet tongue, and the 1,000-meter-tall mountain peak exploded in half. That part of the mountain peak whizzed toward Lu Ming. Nest, this toad is too strong. It's definitely a half-step king. Lu Ming was shocked. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and instantly moved 10 miles away. Rumble. Behind him, that part of the mountain peak hit the ground and let out a deafening rumble. Who knew how many creatures were slaughtered by this attack? Lu Ming didn't stop. He took a few more steps and finally got rid of the giant toad. This time he was really unlucky. He had just casually barged into a valley, and he had already alarmed such a powerful existence. Seems like I still have to be careful. Who knows what kind of existences reside in this ancient battlefield? If I meet a real beast king, I won't even know how I died. Lu Ming thought. He then focused and carefully observed while continuing to hunt beasts. Rich medicinal fragrance. Lu Ming hadn't walked more than 100 miles when a rich medicinal fragrance suddenly assaulted his nose. To the left, Lu Ming identified and found that the medicinal fragrance came from the left. Immediately, Lu Ming went to the left. There were 2 mountains in front of him. They were 7,000 to 8,000 meters tall and pierced through the clouds. They were exceptionally majestic. In the middle of the 2 mountain peaks, there was a huge canyon. The medicinal fragrance was coming from there. Lu Ming suddenly stopped. In the forest, a few corpses of beasts were lying on the ground. There were sword wounds on their bodies. From the looks of it, they hadn't been dead for long. There are already people here. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Lu Ming immediately focused and continued forward. Along the way, he saw many more corpses. Swish. Swish. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. 8 young men and women appeared in front of Lu Ming. Halt! This place has already been occupied by my soaring tiger mountain range. Friend, please return. The 8 young men and women sized up Lu Ming. One of them, a blue-robed young man, said, "The Flying Tiger Mountain Range." Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The Flying Tiger Mountain Range was a small area south of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. Although it was bigger than the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, it wasn't much bigger. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile as he said, "Occupied by you? I've never heard of any place in the Dongming ancient battlefield that is privately owned. If you can come, then so can I." It was obvious that there were treasures in the canyon. The people of the Soaring Tiger Mountain Range wanted to occupy this place, clear out the demonic beasts here, and take the treasures for themselves. It was not easy for Lu Ming to meet him. How could he miss this opportunity? "Brat, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. A mere martial ancestor realm level 5 cultivation dares to bargain with us. Since you don't want to leave, stay here forever." The blue-robed young man's face darkened, and he emitted a murderous aura. "I'm afraid you don't have that ability." Lu Ming let out a calm smile. Boasting shamelessly. A mere 5th-layer martial ancestor realm cultivator dares to be so smug. Die. Beside the blue-robed young man, a cold young man with a cultivation of the early-stage 6th-layer martial ancestor realm stepped forward and lashed out at Lu Ming. Roar. A ferocious tiger appeared and lunged at Lu Ming. This young man was a genius. With his cultivation of the early-stage 6th-layer martial ancestor realm, he believed that he could easily suppress Lu Ming. However, his face turned pale in the next instant. Lu Ming gave a casual slap, and the ferocious tiger that he condensed was easily dispersed. Following this, Lu Ming continued to slap him. Pa! The crisp sound of a slap rang out, and the cold-looking youth let out a miserable cry. His body was like a cannonball as he was sent flying. He crashed through 2 large trees before coming to a stop. He lay there twitching non-stop, having already fainted. The others inhaled deeply and stared at Lu Ming in astonishment. "Let's attack together." The blue-robed young man let out a roar as he collected his thoughts. Following this, silver chakras appeared as their bloodlines were unleashed, resulting in 7 powerful auras. Among them, the blue-robed young man's cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th-layer martial ancestor realm. Humph! Lu Ming harumphed as his eyes glistened. A long spear appeared in his hand as he lashed out. Bang! Bang! Following 6 explosions, apart from the blue-robed young man, the other 6 were sent flying and landed heavily on the ground. Meanwhile, the blue-robed young man was knocked 100 meters backward while coughing out mouthfuls of blood. Lu Ming frowned as he was not satisfied with his attack. The so-called genius of the Battle 3 or Battle 4 did not mean that he could achieve that with a casual attack. It meant that he had to unleash his full strength to execute his ultimate move. Lu Ming's Heaven's Path Palm was able to reach the peak of the Battle 4 level. However, his 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps was only slightly better than the Battle 4 level. If he only executed the power of wind and fire without the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps, or the Heaven's Path Palm, he would only be able to reach the Battle 4 level. While he was not satisfied with his attack, the blue-robed young man and the others were terrified. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of something flying could be heard. Dozens of figures flew out from the direction of the canyon. It was obvious that they were all geniuses from the Flying Tiger Mountain Range. They had been alerted earlier. How dare you go against so many people from the Flying Tiger Mountain Range alone? Are you courting death? Dozens of people stood in front of Lu Ming as a burly young man shouted coldly. This place does not belong to the Flying Tiger Mountain Range. I can come and go as I please. You are the ones who are too overbearing. Lu Ming said calmly. Kid, which region are you from? The one who spoke was a young man standing in the middle of the dozens of people. This young man had a strong back and a strong waist. His arms were extremely long and could reach his knees. It was obvious that he was the leader of the group. Lu Ming looked at this person and frowned. This person gave him a dangerous feeling. Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. Lu Ming said. There was nothing to hide. Cloud Emperor Mountain Range? After hearing Lu Ming's words, The dozens of people from the Flying Tiger mountain range relaxed. The long-armed young man in the lead had a cold smile on his face. So you are from the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Haha. Since you dare to injure so many of us, you shall stay here forever. The long-armed young man sneered. He had said so much just now because he was afraid that Lu Ming was a genius from a large region. If that was the case, he would have to think twice. Now, there was no need for that. Brother Fei, you are the top expert in the Flying Tiger mountain range. There is no need for you to kill a chicken with a butcher's knife. I will kill him. The burly young man from before strode out. With every step he took, the ground rumbled and cracked. A giant black bear appeared above his head and 4 silver chakras shone brightly. The early stage of the martial ancestor realm. There was no doubt that this person was a genius who was not weaker than Prince Tianxi. Die. A saber appeared in the burly young man's hand, and he slashed at Lu Ming. Chapter 387. 9 Dragons Stomping the Sky. Lu Ming did not want to waste time with him, and he immediately executed the 9 dragons stomping the sky steps. Boom. There was a loud explosion, and the burly young man's body slid back 1,000 meters. Along the way, there was a deep gully. His body shook and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Sizzle. The sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard. The geniuses of Flying Tiger Mountain Range looked at Lu Ming in shock. It was unbelievable that he could injure the burly young man with just one move when he was only a martial ancestor realm level 5 martial ancestor. The long-armed young man was shocked at first. Then, a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. I never thought that Cloud Emperor Mountain Range would have such a demonic genius like you. I'm afraid Jian Fengyan is no match for you. Alright, I'll kill you before you rise. Otherwise you'll be a threat to Flying Tiger Mountain Range in the future. The long-armed young man said coldly. Bam. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw himself at Lu Ming like a cannonball, and threw out a punch. The punch was terrifying and it was much more powerful than the burly young man's. 9 dragons stomping the sky. Lu Ming executed the 9 dragons stomping the sky steps, and took a step forward. Boom. There was a loud explosion and Lu Ming's 9 dragons stomping the sky steps was blocked. At the same time, a powerful force surged and Lu Ming was pushed back. Advanced Martial Ancestor Realm Level 7 Cultivation. What a powerful force. Lu Ming's heart trembled. Roar. There was a loud roar and a majestic giant ape appeared above the long-armed young man's head. There were 5 silver chakras on the giant ape's body. Level 5 King Class Bloodline, Steel Raging Ape. Ape King Divine Fist. The long-armed young man roared, and threw out another punch. The fist radiance was like a giant ape's fist, and it flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face turned grave. This person was definitely a triple battle genius, and he was no weaker than Jian Fengyan. Heaven Palm. Lu Ming executed his most powerful move without hesitation. The Heaven Palm print formed and collided with the Ape King Divine Fist. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and everything within a radius of tens of miles shook violently. The fist and palm collided, forming a terrifying hurricane that swept across the sky and earth. Some of the weaker youths in the soaring Tiger Mountain Range were swept away by the hurricane, and were forced to retreat. Boom. After the loud noise, a figure flew backward rapidly. It was Lu Ming. He flew several thousand meters away, and stood in the air with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The long-armed young man was too powerful. His cultivation had reached the late 7th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm, which was more than 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's. In addition, he was a 3-fight genius, so he was more than 5 levels higher than Lu Ming. Lu Ming had not reached the level of a 5-battle genius, so how could he be a match for him? He's still not dead. Little did he know that the long-armed young man's heart was in turmoil. Lu Ming's battle prowess shocked him until his hair stood on end. He had also been to those big areas before. However, even in a large region, there was no such terrifying genius. Not to mention anything else, he had only heard of the 4th battle genius, but had never seen one. It was obvious that Lu Ming had surpassed the 4th battle genius. Die, he must die. The long-armed young man roared in his heart and yelled. I've already injured him. Let's attack together. We can't let him leave alive. Having said that, he hurriedly attacked Lu Ming. Kill. The other cultivators of the soaring Tiger Mountain range yelled as they attacked at the same time, resulting in a shocking scene. These young men were the strongest cultivators of the soaring Tiger Mountain range. It was as if all the geniuses on the Monarch ranking were attacking at the same time. How terrifying was the scene! I'm too lazy to play with you. Lu Ming turned around and left with the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. In the next instant, he was 10 miles away. What a joke! Lu Ming was not stupid to fight with so many people, including a long-armed young man. Since he was no match for them, why not retreat for the time being? Besides, Lu Ming already had a plan in mind. Chase! The long-armed young man yelled. But their speed was no match for Lu Ming's. In a few moments, Lu Ming was nowhere to be seen. Damn it! The long-armed young man cursed. Let's go back. We must get the level 5 spiritual herbs in the valley. The long-armed young man yelled. Then, the group of cultivators of the soaring Tiger Mountain range returned to the valley to clear out the beasts inside. Lu Ming covered 10 miles in one step. He was very fast. Soon he arrived outside a valley. There was a giant toad that was half a step away from the Beast King realm in the valley. That's right. Lu Ming came here to borrow the toad's strength. He wanted to use the toad's strength to disrupt the battle and seize the opportunity to snatch the spiritual herbs in the valley. Based on the medicinal fragrance that the spirit medicine gave off, Lu Ming speculated that it was very likely a level 5 spirit medicine. A level 4 spiritual herb definitely did not have such a fragrance. A level 5 spiritual herb. Lu Ming was excited at the thought of it. A level 5 spiritual herb was a rare treasure that even a beast king would want. If he had a level 5 spiritual herb, Lu Ming could cultivate the myriad spirit battle body and push his physical body to level 6. After pondering for a while, Lu Ming rushed into the valley. Croak. After a while, an earth-shattering cry was heard, and the grass and trees shook. Then Lu Ming rushed out of the valley as if his butt was on fire. Croak. A giant toad the size of a mountain rushed out of the valley and chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and appeared 10 miles away in an instant. Croak. The giant toad exerted its strength with its 4 limbs, and its enormous body rushed into the sky. It crossed 7 to 8 miles in an instant and landed heavily on the ground. Boom. Smoke and dust filled the air, and the ground cracked. Then, the giant toad rushed out of the smoke and dust again and pounced on Lu Ming. Lu Ming took another step forward, causing the giant toad to pounce on nothing. A man and a toad, one chasing and one escaping, were dozens of miles away in the blink of an eye. When the giant toad stopped and did not want to give chase, Lu Ming stopped as well and shot it. The giant toad was furious and continued to chase after Lu Ming. Soon Lu Ming came to the giant valley again. Lu Ming did not stop at all. He dashed toward the canyon directly. Who is it? With a loud shout, a few figures rushed out from below. One of them was the burly young man who was injured by Lu Ming. You again? You dare to come again? You're courting death. The burly young man roared when he saw Lu Ming. Whoosh, whoosh. A dozen figures rushed out from below. Boy, I won't let you go this time. The long-armed young man also rushed out. I brought you a gift. Don't thank me. Lu Ming smiled. What? The long-armed young man and the others were stunned. Croak. A loud roar came from afar. Then they saw a mountain-like figure rushing over from afar. That's... oh no, retreat. The long-armed young man's expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. Lu Ming smiled and dashed into the house. However, a few people in the flying Tiger Mountain range did not react in time, and were directly crushed by the giant toad. Boom. Chapter 388. Whoosh. Then, the giant toad's crimson tongue shot out. 5 or 6 geniuses from the flying Tiger Mountain range were caught by the tongue. Help me! 5 or 6 young men screamed in horror. The next moment, the giant toad's tongue retracted back into its mouth and stopped screaming. Lu Ming took the opportunity to rush into the canyon. Damn it, beast. Don't even think about it. The long-armed young man roared and rushed into the canyon. The rest of the people fled in all directions. Some ran out of the canyon, and some ran into the canyon. Croak. The giant toad cried and rushed into the canyon. Along the way, Lu Ming saw many corpses of demonic beasts. Wherever there were spiritual herbs, there would be powerful demonic beasts guarding it. The canyon was very wide and deep. It was formed by two huge mountains. The deeper he went, the stronger the fragrance of the herbs. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, a dozen demonic beasts rushed out of the canyon. These demonic beasts were very powerful. The weakest of them was Class 8 LV4. 7 or 8 of them were Class 9 LV4. 2 of them were even at the peak of Class 9 LV4. They were only one step away from becoming a half-step monster king. These were the most powerful demonic beasts in the canyon. The long-armed young man and the others were afraid of these demonic beasts and did not rush in. Whoosh! Lu Ming took a step forward. His figure suddenly soared into the sky and appeared high in the sky. Then he took another step forward. This time, his target was the deeper part of the canyon. Roar! Some demonic beasts roared and tried to stop Lu Ming, but he was too fast. They could not stop him in time. At this moment, the giant toad rushed in again. Croak! The giant toad roared and attacked both humans and demonic beasts. Suddenly, the giant toad and the dozen powerful demonic beasts were engaged in a chaotic battle. Damn it! Damn it! The long-armed young man roared. The people from the Flying Tiger mountain range were the first to be affected by the demonic beasts on both sides. A few more people were killed by the demonic beasts. The spiritual herbs are mine! The long-armed young man roared and used all his strength to rush out of the encirclement and into the depths of the canyon. At this moment, Lu Ming had already rushed into the depths of the canyon. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lu Ming was shocked, and then he was overjoyed. What appeared before his eyes was actually a medicinal field. Yes, even though an unknown amount of time had passed, one could still vaguely see that it was a medicinal field. There were 7 or 8 stalks of spiritual herbs growing in the medicinal field. Every stalk of spiritual medicine flickered with a faint spiritual glow, and every stalk emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. That's a 10,000-year-old blood ginseng and a phoenix-shaped Ganoderma. Lu Ming saw a few that he recognized at a glance. The 10,000-year blood ginseng was as thick as a child's arm. Its entire body was blood red, and it flickered with a blood-red light. It was obviously extraordinary. There was also a phoenix-shaped Lingji mushroom, which actually looked like a phoenix. It was vivid and lifelike, and its medicinal fragrance was extremely rich. These 2 spirit herbs were both level 5 spirit herbs. Furthermore, it looked like it had been around for a long time, and its medicinal power was extremely strong. There were a few other herbs that Lu Ming didn't recognize, but they didn't look any worse than the 10,000-year blood ginseng and the phoenix-shaped Lingji mushroom. They were definitely level 5 spiritual herbs. Upper level 5. These spirit herbs are definitely upper level 5 spiritual herbs. Even a martial king would drool if he saw them. Lu Ming's eyes were shining. Haha, with these spirit herbs, my physical body will be able to break through to level 6. Wait a minute, what's that? Suddenly, Lu Ming's gaze fell on a small tree in the depths of the medicinal field. This small tree was not tall, only a little more than a meter tall. There was not a single leaf on the branches, but there were 9 fist-sized fruits hanging from it. The fruits were bright red and sparkling. Around the fruits, there was a dense fiery red mist, as if a flame was burning and jumping. Could this be the red cinnabar fruit? Lu Ming's eyes suddenly widened, and he couldn't hide the crazy joy in his eyes. The red cinnabar fruit was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It was said that if a martial arts grandmaster consumed it, his cultivation would rapidly increase without any side effects. Haha, God is helping me. With the red cinnabar fruit, my cultivation will increase by a level. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Whoosh! At that moment, the long-armed young man was flying towards him. Then his eyes flashed. He had obviously seen the spirit herbs and the red cinnabar fruit in the medicinal field. Red cinnabar fruit, that's the red cinnabar fruit. With these 9 red cinnabar fruits, my cultivation will definitely reach level 8, or even level 9 martial arts grandmaster. Then, I won't have to be afraid of anyone in the Dongming ancient battlefield. The long-armed young man roared in his heart. But in the next moment, his face became ferocious and he shouted, "Bastard, what are you doing? These spirit herbs are mine." Lu Ming pounced on the spirit herbs. Is there something wrong with this guy's head? Hearing the long-armed young man's words, Lu Ming was speechless and twitched his lips. With a wave of his hand, a vast amount of true qi surged out and turned into true qi shovels that dug out the 7 spirit herbs. Lu Ming waved his hand again, and the spirit herbs were all stored in the Temple of Paragon. Then Lu Ming pounced on the 9 red cinnabar fruits. "Bastard, stop it!" The long-armed young man's eyes turned red, and he roared in a frenzy as he pounced on Lu Ming. Heaven's palm. Lu Ming struck out with his palm. This time, Lu Ming unleashed his strongest combat strength. Great Ape King's divine fist. The long-armed young man punched out. Boom. There was a terrifying vibration, and the heaven's palm was pierced through. However, the long-armed young man's body was stopped for a moment. Whoosh. Lu Ming was sent flying by the force of the fist, and he happened to pass by the red cinnabar fruit. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming kept the 9 red cinnabar fruits in the Temple of Paragon. Bam! Lu Ming's body slammed into the wall of the valley. His face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Hand over the spirit herbs and the red cinnabar fruits. The long-armed young man roared. Idiot! Lu Ming sneered and stepped into the sky. In an instant he appeared in the sky. Then he took another step and flew 10 miles away. Bastard! Bastard! Stop right there! The long-armed young man shouted hysterically. This was originally his opportunity. If he could use the red cinnabar fruit to increase his cultivation, he could use it as a foundation to fight for more resources. But now it was all taken away by Lu Ming. Lu Ming ignored him and executed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon without a trace. Damn it! Damn it! When I get out of the Dongming ancient battlefield, I'll lead a group of experts to the Cloud Emperor mountain range to find you and your family. I'll kill them all. The long-armed young man's eyes flashed with hatred. Then he gritted his teeth and pounced to save the other geniuses in the soaring Tiger Mountain range. Lu Ming was as fast as lightning. Soon he arrived at a quiet place 10,000 miles away. With a thought, he appeared in the Temple of Paragon. Now let's start cultivating the myriad spirit battle body. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He picked up the 10,000-year blood ginseng and started cultivating the myriad spirit battle body. Soon, the 10,000-year blood ginseng turned into wisps of myriad spirit qi and entered Lu Ming's body. Chapter 389. The effects of the level 5 superior grade elixir were too strong and rich. It constantly transformed into the aura of all spirits, nourishing Lu Ming's physical body. Lu Ming's physical body was glowing, sparkling, and dazzling. His qi and blood were full of vitality. A day later, the 10,000-year blood ginseng was completely refined. At this moment, Lu Ming's body trembled and his bones emitted crisp sounds. His muscles were as taut as steel wires, making buzzing sounds. His body was breaking through the bottleneck. After half a day, the strange phenomenon disappeared and Lu Ming opened his eyes. Rank 6 lower tier physical body. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly and he was delighted. After refining the upper LV5 spiritual medicine, Lu Ming's body had finally broken through. 6th grade physical body. Even some Martial King realm warriors had to specially cultivate their physical bodies in order to achieve such a level. What incredible power! Given his current fleshly body, combined with his Jinqi, how strong would he be? With a thought, Lu Ming appeared outside the Temple of Paragon. It was already dusk of the second day. I was safe last night. I was so stupid. I couldn't enter the Temple of Paragon because it was in danger. As long as I could enter the Temple of Paragon before night fell, I wouldn't have to dodge the attacks of the spirits. Lu Ming was stunned. He scolded himself for being stupid. Why did he have to fight with the spirits every night when he had the Temple of Paragon? Let's test my strength first. The demon-suppressing spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He shook the spear and struck the ground. Boom. There was a loud boom, and the ground shook violently. The ground cracked and debris flew. A spear-shaped trench appeared on the ground and extended forward. It extended for more than 200 meters before it stopped. A 10-meter deep and 200-meter long trench appeared on the ground. The power of a casual attack has increased a lot. Lu Ming was delighted. The attack just now was purely a combination of genuine qi and physical strength. He didn't use any martial skills or the power of wind and fire. Try something else. Next, Lu Ming added the power of wind and fire and started experimenting. After that, he continued to experiment with the 9 dragons ascending heaven steps and the heavenly path palm. It seems like my strongest battle prowess hasn't improved by much. I can't reach the level of a Battle 5 genius. After a round of experiments, Lu Ming came to a conclusion. When using the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, the impact on his physical body was quite significant. The breakthrough of his physical body had greatly increased the power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, but it still did not surpass the heavenly law palm, only close to the power of the heavenly law palm. On the other hand, the might of the heavens path palm did not increase by much. The power of the heavenly law palm was mainly due to the mysterious heavenly law aura. It did not have much to do with the physical body. Thus, the breakthrough of his physical body did not bring much improvement to the heavens path palm. However, that didn't mean that Lu Ming's battle prowess didn't increase. His basic battle prowess had increased by a large margin, and the power of his ordinary martial skills had increased by a large margin. It could be said that Lu Ming didn't need to use the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and the heavens path palm. He mainly added the power of wind and fire, and his casual attack could reach or even surpass the power of a Battle 4 genius. Moreover, this was a battle that could last for a long time, unlike the heavens path palm, which consumed a lot of energy. Although he didn't reach the level of a Battle 5 genius, Lu Ming was very satisfied. Continue to improve my physical body. In the next moment, Lu Ming returned to the Temple of Paragon and took out a level 5 spiritual medicine. He began to convert it into all spirit chi to improve his physical body. However, the energy required to improve his physical body to level 6 was too much. It was more than 10 times the energy required for a level 5 physical body. A day later, after Lu Ming had refined the spiritual medicine, his physical body had only improved a little. He didn't know how far he was from level 6 great achievement. Continue. Lu Ming continued to refine the spiritual medicine. Another 5 days passed, and the remaining 5 spiritual medicine were all refined. Lu Ming's physical body had only reached the peak of level 6 small achievement, and had not broken through to level 6 great achievement. The energy required is too terrifying. I don't know how much more energy I need to cultivate to level 7 physical body. Forget it, continue to refine those low-level spiritual medicine as well. After that, Lu Ming waved his hand, and a large pile of spiritual medicine appeared in front of him. It was like a small mountain. There were level 2, level 3 and level 4 spiritual medicine. They were all obtained from the storage rings of others he had killed. Refine. A strange aura appeared in Lu Ming's hands and enveloped a few hundred spiritual medicine. These spiritual medicine were too weak and couldn't be compared to level 5 spiritual medicine. Therefore, Lu Ming planned to refine a few hundred spiritual medicine at once. Buzz. Lu Ming operated the 1,000 spirit battle body technique. Some spiritual medicine shook and turned into ashes. The medicinal efficacy was absorbed by Lu Ming and transformed into 1,000 spirit chi, nourishing Lu Ming's physical body. In this way, Lu Ming continued to refine the spiritual medicine. Time flew and another 10 days passed. In these 10 days, Lu Ming had refined no less than 10,000 spiritual medicine of all levels. He had swept away all the spiritual medicine accumulated during this period. At this time, Lu Ming's physical body had reached the peak of level 6 great achievement, and was still a little bit away from level 6 great achievement. This made Lu Ming sigh. Cultivating the physical body really burned money. The value of so many spiritual medicine was simply unimaginable. However, the improvement of the physical body was not very great. Well, the physical body has reached this point. I'll stop for a while. Now, I'll improve my cultivation. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and he took out a red fruit. The 9 dragons' bloodline swallowed it, and refined it to improve his cultivation. The red fruit was indeed an invaluable treasure to improve one's cultivation. Its energy was extremely abundant, and it continuously refined genuine chi. Lu Ming's cultivation rose rapidly. Not long after, Lu Ming reached the late stage of martial ancestor realm late realm, and continued to improve. 3 days later, all 9 red fruits were refined. Lu Ming's cultivation broke through to the early stage of martial ancestor realm, early realm, martial ancestor realm. 9 red fruits. If it were someone else, they would be able to improve their cultivation by 2 levels. However, for me, it's not even 1 level. Lu Ming smiled wryly. Every time he improved, he would need a lot of energy. However, there was an advantage. The cultivation that the red fruits increased was extremely pure, and his foundation was stable. Lu Ming could continue to devour the blood essence of beasts to improve his cultivation. He did not need to spend time to strengthen his foundation. I've been in seclusion for more than 20 days. It's time to go out for a walk. Thinking of this, Su Mo left the Temple of Paragon. It was still daytime outside. Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and headed west. Next, Lu Ming wandered around during the day to look for opportunities. Before night fell, he entered the Temple of Paragon to comprehend the force and cultivate his martial skills. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. There were not many disturbances during these 7 days. There's a city in front. Lu Ming saw a city in front of him. Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and flew toward the city. This city is huge. Chapter 390. This was considered a big city in the Dongming ancient battlefield. Lu Ming noticed many figures in the air. With a slight movement, Zhang Xian landed in the city. He sensed that there were powerful auras surging in some of the buildings in the city. It was obvious that many young geniuses were cultivating in seclusion. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, and then walked toward the place with the most auras. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the center of the city. There were many people gathered there. Ancient remnant weapon, ancient remnant weapon. I obtained it in a secret place. It still contains a trace of spirituality. I want to exchange it for a piece of meteoric metal. An ancient pill recipe from the Dongming ancient battlefield. It must be a top-quality item. I only want an Earth-class superior martial technique. Take it. Lu Ming heard shouts as soon as he arrived. It was as if he had arrived at a market in the outside world. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment. He then pulled a young girl to the side and asked about it. The young girl was kind enough to give a rough explanation. Lu Ming was enlightened. This was equivalent to a small market. The first 3 months of the Dtion Divine Guard selection were for people to gain experience, find opportunities, and raise their cultivation. During this period, everyone might gain something and obtain some treasures. However, they might not be able to use them. Therefore, in some large cities, many geniuses would gather together and take out treasures that they didn't need to exchange for treasures that others needed. Therefore, there was a small market in front of him. Lu Ming's interest was piqued. He wandered around the place to see if he could find what he needed. There were about 500 to 600 people here. They were shouting nonstop. Moreover, the items they took out were also strange. It was an eye-opener for Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not see anything that interested him. Beast, it's you. Suddenly, a furious roar rang out. In the next moment, Lu Ming felt a cold aura shrouding him. Lu Ming quickly turned around and saw a few young men striding toward him. Lu Ming could not help but laugh. Wasn't this the long-armed young man from the Flying Tiger Mountain Range? They were really enemies on the road. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. At this moment, the long-armed young man's eyes were filled with hatred. He glared at Lu Ming and said, "Little bastard, I did not expect to meet you here. This time, I will not let you escape. Also, where are the spiritual herbs? Hurry up and hand them over. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death." The long-armed young man said sinisterly. "Are you stupid? So many days have passed, and you still have spirit herbs? It's already in my stomach and turned into shit. Do you want it? If you really want it, I still vaguely remember where it is. I can take you there. I just didn't expect your taste to be so heavy," Lu Ming said with a smile. Humiliation. This was a blatant humiliation. The long-armed young man's eyes turned red in an instant. The bloodline in his body burst out, and a violent aura rose up. Die, beast, die for me," the long-armed young man roared. Whoosh. Lu Ming soared into the sky and floated in the air, saying, "If you want to fight, come up." Whoosh. The long-armed young man also soared into the sky. Their actions naturally alarmed the others. That's Flying Ape from the Flying Tiger Mountain Range. He's the strongest person in the Flying Tiger Mountain Range. It's said that he's a triple battle genius. Who's the other person? He dares to fight Flying Ape? Is he also the strongest person in a certain area? I don't know him. The others discussed and stared at the sky with their eyes wide open. In the sky, Lu Ming and the long-armed young man, Flying Ape, stood opposite each other. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, the two of them moved at the same time. They turned into two streaks of light and charged at each other. Then they collided in the air like two meteors crashing into each other. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion, and the two figures retreated quickly. Kill Great Ape King's Divine Fist! Flying Ape roared again and charged at Lu Ming, throwing out a punch. A terrifying fist light instantly pierced the sky and blasted at Lu Ming. 9 dragons stomping the sky. Lu Ming's figure glowed as he stomped his foot forward. The space around his foot vibrated vigorously, which transformed into a violent force that surged forward. Bang! This time, an even more shocking tremor spread out. The momentum was vast and shocking to the extreme. Whoosh! Following this, a figure flew backward like a meteor. It was Flying Ape. Flying Ape has been defeated. Flying Ape has been defeated. Who exactly is he? How terrifying! Could he be a genius from one of the higher kingdoms? Didn't you notice? His cultivation is only at the early stage of the 6th-layer martial ancestor realm, but he was able to defeat Flying Ape. How many battles has he fought? Heavens, I wouldn't have realized it if you didn't mention it. It's true, isn't it too terrifying? Below him, the geniuses inhaled deeply. Flying Ape flew 1,000 meters in the air and stopped in mid-air. Blood flowed out from his mouth as his eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible! He let out a roar. He was a genius who had fought 3 battles, and was the strongest in the soaring Tiger Mountain range. Countless geniuses were trash in front of him. He had always been the one to defeat those with higher cultivation, but now, it was Lu Ming who had defeated him. He could not accept it. Nothing is impossible, die. Lu Ming let out a roar as he sprang into the air, and appeared above Flying Ape. He looked down from above and took a step forward. Bang! It was as if an ancient godly mountain was crashing down from the sky. Block it! Flying Ape let out a loud roar. At that instant, his body began to expand rapidly. His body was bulky and his arms were thick, making him look like a giant ape. It was a secret technique that could temporarily increase one's combat strength. Devour! Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline, and unleashed a powerful devouring force on Flying Ape. Flying Ape's body shuddered as he felt his bloodline and blood essence vibrating, as if they were about to leave his body. His aura dropped instantly. Bang! At that instant, the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps collided with Flying Ape. Flying Ape let out a cry of agony as his body fell to the ground like a cannonball. There was a large group of ancient houses there. Bang! Flying Ape crashed into the houses, causing the ground to tremble violently. Heaven's Path Palm. Almost at the same time, Lu Ming struck out with his palm. The Heaven's Path Palm condensed and slammed down. Ah! Flying Ape had just rushed out from below when he saw the Heaven's Path Palm coming at him. He immediately let out a cry of horror and despair. He was already injured and was no match for the Heaven's Path Palm. Like a fly, he was suppressed by the Heaven's Path Palm. There was another earth-shattering rumble as a large group of ancient houses were destroyed. Smoke and dust filled the air as gravel flew everywhere. Die! Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he continuously condensed a dozen spears in his hand. They were thrown out by Lu Ming and turned into a dozen lightning bolts that shot downward. Ah! There was a shrill cry, and then there was silence. There were many figures floating in the air above the city. At that moment, they were all stunned and their eyes were filled with shock. Chapter 391. What happened to the Flying Ape? Hundreds of pairs of eyes stared at the ground, waiting for the result. Soon, the dust settled and the scene below was revealed. First, there was a giant palm print that was dozens of meters long and wide. In the huge palm print, the Flying Ape lay there like a dead dog. There were several long spears that were condensed from spiritual chi piercing through his body and nailing him to the ground. The Flying Ape's eyes were wide open, and they were filled with indignation. However, he was no longer breathing. He was dead. The flying ape had been killed. He was the most powerful person in the area and a genius who had won 3 battles. He had been killed just like that. Everyone gasped and felt a chill run down their spines. Even in large regions and empires, 3 World War III geniuses were extremely rare. They were exceptionally powerful. If such a person did not die, it would not be a problem for him to break through to the martial king realm in the future. He might even reach a higher realm. However, he had died just like that. Everything was for naught. A general's success was built on thousands of bones. Every top powerhouse had stepped on piles of bones and other geniuses' corpses to reach their current heights. At that moment, the other young men who had come with the flying ape from the Flying Tiger mountain range were trembling in fear, and their faces were pale. They had left secretly. The flying ape was already dead. If they stayed, wouldn't they be courting death? Lu Ming could not be bothered with those small fries. He moved and appeared beside the flying ape's corpse. He used his true qi to sweep up the storage ring and devour the blood essence. Then Lu Ming soared into the sky and left. Lu Ming landed in the north of the city. He found a room and walked in. Then he appeared in the Temple of Paragon. During this period, he had obtained too many storage rings and had not carefully cleaned them. He had only roughly cleaned them and removed the spiritual herbs. As for the spiritual crystals and spiritual weapons, he did not have time to clean them up. During this period, Lu Ming had obtained many storage rings left behind by Martial Ancestor Realm 5 Martial Ancestor Realm, and above. There were too many things inside. Lu Ming checked them one by one. There were many lower spiritual crystals, middle spiritual crystals, and even upper spiritual crystals. A middle-grade spiritual crystal was equivalent to 100 lower-grade spiritual crystals. One upper spiritual crystal was equivalent to 100 middle spiritual crystals, or 10,000 lower spiritual crystals. Lu Ming put the spirit crystals into several storage rings. Lu Ming didn't count them carefully, but if all the spirit crystals were converted to low-grade spirit crystals, Lu Ming estimated that it would be no less than 1 billion spirit crystals. Yes, 1 billion spirit crystals. During this period of time, Lu Ming had accumulated too many spirit crystals, and had not spent them all. Lu Ming calculated that once the DT on Divine Guard selection was over, he would go out and purchase a large amount of demonic beast blood essence to raise the grade of his bloodline. Other than spirit crystals, there were also many spirit weapons. Of course, the spiritual grass had already been refined by Lu Ming. There were also some refining materials, secret manuals, and all kinds of miscellaneous things piled up in several storage rings. However, there wasn't anything too precious, and it wasn't of much help to Lu Ming. After these things were cleaned up, more than a day had passed. Lu Ming then left the Temple of Paragon and strolled on the streets. Swoosh, swoosh. However, not long after Lu Ming walked on the streets, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Figures flew over and stopped in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned. These people weren't in the same group, but in 3 groups. It was obvious that they were from 3 different forces. However, what was the meaning of these 3 forces standing in front of him? He had never seen these people before. Brother, please don't misunderstand. I am Han Valley's Han Lumu. One of the groups was mostly dressed in snow-white robes. Among them, a young man in his mid-20s cupped his fists and smiled at Lu Ming. Han Valley. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Lu Ming had heard of this region before. It was a small region not much bigger than the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Han Lumu's aura was extraordinary. He might be the strongest person in the Han Valley. I am Wu Hui from Mingyan Peak. I am Yi Tiannan from Yankai Lake. The other 2 groups of people cupped their fists at Lu Ming. Obviously, these 2 people were the leaders of their respective forces. Mingyan Peak, Yankai Lake? Lu Ming muttered. These 2 regions were also small regions, just like the Han Valley. However, Lu Ming had never interacted with people from these regions. Why were they looking for him? May I know your name? Han Lumu smiled. Lu Ming. Lu Ming said. There was nothing to hide about a name. So it's Brother Lu. We have something to discuss with Brother Lu. Can we talk in private? Han Lumu said and pointed to the sky. What's the matter? There's no harm in talking here. Lu Ming frowned and said, Brother Lu, this involves an ancient ruin. I'm afraid it's not good to let others know. Yi Tiannan from Yankai Lake whispered. Ancient ruin? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and felt even more strange. Could it be that these people were looking for him to ask for his help? All right. Immediately, Lu Ming nodded and flew into the sky. Han Lu Mu, Yi Tiannan, and Wu Hui also flew into the sky. Lu Ming was not afraid of any tricks. Although Han Lu Mu and the other two gave off a strong feeling, they were even stronger than the flying ape. However, Lu Ming was not afraid. Even if the three of them joined hands and he was no match for them, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to escape. Speak. Why are you looking for me? I don't believe that you guys would be so kind as to find me in an ancient ruin. In the sky, Lu Ming went straight to the point. Brother Lu, don't misunderstand. Because opening the ancient ruin requires 4 keys. The 3 of us each have 1 key, and the 4th key is in Brother Lu's hands. Han Lu Mu smiled. In my hands? Lu Ming was stunned. Haha, to be honest, Brother Lu, that key was originally on the flying ape. Since you killed the flying ape and took his storage ring, that key is naturally in Brother Lu's hands. Han Lu Mu smiled. So that's how it is. Lu Ming suddenly understood. Brother Lu, did you see a tiger-shaped palm-sized key in the flying ape storage ring? Han Lu Mu asked. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Then, with a move of his hand, a black palm-sized tiger-shaped iron token appeared in his hand. Is it this one? Lu Ming asked. When he was sorting out the items, he did find this iron token in the flying ape storage ring. However, he didn't know what it was used for, so he threw it aside. Could it be an ancient ruin key? It's this one. Han Lu Mu and the others were overjoyed when they saw it. Then their hands glowed and a dragon-shaped iron token, a tortoise-shaped iron token, and a phoenix-shaped iron token respectively appeared in their hands. The 4 keys have been gathered. That ancient ruin can finally be opened. Han Lu Mu was overjoyed. Chapter 392. It turned out that they had stumbled upon an ancient ruin. According to speculation, it was the cave of an expert from the Dongming ancient battlefield. However, the cave was covered with inscriptions, making it impossible to enter. Only by gathering all 4 keys could one enter. Previously, including Flying Ape, 3 people had arrived. They had been waiting for Wu Hui from Bright Beauty Peak. Until today, Wu Hui from Bright Beauty Peak had arrived. However, the tiger-shaped key had fallen into Lu Ming's hands. That was why they had come to find Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. That made sense. Brother Lu, now that you have the tiger-shaped key, you naturally have a share of the ancient ruin. How about we explore it together? Han Liu Mu said. All right, when do we depart? Lu Ming asked. In a few hours we can depart. Han Liu Mu and the others were overjoyed. Brother Lu, you can make some preparations. We'll meet outside the city in 3 hours. Yi Tiannan said. Lu Ming nodded. Then everyone dispersed. Lu Ming casually strolled around and returned to his previous room. He closed his eyes and rested. 3 hours later, his figure flashed and headed outside the city. When he arrived outside the city, he noticed that Han Liu Mu, Wu Hui, and Yi Tiannan had already arrived. There were a total of 100 people from the 3 forces. And Lu Ming was alone, which made him seem quite special. If Lu Ming had not killed the flying ape in a domineering manner a few days ago and displayed shocking combat abilities, most probably no one would take him seriously. Brother Lu, you're here. Han Liu Mu was overjoyed. Lu Ming nodded and said, Then let's depart. Immediately, more than 100 people rose into the air and flew towards the north. For hours later, they had already flown for more than 100,000 miles. The surrounding environment was getting more and more remote. There were mountains and ridges everywhere. After flying for another few thousand miles, a majestic mountain range appeared in front of them. This mountain range was endless, like a sleeping dragon. The group landed at the top of the mountain range. At the foot of the mountain, there was a huge stone door. The stone door was tightly shut. This is the ancient era's ruin. That stone door is the entrance. However, even after using all of our strength, we were unable to break open the stone door by even a tiny bit. We could only use the key to activate the inscriptions on the 4 statues to enter. Han Liumu pointed in front of the stone door. Lu Ming looked in that direction. True enough, he saw 4 statues outside the stone door. The 4 statues were the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. It corresponded to their 4 keys. Lu Ming, Han Liumu, Yi Tiannan, and Wu Hui looked at each other and flew forward. Lu Ming arrived in front of the white tiger statue. Then, a metal plate appeared in each of their hands. Open! The 4 of them shouted and activated their true qi. Their true qi poured into the iron plate. The 4 metal plates immediately emitted a hazy radiance. In the next moment, the 4 statues also began to emit light. Inscriptions appeared one after another, flowing with brilliant colors. The glow of the statue and the glow of the 4 iron medallions resonated with each other. Then, the light from the 4 statues gathered together and shot toward the stone door. Crack, crack. When the light hit the stone door, it began to emit cracking sounds and slowly opened. Ha ha ha, the ancient era's ruin has opened. We didn't wait for nothing. At this moment, an excited laugh came from the distant sky. Numerous black figures were rapidly approaching from afar. Not good, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. We've been targeted. Han Liumu's face changed. They're from the Serene Demon Palace. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. In the distant sky, the figures that were flying over at high speed were all dressed in black skeleton robes. Wasn't that the uniform of the Serene Devil Hall? Serene Demon Palace. It's the Serene Demon Palace. The geniuses from Hangu, Radiant Peak, and the other 2 forces exclaimed. Since you opened the ancient era's ruin, I can let you go. Hurry up and get lost. A cold voice came from afar. The people from the Serene Demon Palace were very fast. At first, they were still dozens of miles away, but now they were close and would arrive soon. Lu Ming sneered and reached out to grab the tiger-shaped key. His figure flashed and rushed toward the stone door like lightning. Who is it? Damn it, how dare you rush in? You're courting death. A furious roar could be heard. It's him? I can see that he killed a few of our junior brothers. One of them sent me an image. It's that brat. A cold voice sounded. Let's rush in too. Han Liumu gritted his teeth and rushed toward the stone door. Then, Yi Tiannan and No Return's forces rushed toward the stone door. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it only took a few breaths. Whoosh, whoosh. When Yi Tiannan and the others rushed through the stone door, more than 100 figures appeared in front of the stone door. They were all experts from the Serene Demon Palace. The person in the lead was slender and had a cold expression. His body exuded a terrifying aura. His aura was several times stronger than the flying ape. Charge! The cold youth ordered. In an instant, more than 100 people from the Serene Demon Palace rushed through the stone door. But once they entered the stone door, they couldn't help but stop. This was because there were 4 paths in front of them. They didn't know where they led. Eldest senior brother, what should we do? A 2-meter-tall young man looked at the cold-looking young man. This cold youth was the strongest expert from the Serene Demon Palace, Yu Feiyu. Split up and chase. Junior brother Feisher, you take some people and chase this path. Junior brother Fei, you take some people and chase this path. Yu Feiyu immediately ordered. Okay, I'll make whoever takes this path regret it. The tall youth shouted coldly and led 20 youths to the leftmost path. There was a path with a white tiger carved on it, and they disappeared in the blink of an eye. The others from the Serene Demon Palace also led their people and chased after the 3 paths. Once Lu Ming dashed through the stone door, he dashed toward the leftmost path without hesitation. It was the path with the white tiger engraved on it. The path was very long. After rushing for more than 10 miles, he found something strange. There were a few stone rooms on both sides of the path. Lu Ming walked in and took a look. He was a little disappointed. From these stone rooms, it wasn't difficult to tell that this should be an alchemy room. However, too much time had passed and everything inside had turned to dust. Even the alchemy furnace had decayed and nothing was left. Lu Ming didn't stop and continued to move forward. Suddenly, his body came to an abrupt stop. This was because he felt as if his body had suddenly become many times heavier. It was as if there was an endless pressure acting on his body. There's an inscription array in this area that produces an extremely strong pressure. It's not easy to walk, let alone fly. Lu Ming thought to himself. He tensed his body and circulated his true qi to resist the pressure outside, and continued to move forward. However, this greatly reduced Lu Ming's speed. Chapter 393. Lu Ming walked onto the platform and felt a wave of hot air blowing against his face. It was as if he was in a furnace. There was a deep pit in front of the platform, and the path ahead was blocked. In the deep pit, scorching heat waves were constantly rising. Lu Ming walked to the edge of the platform and realized that the deep pit was circular and had a diameter of at least 1,000 meters. There were flames at the bottom of the pit. The strange thing was that the flames had 3 colors. The flames danced in the air and were dazzling. Is this the tricolored primordial flame? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Tricolored primordial flame was a special flame in heaven and earth. It was much more magical than ordinary flames, and was much more powerful. There was another platform on the opposite side of the deep pit. There was a passageway in front of the platform that led to an unknown place. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. If he was outside, he would be able to cross the distance of 1,000 meters with a slight sway of his body. But here, he was suppressed by the inscription array. He could not even cross 100 meters, let alone 1,000 meters. Lu Ming then found 2 chains on the left and right sides of the deep pit. Could it be that I crossed through these 2 chains? Lu Ming pondered. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, there was a rush of footsteps. Then, more than 20 youths from the Serene Demon Hall appeared. The leader was the tall youth Euphasher. When Euphasher saw Lu Ming, he immediately roared. Brat, senior brother Feiyu said that you killed many disciples of the Serene Demon Hall. How dare you kill disciples of the Serene Demon Hall? You're courting death. Then, together with the tall youth, the 21 youths rushed toward Lu Ming. Each of the 21 youths exuded a powerful aura. Especially the leader, Euphasher, whose aura was extremely terrifying. Early stage of the martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming frowned. Euphasher's cultivation had reached the early stage of the martial ancestor realm. The other 3 youths had reached the peak of the martial ancestor realm. Their auras were even stronger than Fei Yuan's. Lu Ming did not doubt that each of them was a Battle 3 genius. Other than these 4 people, the remaining dozen or so people were not weak either. 21 people quickly closed in on Lu Ming. Die brat. Euphasher revealed a sinister smile as a brilliant sword light shot towards Lu Ming. There was no doubt that his terrifying attack power was displayed. He was definitely a Battle 3 genius. Don't take it head-on. Lu Ming's mind raced. An early-stage martial ancestor realm 8th layer martial ancestor realm cultivator, in addition to the triple battle genius, had surpassed him in terms of battle prowess. If he were to take the attack head-on, he would be at a disadvantage. Lu Ming's figure flashed, trying to avoid the sword light. Chi-chi in the next moment. The sound of air being torn apart was heard as dozens of sword lights enveloped him. 9 dragons stomping the heavens. Lu Ming took a step forward, and space trembled. Bang, bang. More than a dozen sword lights instantly shattered, but there were still a few sword lights that stubbornly held on, and continued to slash towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure flashed continuously. Poochie. There was still a sword light that hit him, leaving a sword wound on his chest that was bleeding profusely. Underworld demonic life and death sword. Die. Euphasher shouted as he slashed out with his sword. 1 black and 1 white sword light shot out, enveloping Lu Ming. There was no way to avoid it. This sword had completely locked onto Lu Ming, and there was no way to avoid it. Heaven's Path Palm. Lu Ming struck out with his palm, and a huge palm print blasted forward. Bang. First, it was the black sword light that emitted a sharp killing intent that collided with the Heaven's Path palm print. With a loud boom, the black sword light dissipated, but the Heaven's Path palm print was also pierced through. The white sword light flashed and continued to attack Lu Ming. Block it. His long spear shook, and the spear light shot out like a dragon. Boom. The spear light and sword chi swept out in all directions. The demon banishing spear in Lu Ming's hand actually bent, and an extremely powerful force surged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body involuntarily retreated. Behind him was the deep pit that contained the tricolored primordial fire. Lu Ming's body floated out of the platform, and his body was suspended in the air. Below him, a scorching aura surged up. At the critical moment, Lu Ming waved his hand, and a chain formed from true qi wrapped around the iron chains on both sides of the deep pit. Still want to struggle? Die. Yu Feisher slashed out a few more sword qi, aiming at Lu Ming's true qi chain. Puchi. The true qi chain was cut apart, and Lu Ming's body fell rapidly into the deep pit. You dare to kill someone from the Serene Demon Palace, and you'll be buried in a sea of fire. Consider yourself lucky. Yu Feisher watched as Lu Ming's body disappeared into the sea of fire, and he sneered. The tricolored primordial fire's temperature was terrifying. It was dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than ordinary flames. Lu Ming used his true qi to block it, but it was useless. His true qi began to burn. One should know that he cultivated the true qi of the true dragon of combat arts, which was much stronger than ordinary true qi. If he could not block it, ordinary true qi would be burned to ashes in an instant. Even so, Lu Ming could not hold on for long. Endless tricolored primordial fire burned fiercely in all directions, and it was extremely hot. Lu Ming's true qi was rapidly depleted, and some parts of his true qi were even burned through. The scorching flames surged in, and Lu Ming's body made sizzling sounds. If his body had not reached rank 6 upper tier, he would have been burned to a crisp. What should I do? If this goes on, I'll die. Lu Ming's mind raced as he tried to think of a way to escape. It was difficult to fly here. Lu Ming's body kept falling, and the lower he fell, the stronger the tricolored primordial fire became. If this went on, he would not be able to hold on for long. At this moment, something strange happened. Lu Ming's glabella glowed, and something suddenly rushed out. It's the stone egg. Lu Ming was shocked. Wasn't the stone egg that had rushed out of his glabella the heaven gate in the Qianjiang water region? He could sense a weak life aura from this stone egg. However, Lu Ming had used all kinds of methods, but could not make this stone egg react at all. Lu Ming had thought that this was a useless egg. But now, the stone egg had rushed out of the Temple of Paragon. Most importantly, he had placed the stone egg in the Temple of Paragon, and the stone egg had rushed out of the Temple of Paragon on its own. This was incredible. Buzz. The stone egg flew out and floated above Lu Ming's head. It shook slightly, and immediately, a cool aura spread out and enveloped Lu Ming. Immediately, Lu Ming felt that the flames around him had retreated, and he felt cool all over, without any heat. Although he was still falling, the tricolored primordial fire could no longer hurt him. His body continued to fall, and in the blink of an eye, he had fallen a few thousand meters. Suddenly, the surroundings changed, and Lu Ming rushed out of the tricolored primordial fire's area. Dozens of meters below, Lu Ming saw the ground. He flew down and landed on the ground. He looked up, and there seemed to be a barrier dozens of meters above, blocking the tricolored primordial fire. Where is this? Then Lu Ming looked around. Chapter 394. He found that the ground under his feet was not ordinary ground, but a kind of metal. It was a dark red metal with strange patterns engraved on it. The whole ground was made of this metal. Lu Ming walked to the side. After about 600 meters, he saw a wall. The wall was also made of this metal with patterns of flowers and plants engraved on it. Clang. Lu Ming took out a level 4 battle saber from a storage ring and slashed at the metal wall. The battle saber shook and bounced away. There was not even a mark on the metal wall. This can't be an alchemy furnace, right? Suddenly, Lu Ming had a bold guess. The whole deep pit and the surrounding metal walls made Lu Ming think of an alchemy furnace. An alchemy furnace with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters and a depth of several thousand meters. At the thought of this, Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. What kind of elixir was such a huge alchemy furnace used to refine? Buzz. At this time, the stone egg shook and flew in a direction. Lu Ming just realized that there was still this stone egg. Just now, Lu Ming's attention was attracted, and he forgot about the stone egg. This time, the stone egg seemed to have come to life like a living creature, which made Lu Ming very surprised. He had spent a lot of effort before, but there was no movement at all. Is there something here that attracted the stone egg? Thinking of this, Lu Ming chased after it. When he came to the center of the deep pit, the stone egg soared into the sky. The The surface of the stone egg was filled with a strange aura, and the tricolored true fire actually avoided it. The tricolored true fire avoided it, and a vacuum area was revealed. A golden elixir the size of a longan was suspended there. Lu Ming's eyes almost popped out. There was actually an elixir here? Moreover, this elixir looked too extraordinary. It was golden all over, like the legendary Great Tao Golden Elixir. On the surface of the elixir, there were real dragons and divine phoenixes flying around. It was very mysterious. Most importantly, Lu Ming felt that this pill contained an endless amount of energy essence. It was definitely a supreme treasure pill. Could it be that such a large pill furnace was used to refine this pill? Could it be that the stone egg's abnormality was also due to this pill? Obviously, the answer was yes. The stone egg crazily rushed to the side of the pill. Its round body was actually trembling slightly, as if it was excited. Then, a crack suddenly appeared on the stone egg. Like a mouth, it swallowed the golden pill in one gulp. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Then he wailed, "No, at least leave some for me." His cries were incomparably miserable. That pill was clearly a supreme treasure pill. Who knew how many years had passed, but its spiritual essence was still intact. From this point alone, one could tell how terrifying it was. If he took it out, it would definitely be worth a lot. But now, it had been swallowed by the stone egg. Wastrel! Lu Ming roared. Kacha-kacha. The stone egg chewed on the pill as if it was eating candy. Kacha-kacha sounds could be heard. At the next moment, Lu Ming saw traces of golden powder floating down from the stone egg. This was a trace of residue accidentally leaked out when it was chewing the pill. These fragments also rippled with powerful spiritual essence fluctuations. I can't waste it. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. He controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline, opened his mouth, and instantly sucked the residue into his mouth. Boom. Boom. When the residue was sucked into his mouth, Lu Ming felt as if thousands of volcanoes had erupted all of a sudden. Endless energy essence burst out, and the 9 dragons' bloodline swelled up like a balloon, almost bursting. Endless energy crazily swept over. It was really too powerful. Lu Ming was almost scared to death. He then shouted, "Refine, refine for me." He controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline and frantically tried his best to refine it. Huff huff. The 9 dragons' bloodline was 100 meters long in the shape of a flood dragon. At that moment, it had turned into a fat worm that had become round and bulging. A vast amount of energy surged into Lu Ming's body. This energy was extremely pure. There was almost no need to refine it, and it was converted into genuine qi. The cyclone in his dantian spun crazily. Lu Ming's cultivation started to soar crazily. Originally, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the early 6th stage of the martial ancestor realm. Now it was rising rapidly. In a few breaths' time, he had reached the late 6th stage of the martial ancestor realm. However, he had no intention of stopping and continued to soar. No, the energy is too strong. I can't convert it in time. Lu Ming realized that the speed of his cultivation was not as fast as the speed of the energy surging into his body. The majestic energy brought great pressure to his physical body and meridians. It was as if they were about to explode. Absorb, the bloodline is also absorbing. Lu Ming did not care anymore. He controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline and frantically absorbed the energy. With the absorption of the bloodline, the pressure on Lu Ming's body finally decreased. However, the speed of his cultivation was still terrifying. In just 1 minute, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th stage of the martial ancestor realm. Roar! At that moment, the 9 dragons' bloodline roared and 3 silver chakras appeared on his body. Level 3 King Class Bloodline. The 9 dragons' bloodline had leveled up. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This elixir might contain the blood essence of a supreme being. Otherwise, the 9 dragons' bloodline would not be able to level up. Lu Ming pondered. That was because ordinary energy could not level up the bloodline. However, this was a good thing. When the 9 dragons' bloodline leveled up, the devouring and refining power would be stronger, and the refining speed would be faster. Boom. 2 minutes later, Lu Ming's body shook and the cyclone spun crazily. 7th stage of the martial ancestor realm. In just a few minutes, Lu Ming's cultivation had increased by an entire level. This was simply unbelievable. However, it was not over yet. It was still going on. Roar. After a while, the 9 dragons' bloodline roared again, and another silver chakra appeared on his body. Level 4 King Class Bloodline. The 9 dragons' bloodline had leveled up again. If this was seen by others, they would probably be scared to death. Whoosh. Whoosh. After leveling up twice, the 9 dragons' bloodline finally withstood the pressure. Although its body was still round, it was no longer in danger of exploding. The leveling up continued. The early stage of the 7th stage of the martial ancestor realm. The middle stage of the 7th stage of the martial ancestor realm. Before long, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th stage of the martial ancestor realm. At that moment, the 9 dragons' bloodline had leveled up again and reached the 5th stage of the king class. It's time to level up the 2nd bloodline. Lu Ming had an idea. He began to control the 9 dragons' bloodline and transfer a large amount of energy to the 2nd bloodline. Lu Ming always felt that the 2nd bloodline was extraordinary. There was a huge stone tablet with fog on it. There seemed to be words on it, but they could not be seen clearly. Lu Ming repeatedly tried to comprehend something from the stone tablet, but he always felt that he was blocked by a mysterious force and could not comprehend it. Now the 2nd bloodline could only enhance Lu Ming's strength and defense. Chapter 395. Lu Ming was looking forward to the 2nd bloodline because it was awakened in his body. Unlike the 9 dragons' bloodline, which was awakened with the 9 dragons' blood essence. With the influx of surging energy, the chakra of the 2nd bloodline shone brighter and brighter. The energy of the 9 dragons' bloodline was about to be exhausted. A few more minutes passed. The 2nd bloodline vibrated and made a buzzing sound. On the basis of the original 4 silver chakras, the 5th chakra was condensed. The 2nd bloodline was promoted to the 5th tier of the king class. When the 2nd bloodline was promoted to the 5th tier of the king class, the fog on the stone tablet seemed to have faded a little. However, the words on the stone tablet could not be seen clearly. He could only vaguely make out that there were 3 words. At this moment, there was a roar in Lu Ming's body. An extremely powerful aura soared into the sky and made a big hole in the 3-colored genuine fire above his head. The 8th tier of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. Lu Ming broke through and reached the early stage of the 8th tier of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. At this time, the energy of the elixir residue was finally completely refined. Whoosh. Lu Ming opened his eyes and 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes and shot hundreds of meters away. The 8th tier of the martial arts Grandmaster realm is too powerful. Lu Ming was overjoyed when he felt that the genuine qi in his body was more than 10 times stronger than before. Not only that, but even the 2 bloodlines were continuously upgraded and reached the 5th tier of the king class. This saved Lu Ming a lot of blood essence. Moreover, the 9 dragons' bloodline had upgraded by 3 levels, and its devouring power was more than 10 times stronger. When it was used, the effect on others would be greatly enhanced. What kind of elixir is that? Its efficacy is too terrifying. It's just a little residue, but it can make my cultivation and bloodline improve crazily. How terrifying would it be if it was a whole elixir? Thinking of this, Lu Ming hurriedly looked up. A stone egg the size of a human head floated in the air, emitting an intense light. What was different from before was that the stone egg was now emitting a dense life force. It was not like before, when there was only a sliver of life force. What kind of egg is this? It can refine a whole elixir. This is too terrifying. Lu Ming shouted in his heart. He had only refined a small amount of residue and he almost exploded. If he were to consume the entire elixir, he had no doubt that he would explode instantly. However, the stone egg could refine the whole elixir, which was really strange. The vitality in the stone egg was getting stronger and stronger. What on earth is inside? Is it going to hatch? Lu Ming thought to himself as he looked at the stone egg with anticipation. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. After the stone egg emitted a burst of bright light, it quickly quieted down. To the stone egg. He didn't even hatch the pill. He refined an entire pill. And yet he didn't show off? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. At this moment, the stone egg floated down slowly and landed in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and tried to lift it, but it did not budge. Why is it so heavy? to the stone egg. Isn't this too heavy? Previously, it was only about 1,000,000 kilograms. Now it's at least 10 million kilograms. Lu Ming was shocked. What kind of egg is this? It's unbelievably heavy. Keep. Lu Ming wanted to keep the stone egg in the Temple of Paragon, but the stone egg didn't move in his hand. No way. I can't keep it. Lu Ming was speechless. He continued to try, but gave up after a while. He could keep it in the Temple of Paragon before, but now he couldn't even keep it in the Temple of Paragon, let alone a storage ring. It was useless. Don't tell me that I'm going to have to carry this stone egg that weighs tens of thousands of kilograms everywhere in the future? Then I'll die of exhaustion. Lu Ming widened his eyes and stared at the stone egg. He was speechless. But he couldn't bear to throw the stone egg away. The stone egg was too strange. Lu Ming couldn't bear to throw it away. Buzz. At that moment, the stone egg in Lu Ming's hand moved. It shone faintly and flew a few rounds in the air. At the same time, the stone egg shrunk rapidly. In the end, it shrunk to the size of a fingertip and landed on a strand of hair beside Lu Ming's ear. It hung on his hair and swayed. He couldn't feel its weight at all. This works too. Lu Ming's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. After a while, he was overjoyed. This was good too. It solved a big problem for him. Now, people from the Serene Demon Palace, wait for me. Lu Ming looked up with bright eyes. Immediately, Lu Ming walked to the side of the pill furnace and climbed up along the pill furnace wall. There was an inscription array here, so he couldn't fly. Lu Ming climbed up along the wall, like an ape. When he entered the three-colored primordial fire, the stone egg on his hair shone faintly and a cool feeling spread throughout his body. The three-colored primordial fire had no effect on Lu Ming. Soon, Lu Ming passed through the flames and returned to the platform. There was no one there. The people from the Serene Demon Palace must have entered the passage ahead along the two chains. Lu Ming moved. He stepped on the chains and rushed to the opposite side. When he reached the opposite side, he rushed forward. After a few miles, Lu Ming felt his body lighten. The pressure around him disappeared and Lu Ming could fly again. Whoosh! Lu Ming's speed increased by dozens of times and he rushed forward. In a few breaths, he rushed through the long passage. In front of him, there was a shout. Quick, quick, dig up these spirit herbs. Some of them are extinct in the outside world. If we bring them back to the sect to sell, they will be invaluable. A rough voice was heard. It was the voice of the tall youth from the Serene Demon Palace. Whoosh! Lu Ming rushed out and a wide grassland came into view. The grassland was hundreds of acres wide, and there were all kinds of spirit herbs on it. At a glance, there were level 1, level 2, level 3, and all the way to level 4 spirit herbs. There were all kinds of them, and they were full of vitality. Some of them were strange and Lin Fan had never seen them before. Medicinal field. This was a real medicinal field. However, there were no traces of level 5 spirit herbs. It's you. Lu Ming rushed out and naturally alarmed the people from the Serene Demon Palace. More than 20 pairs of eyes looked at Lu Ming. When they saw Lu Ming, they were stunned. Kid, you fell into the three-colored primordial fire and you didn't die. Yu Feisher exclaimed in disbelief. If you didn't die, how could I? Lu Ming smiled faintly and his eyes turned cold. Haha, kid, I don't know if I should call you stupid or brainless. I don't know what method you used to escape from the three-colored primordial fire, but since you escaped, you didn't take the opportunity to escape. Instead, you came here to die. You're the only one in the world. Yu Feisher laughed loudly. His tone was filled with disdain. Laugh all you want. You're about to die. There's no harm in laughing a little longer. Lu Ming smiled coldly. Kid, you're the one who's about to die. Clang. With a cold shout, a sword light slashed at Lu Ming. Chapter 396. Other than Yu Feisher, he was one of the most powerful experts from the Serene Demon's Hall. He was at the peak of the martial arts Grandmaster realm, and a triple battle talent. He was even more powerful than Fei Yuan. As the sword radiance flashed, the space trembled. First one. Lu Ming muttered. He moved his hand and his genuine chi formed a long spear. He thrust it at his opponent. Bam! As the long spear swept past, the sword radiance collapsed like a piece of tofu. The spear hit the expert hard. Bam! In an instant, the expert's eyeballs popped out. Before he could even scream, his body exploded. His flesh and bones were stimulated by the force and pierced through the experts from the Serene Demon's Hall. How could this be? Watch out. The people from the Serene Demon's Hall were shocked. Then chaos ensued. Their genuine chi exploded to block the flesh and bones that were piercing through them. Poof. Poof. It was as if bullets had hit their bodies. Instantly, more than a dozen disciples from the Serene Demon's Hall, who were weaker, had bloody holes in their bodies. They fell to the ground and screamed. How could this be? Euphasor shouted in disbelief. He had killed a triple battle talent who was at the peak of the martial arts Grandmaster realm in one move, and severely injured more than a dozen experts. How could this be possible? Even he could not do it. I have to thank you for this. Under the three-colored genuine fire, I had a fortuitous encounter, and my cultivation soared. Lu Ming looked at Euphasor and said with a faint smile. No, it's impossible. Euphasor shouted. He could not accept this. He had wanted to kill Lu Ming, but instead he had helped Lu Ming and allowed him to have a fortuitous encounter. How could there be such a thing in the world? When he thought of this, he was so depressed that he wanted to go crazy. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Boom. His figure moved, and he took a step forward. 9 dragons sky-stomping steps. An unimaginable force exploded from Lu Ming's feet. Block it. Block it for me. Euphasor roared and joined forces with the remaining 5 or 6 people to block with all their might. However, everything was in vain under Lu Ming's attack. Bam. Bam. Bang. Apart from Euphasor, the other disciples of the Serene Devil Palace screamed as their bodies exploded, including those who were injured. Roar. The bloodline of the 9 dragons flew out and devoured everyone's essence blood. Euphasor's situation was not much better. Under Lu Ming's attack, many of his bones were broken. He lay on the ground like a pile of mud. How could this be? Euphasor roared, finding it hard to bear. Lu Ming actually killed him because of his fortuitous encounter. This was simply too laughable. He really wanted to roar at the sky and ask the heavens why they were treating him like this. What's your name? You can go now, Lu Ming coldly said. With a flick of his finger, a spear light flew out and pierced Euphasor's throat. Lu Ming was now in the early stage of the 8th realm of the martial ancestor realm. He was close to being a Battle 5 genius. Killing Euphasor and the others was as easy as cutting grass. After killing Euphasor, Shaochen devoured his essence blood and put away the storage ring of the Netherworld Demon Palace disciple. Then Lu Ming looked around. There were all kinds of spiritual herbs in the herb field. However, they were all level 1, level 2, and level 3 spiritual herbs. The highest was level 4. Although there were some rare spiritual herbs, they were too low level and were not of much use to Lu Ming. Why aren't there any level 5 spiritual herbs? Lu Ming pondered. Then he took out Euphasor's storage ring and looked at it. He was overjoyed. There were more than a dozen level 5 spiritual herbs in Euphasor's storage ring. They emitted a strong medicinal fragrance. It was not that there were no level 5 spiritual herbs here, but that they had been dug up by Euphasor and the others. After taking another look at those low-level spirit herbs, Lu Ming began to pluck some of the level 4 spirit herbs. As for the low-level spiritual herbs, Lu Ming could not be bothered to pick them up. Even if there were less of them in the outside world, Lu Ming was not an inscription master and did not know how to plant them. After digging them up, they would probably die. After plucking the level 4 spirit herb, Lu Ming's figure moved and he headed forward. There was a passage at the end of the herb field. Lu Ming rushed into the passage and disappeared. At this time, in the depths of the ruin, there was a huge bronze palace. The gates of the bronze palace were tightly shut. At the entrance, there were 4 small statues of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird and black tortoise. They were about 1 meter tall. At this time, there were more than 100 people gathered in front of the bronze statues. Han Liumu, Yi Tiannan Wu Hui, and the others were among them. But at this time, they were in a sorry state. Especially Han Liumu, Yi Tiannan and the others. There were many injuries on their bodies. Their auras were weak and their faces were pale. The 3 factions originally had more than 100 people, but now there were only a few dozen people left. The others were all disciples of the serene demon palace in black robes. They surrounded Han Liumu and the others. "Yu Feiyu, we've given you the key to this ruin. Now can you let us go?" Han Liumu looked at the leader of the serene demon palace. This person was the strongest disciple of the serene demon palace. "Yu Feiyu, let you go? There are only 3 of the 4 symbols keys. We're still missing the white tiger key. Before the 4 keys are gathered, don't even think about leaving." Yu Feiyu sneered. "We've already said that the white tiger key is not with us." Han Liumu gritted his teeth. "I don't care about that. You came in together. Without the 4 keys, you can't enter the bronze palace. Stay here obediently." Yu Feiyu said indifferently. His tone was unquestionable. "Damn it, Yu Feiyu, don't go too far. You've already killed so many of our people. Now that we've given you the keys, you want to go back on your words?" Yi Tiannan roared. "Haha." Yu Feiyu sneered. His eyes were filled with mockery. "So what if I'm bullying you? Can you resist? In this world, the weak have no right to speak. Right now your fates are in my hands. Whether I let you go or not depends on my mood. Do you understand?" Yu Feiyu looked down at Han Liumu, Yi Tiannan and the others. His tone was filled with arrogance. "Kiki," Han Liumu gritted his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot. Humiliation. Incomparable humiliation filled their hearts. They were on the verge of exploding. However, they knew that if they resisted, they would die. Thus they could only endure it. Yu Feiyu glanced at Han Liumu and the others. Then he looked at the passage on the left and frowned. Yu Feishi still hadn't arrived. This made him somewhat unhappy. What's wrong with Yu Feishi? He took so long to deal with a small fry. This guy is getting more and more unreliable. A big-nosed youth beside Yu Feiyu said. Maybe he's delayed by something. Another person said. Could he have been killed? Hee, senior brother Feiyu, let me go check the situation. Chapter 397. Yu Feiyu nodded and ordered. Junior Fei, go and check the situation. Find Junior Feishi and tell him to bring the white tiger key to meet us. Yes. The big-nosed young man cupped his fists and was about to leave. At this moment a voice rang out. No need. Your junior brothers won't be able to come. Who is it? Yu Fei shouted coldly. Yu Feiyu and the others couldn't help but look at the passage on the left. A young man who was not even 20 years old walked out. Lu Ming. Brother Lu. Han Liumu, Yi Tiannan, and the others exclaimed when they saw the young man. This young man was Lu Ming. He followed the passage in the herb field and arrived here. When he arrived, he heard the conversation between Yu Feiyu and the others. It's you? Kid, you're still alive? The big-nosed young man shouted coldly. Nonsense, of course I'm still alive. Are you blind? Lu Ming curled his lips and reprimanded. The big-nosed young man's breathing stagnated and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Kid, it seems like Yu Feishi and the others didn't find you and let you escape. However, you came here. This is your fate. No one can save you. Hurry up and hand over the white tiger key. I'll give you a quick death. The big-nosed young man scolded with a haughty expression. There was a big guy who was as arrogant as you. In the end, I sent him on his way. It seems like I'll have to send you on your way too. Lu Ming smiled faintly, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. What? You killed Yu Feishi? Shameless boasting. I'd like to see how strong you are. The big-nosed young man stepped forward and his sword flashed. A cold sword light slashed towards Lu Ming's head. It was as fast as lightning. 8th stage martial ancestor realm. This big-nosed young man was no weaker than Yu Feishi. With a flick of his finger, the demon-banishing spear appeared in his hand. Just as Lu Ming was about to sweep out with his spear, at this moment, the stone egg hanging in his hair suddenly flew out and turned into the size of a human head. It ignored the sword light and sword aura, rushed past it, and smashed into the big-nosed young man's face. It just so happened to hit the big-nosed young man's nose. Gotcha. The big-nosed young man screamed and fell to the ground. Whoosh! The stone egg flew back and floated in front of Lu Ming, bouncing back and forth like a mischievous rubber ball. He seemed to be extremely excited. This. Lu Ming was tongue-tied and dumbfounded. Yu Feiyu, Han Liumu, and the others were dumbfounded. Is this even possible? What kind of stone is this? Lu Ming threw out a stone, and it actually injured the big-nosed youth with a single strike. What kind of treasure was this? At this moment, the big-nosed young man was lying on the ground, screaming in agony. His face was covered in blood, and the area around his nose had completely caved in. Even his facial features could not be seen clearly. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. How pitiful! This stone egg! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He stretched out his hand, wanting to grab the stone egg. Unexpectedly, the stone egg was very lively. It jumped a few times in the air, and landed on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming did not feel any weight at all. Haha, this stone egg is so lively. What is it? Lu Ming was even more curious. He suddenly felt that the pill had not been wasted. Attack together. Be careful of that stone egg. Yu Feiyu gave the order, looking at the stone egg on Lu Ming's shoulder with a grave expression. He was not confident that he could defeat the big-nosed young man with a single strike. Whoosh! Whoosh! With a flash, the disciples of the Netherworld Demon Palace surrounded Lu Ming and looked at the stone egg with fear. None of them wanted to be hit like that. As for Lu Ming, they instinctively ignored him. As for Han Liumu and the others, their eyes flickered with hope. They had already given up hope. Even though Lu Ming had arrived, they did not have much hope. They knew that Lu Ming's combat strength was about the same as theirs. It was impossible for him to be a match for the experts of the Netherworld Demon Palace. However, they did not expect that Lu Ming would throw out a stone egg and defeat the big-nosed young man with a single strike. This gave them hope. The stone egg on his shoulder glowed. Whoosh! Suddenly, the stone egg flew out again and smashed toward a 7th-stage martial ancestor realm genius. That genius was shocked. He roared and unleashed his full strength. His bloodline power and true chi erupted as he set up a dozen defenses. However, it was useless. Bang! The stone egg instantly passed through the defenses and smashed into the young man's head. The young man screamed as his head cracked open like a watermelon. He fell to the ground and died. A one-hit kill. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Especially the disciples of the Netherworld Demon Palace. Their faces were filled with fear. Even Yu Feiyu was shocked and fearful. Whoosh! After killing one of them, the stone egg flew back to Lu Ming's shoulder and jumped around excitedly. Let's attack together. That stone egg can only deal with one person at a time. Let's attack together and kill this bastard. Then, the stone egg will become an ownerless object, and we won't be afraid of it. Yu Feiyu shouted. Kill! Kill! 70 to 80 disciples of the Netherworld Demon Palace charged toward Lu Ming. Instantly, 70 to 80 rays of sword chi surrounded Lu Ming from all directions. The space around them boiled and was stirred up by the sword chi. The power of 70 to 80 geniuses attacking at the same time was too shocking. Then, all of you can die. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming's second bloodline power was unleashed, greatly increasing his strength. At the same time, the 9 dragons' bloodline power flew out and opened its mouth to roar. A terrifying devouring power erupted and enveloped the disciples of the Netherworld Demon Palace. Suddenly, not good. My bloodline power is leaving my body. My essence blood is unstable. It's going to rush out of my body. The disciples of the Netherworld Demon Palace screamed in fear. In an instant, the sword chi became chaotic. Now that Lu Ming's cultivation had improved greatly and his 9 dragons' bloodline power had risen by 3 levels, how terrifying was his devouring power! Those whose cultivation levels were lower than Lu Ming's were almost unable to control their bloodline power, and were sucked out of their bodies. They were unable to unleash much of their combat strength. 9 dragons stomping the sky. At that moment, Lu Ming executed the 9 dragons stomping the sky steps. Boom! The entire space trembled. Then bam! Bam! The disciples of the Netherworld Demon Palace exploded like rotten potatoes. Drops of essence blood flew into the mouth of the 9 dragons' bloodline power. 81 people. With this stomp, 81 people were killed. Only Yu Feiyu and 3 other disciples of the Netherworld Demon Palace were still alive. The 3 of them were all martial ancestor realm 8 and above, but they were half dead. Even Yu Feiyu was in the same state. He was the number 1 genius of the Netherworld Demon Palace. His cultivation level had reached the mid-stage martial ancestor realm 8, and his combat strength had surpassed that of the 3 battle geniuses. However, under Lu Ming's stomp, he was still severely injured. He knelt on the ground and vomited blood. How could this be? How could this be? Yu Feiyu screamed hysterically as if he had gone mad. He found it hard to accept this. With one move, the most elite disciples of the Netherworld Demon Palace were all killed. How could he be so powerful? Chapter 398. Could it be that Lu Ming had been hiding his strength all this time? Yu Feiyu felt like he was dreaming. Brother, let me go. Please let me go. I can give you everything I have. Yu Feiyu cried out. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to die at all. He was the strongest among the younger generation of the Serene Devil Hall, and he would definitely inherit the position of Hall Master of the Serene Devil Hall in the future. He would become the overlord of a large region, ruling over vast mountains and rivers, millions of citizens, and countless beauties. He could get whatever he wanted. With such a great future in front of him, how could he be willing to die? Compared to his life, what was face? Let you go? After I kill you, won't your belongings be mine? Lu Ming sneered. No, don't kill me. I know of a treasure. As long as you let me go, I'll tell you the location of the treasure. Yu Feiyu cried out. On the side, Han Liumu, Yi Tiannan, and the others watched this scene with complicated feelings. Yu Feiyu, who was high and mighty and controlled their lives, was now begging for mercy in front of Lu Ming like a dog. How quickly the world changed. It was truly miraculous. This was the change brought about by strength. In the martial world, the strong were supreme. Only the strong could rule over everything. It was no wonder that most cultivators wanted to increase their cultivation, not hesitating to take risks. Treasure? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Then tell me the location of the treasure first. Promise to let me go first, then I'll tell you the location of the treasure. Yu Feiyu cried out, his eyes flickering. Seeing that Lu Ming seemed to be interested in the treasure, his heart was filled with hope. He was thinking about how to negotiate with Lu Ming. But in the next moment, whoosh! A spear light shot out, piercing through Yu Feiyu's heart. The powerful energy crushed Yu Feiyu's heart. Why? Yu Feiyu cried out in despair. His eyes popped out like a dead fish's, filled with disbelief. Even in his dreams, he couldn't understand why Lu Ming would suddenly want to kill him. Wasn't her heart already moved? Let's not talk about whether what you said is true or not. Even if there is such a treasure, I won't let you go. I don't want to leave behind future troubles because of an unknown treasure. A faint voice sounded from Lu Ming's mouth. Yu Feiyu roared unwillingly and stopped breathing. After that, Lu Ming's figure flickered as he killed the remaining disciples of the Serene Devil Palace. At the same time, he did not let go of any of their storage rings and blood essences. On the side, Han Liumu, Yi Tiannan, and the others were dumbstruck. Brother Lu, thank you for saving me. Han Liumu stepped forward and cupped his fists at Lu Ming in gratitude. Nothing. I was just passing by, Lu Ming said indifferently. Then he walked towards the entrance of the Bronze Palace. Han Liumu and the others watched from behind and didn't follow. Lu Ming walked to the entrance and waved his hand. Instantly, 4 keys appeared in his hand. Lu Ming didn't return them to Han Liumu and the others. He got them from Yu Feiyu, so naturally, they were his spoils of war. He wasn't so kind as to return them to Han Liumu and the others. Buzz. As soon as the 4 keys appeared, they aimed at the 4 statues and flew into their mouths. Crack! The entrance of the Bronze Palace slowly opened, revealing the dark environment inside. Lu Ming did not hesitate. In a flash, he dashed into the door and disappeared. Behind him, Han Liumu, Yi Tiannan, and the others looked at the entrance with uncertain expressions. Brother Han, are we going in? Yi Tiannan asked Han Liumu. Han Liumu's eyes flickered as if he was hesitating. After a while he sighed and said, You've all seen Lu Ming's strength. It's unfathomable. I think he was hiding his strength when he fought with the flying ape. He's definitely a peerless monster from some super region. This kind of person's temper is unpredictable. If we go in and make him unhappy, we'll die in his rage. Han Liumu looked at the entrance with fear in his eyes. I agree with Brother Han's opinion. This kind of person isn't someone we can provoke. Let's leave this place. Wu Hui also said. Yi Tiannan sighed. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Immediately, Han Liumu and the others left one by one. They went back and searched for treasures along the way. There was a deathly silence in the bronze hall. After Lu Ming rushed into the entrance, he saw a large hall. There were several large alchemy furnaces in the hall. However, these furnaces were all corroded and had lost their spirituality. Lu Ming walked around the hall but found nothing. There was another bronze door at the back of the hall, but it was closed. Lu Ming pushed hard. With a click, the bronze door opened. There was no need for a key. The bronze door opened and Lu Ming walked in. This was a room that looked like a secret room. It was much smaller than the hall. There were 2 shelves on both sides. On the shelves there were some bottles and jars. In the middle of the room, there was an alchemy furnace. On the side there was a table. Lu Ming first walked towards the shelves and picked up the bottles and jars. Unfortunately, although there were pills inside, they had turned into ashes under the corrosion of time. All the pills and spirit medicines were useless. Lu Ming was greatly disappointed. He walked toward the table again. On the table, there were 2 things. A box made of unknown material. It was unknown how many years had passed, but it was still intact. Lu Ming picked up the box and opened it to take a look. Suddenly he was stunned. In the box, there were dozens of crystals. Each of them was about the size of a longan. Moreover, they were divided into many colors. Some were yellow, some were blue, some were red, some were green. The most important thing was that each crystal was emitting a mysterious aura. It was similar to force, but it was many times more mysterious than force. Lu Ming reached out and picked up a fiery red crystal. After carefully examining it, his body trembled slightly. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. This is an ultimacy crystal. Haha, this is definitely an ultimacy crystal. Lu Ming almost laughed out loud. He had never imagined that he would be able to find ultimacy crystals here. Moreover, there were dozens of them. An ultimacy crystal was born from the ultimacy of heaven and earth. It would take a long time to produce one. An ultimacy crystal contained a rich intent of heaven and earth. It could be used to comprehend the intent of heaven and earth. After one's force reached perfection, if one used an ultimacy crystal to comprehend intent, one could quickly comprehend true intent. If a martial king used an ultimacy crystal to cultivate, it would greatly speed up the comprehension of intent. It could be said that an ultimacy crystal was a treasure that even a martial king would covet. Ultimacy crystals were divided into various attributes. For example, wind attribute ultimacy crystal, fire attribute ultimacy crystal, thunder attribute ultimacy crystal. However, regardless of the attribute, an ultimacy crystal could be sold for at least 1 billion lower spiritual crystals in the market. Chapter 399. Lu Ming counted carefully. There were a total of 29 ultimacy crystals. I'm rich, I'm rich, I'm rich. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. He didn't need anything else. Just these Upanishad crystals were enough to make him rich. Lu Ming closed the box and kept it in the Temple of Paragon. Then Lu Ming picked up the book and flipped it open. This time Lu Ming was a little disappointed. This was not a cultivation technique manual, or a martial technique manual. It was a book about alchemy. It seemed that this ruin was the residence of an alchemy master. Everything about it was related to alchemy. Lu Ming did not know much about the Tao of inscription. After flipping through a few pages, he put it away. Then he walked toward the alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace was as tall as a person. It was simple and unadorned. There were various patterns of flowers and plants carved on it. However, it looked black. Although it did not decay like the other alchemy furnaces, it did not seem to have any spirituality. Forget it, I'll keep it first. I might be able to sell it for a good price. Lu Ming smiled and put the alchemy furnace into a storage ring. Lu Ming walked one round, and did not find anything. He walked out of the bronze hall, and found that Han Liumu and the others were no longer there. Lu Ming smiled and did not mind. He casually chose a path and walked out. After leaving the ruin, Lu Ming did not stay any longer. He turned into a ray of light and flew back to the city. When Lu Ming returned to the city, he heard a piece of shocking news. The dragon's cave was opened. Dragon's cave? Lu Ming was shocked. The dragon's cave was said to be the nest of a dragon. A long time ago, a true dragon lived there. It was a very famous magical place in the Dongming ancient battlefield. However, the dragon's cave and the surrounding area were all covered by the runes. It could not be opened normally. It was said that even the experts of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace could not open it. The last time it was opened was a few thousand years ago. Now it was opened again? That was a peerless land of treasures. It was said that there were countless spiritual herbs, and even secret treasures left behind by the true dragon. Everyone's heart was burning with passion. They all left the city and headed towards the dragon's cave. Dragon's cave. We can't miss it. Lu Ming whispered, his eyes shining brightly. He cultivated the true art of the dragon of war, and the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, awakening the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Everything was related to dragons. Now that he had encountered a dragon's den, how could he miss it? The true dragon battle art had been stuck at the 5th level for a long time, and it was difficult to advance. If he could obtain a treasure related to the true dragon, he might be able to advance to the next level. At that moment, Lu Ming also rose into the air and headed in the direction of the dragon cave. The dragon's den was located in the western part of this place, in a vast mountain range. It was over 1,000,000 li away from this place. Lu Ming sped forward, and when night fell, Lu Ming entered the Supreme Divine Palace. Then he took out the level 5 elixirs he had obtained from Euphasure and the others. He activated the Myriad Spirits battle body and began to strengthen his physical body. Lu Ming's physical body improved rapidly again. The next day, Lu Ming continued on his way. Boom, boom. When Lu Ming passed by a forest, he heard a roar in front of him. There was a battle. Lu Ming moved like a ghost and jumped into the forest. The roar became louder and louder, and Lu Ming quickly approached. He then flew onto a large tree and hid in the leaves, looking forward. Thousands of meters away, more than 100 figures were surrounding a single figure. Jian Fengyan. Lu Ming immediately recognized the figure who was surrounded. It was Jian Fengyan, the genius who was ranked first on the Emperor Cloud leaderboard. And Prince Sky Snake, Blue Cloud Dao Yin Feishuan. Lu Ming looked around and saw Prince Sky Snake, Blue Cloud, and the others among the people who had surrounded Jian Fengyan. Not only that, but there were also geniuses from the Thousand River region. Lu Ming saw Li Qiushui, Jiang Chun, and a young man who was ranked 18th in the Thousand River region, and had left a scar on Jian Fengyan's face. There were also many experts from the Thousand River region that Lu Ming did not know. Jian Fengyan, I advise you to stop struggling. Today you will die. Prince Sky Snake sneered. Sky Snake, you are despicable. How dare you join the Thousand River region and become their lackeys? I, Jian Fengyan, am ashamed to be with you. Jian Fengyan shouted angrily. At this moment, there were more than 10 wounds on his body that were dripping with blood. Jian Fengyan, don't be so harsh with your words. This is called, a wise man submits to circumstances. The geniuses of the Thousand River domain all have the potential of dragons and phoenixes. They are all peerless geniuses. How can we compare to them? Jian Fengyan, if you surrender now, I can help you ask for mercy and spare your life. Prince Sky Snake shouted. Prince Sky Snake was arrogant and thought that he was a rare genius. However, after entering the Dongming ancient battlefield, he realized that he was wrong. There were too many geniuses. Any one of them was not weaker than him, and there were many who were stronger than him. Especially when they encountered the experts of the Thousand River region, he immediately surrendered. Of course, Blue Cloud Dao, Yin Feishuan, and the others also surrendered. As the lackeys of the Thousand River region, they killed those who did not surrender on the Emperor Yun list and besieged Jian Fengyan. This Sky Snake is quite suitable as a lackey. In the crowd, a young man in a blue robe with a large river embroidered on it smiled faintly. Brother Wan is right. The reason why I did not kill them was because I thought that using them would allow me to better control the Cloud Emperor mountain range. It is better than killing them. With his talent, he appeared to be very respectful when he stood next to this young man. That's right. The young man in blue nodded. At this moment, Jian Fengyan was furious and shouted, Wei Sky Snake, You are shameless and cowardly. Why would I, Jian Fengyan, be afraid of death? You are just a bunch of lackeys. Enough. Young Master Sky Snake shouted angrily. Being called a lackey by Jian Fengyan left and right, young Master Sky Snake's face flushed red. Jian Fengyan, this is all your fault. There's also that bastard Lu Ming. You're blind and audacious. How dare you offend the geniuses of the Qianjiang waters? You're the one who caused all of this. Do you know that? If you had obediently surrendered to the geniuses of the Thousand River region, none of this would have happened today. Young Master Heavenly Snake roared hysterically. That's right, Jian Fengyan. You have only yourselves to blame for this. You failed to recognize Mount Tai, especially that little bastard Lu Ming. He actually dared to injure the elites of the Qianjiang waters. Blue Cloud Dao shouted. Ha ha ha, a group of scum. You're shameless. Back then, I should have killed all of you with Lu Ming. Jian Fengyan laughed loudly. Jian Fengyan, you don't have the chance now. Prepare to die. And that bastard Lu Ming will die sooner or later. You two will accompany him then. Prince Sky Snake sneered. Is that so? I am right here. Let's see how you are going to kill me. Chapter 400. A voice was heard, and a figure walked out from a tree step by step. The figure was naturally Lu Ming. Who is it? Everyone's expression changed and hundreds of pairs of eyes looked towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's you? Young Master Tianxi Lan Yundao, and the rest could not help but exclaim when they saw Lu Ming. Haha, Lu Ming, I don't know if you're stupid. You actually dared to walk out on your own. I admire your intelligence. But this is good too, it saves us the trouble of looking for you. Blue Cloud said with joy on his face. Little bastard, are you here to beg for mercy? It's too late to beg for mercy now. How about this, if you agree to be my dog for 20 years, I can ask the supreme talents in Qianjiang Water region to spare your life. Li Qiushui sneered. He looked at Lu Ming with a cold and vicious gaze. He wanted to tear Lu Ming into pieces. He thought that Lu Ming had come out to beg for mercy. However, how could he agree so easily? He wanted to humiliate Lu Ming before he killed him. Where did these retards come from? Lu Ming glanced at Blue Cloud, Li Qiushui and the others and said indifferently. This sentence, coupled with Lu Ming's disdainful expression, almost made Lan Yundao and Li Qiushui's mouths crooked. Courting death, you're courting death. Li Qiushui roared. Lu Ming, hurry up and leave. You must expose Prince Sky Snake, Blue Cloud and the others' shameless actions to the public. Don't let the world be deceived by them. Jian Fengyan shouted. Don't even think about it. Young Master Tianxi, Lan Yundao and the others' faces fell. What they had done could not be spread out. Otherwise, there would be no place for them in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Swoosh, swoosh. Prince Heavenly Snake and Blue Cloud said. Ji Ruffing, Yang Liuji, and the others moved, pouncing towards Lu Ming. But Lu Ming stood there motionlessly with a faint smile on his face. Figures flashed. Young Master Heavenly Snake and 10 odd people surrounded Lu Ming. Ha ha ha, let's see where you can run now. Young Master Sky Snake sneered. Alas! Seeing this, Jian Fengyan let out a long sigh. There was despair in his eyes. Lu Ming was surrounded. Young Master Heavenly Snake and the rest's despicable actions were no longer spread by anyone. Could it be that the Cloud Emperor mountain range would fall into the hands of these people in the future, and then be easily controlled by the Qianjiang Water region? Jian Fengyan was truly unwilling to accept this. Lu Ming, you ran away last time. Let's see how you're going to run this time. Blue Cloud sneered at Lu Ming. Oh, if you have the ability, then come at me. Do you believe that I won't slap you to death? Lu Ming glanced at Blue Cloud and said. Lu Ming, don't be arrogant. See how I'll kill you. Lan Yundao shouted with a confident look on his face. Boom. A powerful aura rose from Blue Cloud's body. Early stage martial ancestor realm 7th realm. During this period, Blue Cloud's cultivation had made another breakthrough and reached the early stage martial ancestor realm 7th realm. It was no wonder that he was so confident. Haha, Lu Ming, die. I'll kill you like killing a chicken. Blue Cloud laughed. Blue light burst out from his body and a resplendent saber light slashed towards Lu Ming. He was indeed much more powerful than before. Everyone in the Qianjiang water region sneered and gloated. But in the face of such a saber light, Lu Ming remained motionless. Don't tell me you're stunned after seeing blue clouds break through. Young Master Heavenly Snake laughed softly. Die Lu Ming. Go to hell. Yang Liuji roared. He was about to see Lu Ming die in front of him, and he felt extremely comfortable. Ever since he met Lu Ming in the remains of Imperial Yun Palace, he had been suppressed by Lu Ming. He had always hoped that Lu Ming would die. Now his wish was finally going to come true. Swoosh. The blue saber light was like a blue gem. It was crystal clear and powerful. It was about to hit Lu Ming's head. At that moment, Lu Ming moved. What was even more shocking was that he actually slapped out. Bam! A slap landed on the blue blade light. The blue blade light was like a bunch of fragile bubbles, bursting with a loud bang. Then the slap didn't stop, slapping towards Lan Yundao's face. Smack! A crisp sound rang out, and Lan Yundao cried out in pain. His body spun a few times in the air under the force of the slap, and then fell heavily to the ground. Lan Yundao glared at Lu Ming, his eyes filled with disbelief. The next moment, with a poof, Lan Yundao's body was torn into pieces and fresh blood flowed all over the ground. Dead. Blue Cloud was dead. He was slapped to death by Lu Ming. This. Young Master Tianxi, Yang Liuji Yin Feishuan, and Li Qiushui stared with their eyes bigger than eggs. Their mouths were wide open. How is this possible? You cheated. You must have cheated. After a while, Yang Liuji reacted and shouted hysterically. Blue Cloud, who was many times stronger than him, was slapped to death by Lu Ming. How could Lu Ming be so strong? He found it hard to accept. On the other side, Feng Xinyu, the blue-robed young man, and the other geniuses of the Qianjiang water region looked solemn. You're just an ant. You're so annoying. I'll send you to accompany him. Lu Ming glanced coldly at Yang Liuji. No. Yang Liuji was horrified. He quickly retreated, and was almost scared out of his wits. However, swoosh! A spear radiance burst out and pierced through Yang Liuji's throat. Yang Liuji held his throat tightly. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. In the end he fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Now it's your turn. Lu Ming looked at young Master Tianxi, Yin Feishuan and the others. Young Master Tianxi and the others were shocked. Lu Ming, don't be arrogant. The geniuses of the Qianjiang water region are here. How can you be tolerated? Young Master Tianxi shouted. Lu Ming's combat strength made his heart tremble. Although he was stronger than Blue Cloud, it was impossible for him to kill him with one slap. Lu Ming's combat strength was definitely above his. Kill. I must kill him with the help of the Qianjiang water region. Otherwise, there will be another Jianfengyan in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. I won't be able to stand out. Young Master Tianxi roared in his heart. He looked at Lu Ming with jealousy in his heart. Qianjiang water region? They won't be able to leave. Lu Ming smiled faintly. However, his words caused an uproar in the Qianjiang water region. What? What does this kid mean? Could it be that he wants to spare our lives? What an arrogant kid. He's a frog at the bottom of a well. He thinks he's invincible just because he has some skills. This kid deserves to die. He dared to talk back to us before entering the Dongming ancient battlefield. We can't let him live. Cold voices were heard in the Qianjiang water region. Even Jianfengyan was stunned. He did not know what Lu Ming was trying to do. On the other hand, young Master Tianxi, Yin Feishuan, and the others were overjoyed. Lu Ming was really stupid to be so arrogant. They did not need to do anything now. The geniuses of the Qianjiang water region would not let him go. As expected, I'll kill you. Chapter 401. This young man was wearing a purple shirt and boots, with a purple jade belt around his waist. Even his combat sword was purple in color. His entire being exuded a noble aura. Zidong, the one ranked 19th in the Qianjiang water zone. As soon as this young man appeared, someone exclaimed softly. Ranked 19th in the Qianjiang water zone, he was already an expert on the same level as Jianfengyan. Zidong was very arrogant. He looked coldly at Lu Ming and exuded a powerful aura. He said, Lu Ming, although your combat strength is not bad, you are too arrogant. However, I can give you a chance. If you can take 3 of my attacks and not die, I can consider sparing your life. Take 3 of your attacks and not die? Haha, you are really full of confidence. If you want to fight, do it quickly. I can give you a chance to use your sword. You better use all your trump cards. After that, you won't have a chance. Lu Ming said indifferently. Who didn't know how to be arrogant? How arrogant? Then die. Zidong's killing intent burst forth, and his body emitted a strong purple light. Extreme purple sword technique, sword from the east. Zidong roared and unsheathed his combat sword. In an instant, the sky was filled with purple chi. Immediately after, in the purple aura, a purple sword gleam pierced toward Lu Ming like a flying immortal from outer space. It was so fast that it left a long trail in the sky. Bam! However, what greeted him was Lu Ming's kick. Lu Ming's kick did not use the 9 Dragons' Heaven Stomp. It was just an ordinary kick, but it contained powerful genuine chi, as well as the power of wind and fire. With this kick, the purple sword light shattered, and the kick landed directly on Zidong's face. In an instant, Zidong's face was deformed. He did not even have time to scream before he was sent flying backward. He crashed into 7 or 8 trees and slid on the ground, leaving a deep trail. He lay 1,000 meters away, his body twitching. He was breathing more than he was inhaling. His gasps could be heard. Everyone stared at Lu Ming in a daze. This was too overbearing, wasn't it? He had kicked Zidong to the brink of death with just one kick. What kind of combat power was this? Young Master Heavenly Snake, Yan Feishuan, and the others swallowed their saliva. They felt cold sweat drenching their backs, and their limbs were trembling. They couldn't help but wonder what would happen if Lu Ming kicked them in the face. Jian Fengyan was also in a daze. Then a hopeful look appeared in his eyes. Lu Ming's strength had exceeded his expectations. The young man in the blue robe and the 5 or 6 young men beside him wore stern looks. I told you, you only have one chance. Lu Ming glanced at Zidong nonchalantly, and then stopped looking at him. Humph, you're only an 8th layer martial ancestor realm cultivator. Among us, at least 6 of us are on par with you, and many of us are capable of killing you. Inside the Thousand River region, a young man snorted coldly. His body emitted a cold murderous intent. Oh, who doesn't know how to talk big? That guy said the same thing. In the end, he couldn't even take one kick from me. I think you guys at the Thousand River region can only talk big. When it comes to fighting, you're all trash. Lu Ming gave the people of the Thousand River region a provocative look. Presumptuous. You're courting death. Instantly, the people of the Thousand River region were infuriated. With the young man in the blue robe as the center, powerful auras burst out. Their auras soared into the sky like smoke signals. It was extremely terrifying. Cut the crap. Come at me all at once. I'm too lazy to fight you one by one. There was a contemptuous smile at the corners of Lu Ming's mouth as he spoke lightly. What? You? The geniuses of the Thousand River region were furious. Lu Ming wanted to challenge all the geniuses of the Thousand River region by himself? This was a blatant insult, a blatant disdain. However, young Master Heavenly Snake, Yan Feishuan, and the others were overjoyed. They roared in their hearts. Haha, this idiot Lu Ming, he's so arrogant just because he has some combat strength. He dares to challenge all the geniuses of the Thousand River region? He's courting death. Jian Fengyan's expression changed greatly as he yelled. Lu Ming, you can't. The top 10 geniuses of the Thousand River region are all here. That young man in the blue robe is Jiang Wantian, who is ranked first in the Thousand River region. You can't be careless. You'd better break out of the encirclement quickly. Judging from Lu Ming's previous attacks, Lu Ming was definitely stronger than him. He had reached the 8th grade martial ancestor realm, and was definitely a Battle 3 genius. If Lu Ming tried his best to break out of the encirclement, he might be able to kill his way out. However, if he challenged all the geniuses of the Thousand River region, especially Jiang Wantian, he would definitely die. Lu Ming ignored them and continued to speak with disdain. Hurry up. I've said it before. You can't leave today. If you don't want to fight, I'll do it. Presumptuous and ignorant. I'll kill you. A cold-looking young man roared and stepped forward. A long spear appeared in his hand, emitting a shocking aura. He was a genius in the early 8th grade martial ancestor realm, and was definitely a Battle 3 genius. Die. The cold-looking young man was very straightforward. He thrust his spear forward and a shocking spear ray burst out. Nice spear technique. Lu Ming smiled faintly, and the demon banishing spear appeared in his hand. He shook his arm and the demon banishing spear shot out. Clang. The spear ray roared and the two long spears pierced each other. There was a loud explosion and ripples appeared on the two spears. Explode. Lu Ming whispered and surging genuine qi gushed out. At the same time, the power of wind and fire exploded. Crack. The cold-looking young man's upper LV4 long spear made cracking sounds and cracks appeared on it. Then, the cold-looking young man screamed and his body flew out like a cannonball. He flew for a few hundred meters before he stopped. There were a few gunshot wounds on his body and blood spurted out of his mouth. I've said that you can only talk. When you fight, you're all trash. Lu Ming laughed disdainfully. He then shook his long spear and put it away. The demon banishing spear should be a LV4 weapon. However, it was made of the same material as a LV5 spiritual weapon. It was extremely sturdy and could withstand Lu Ming's full power. You are indeed capable. Today we can't let you go. Let's attack together and kill this person. Jiang Wantian said slowly with a grave expression. Lu Ming's strength was too shocking. Even he was not confident that he could win. He could only gather the strength of everyone in the Thousand River region to kill Lu Ming. I've already told you to attack together. Now that the warm-up is over, I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Kill. Kill. Jiang Wantian shouted, and a shocking aura rose from his body. Lu Ming felt that Jiang Wantian was not any weaker than Yu Feiyu. But so what? Besides Jiang Wantian, there were 5 other people who had reached Martial Ancestor Realm 8. In addition, there were more than 10 Martial Ancestor Realm 7 experts. With so many experts attacking together, their power was earth-shattering. Go to hell! Prince Tianxi and the others shouted in their hearts. At the same time, they retreated quickly for fear of being affected. Lu Ming, be careful! Jian Fengyan shouted. Chapter 402. Die. Nearly 20 geniuses of the 7th Martial Ancestor Realm, and each of them was an expert who had surpassed the Second World War. When they attacked together, the entire space was boiling as if it was about to explode. Sword Qi, Saber Radiance, Fist Force, Spear Radiance, etc., gathered together and blasted towards Lu Ming. Bam! Lu Ming stomped heavily on the ground and retreated rapidly. In an instant he had retreated 1,000 meters. Then he took a deep breath and his body suddenly rose. Heaven's palm! Lu Ming shouted and waved his palm. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth instantly boiled and was drawn over. A huge palm print formed and blasted towards Jiang Wantian and the others. Before the palm print arrived, the terrifying aura had already suppressed everyone's breathing. Jiang Wantian and the other geniuses of the Thousand River territory were shocked because the power of this palm print was too terrifying. Oh no, hold on, you must hold on. Jiang Wantian roared. Stormy Wave's palm. Jiang Wantian roared as he struck out with his palm. A raging river was formed, and with the momentum of a raging wave, it blasted towards the heavenly Dao palm imprint. At the same time, various sword radiance and fist force exploded and blasted towards the heaven's palm print. Boom! Boom! With so many people joining forces, the power was indeed terrifying. Various attacks blasted onto the heaven's palm print, and after each blast, the power of the heaven's palm print would weaken. When more than 20 attacks were exhausted, the power of the heaven's palm print was almost gone. Haha, he blocked it. Someone from the Thousand River territory laughed. They thought that Lu Ming could only use such a powerful attack once. What are you so happy about? Second palm print. A faint voice sounded and the second heaven's palm print formed and blasted towards them. Ah, why is there another one? The experts of the Thousand River territory were in despair. They then unleashed all their strength and attacked. Boom. Once again, it clashed with the heaven's palm print. But this time, before the second palm print could be neutralized, a third palm print formed in the sky and blasted down. No! Jiang Wantian and the others shouted in horror and despair. Boom. The third palm strike slammed down, and they could no longer withstand it. The The bodies of some 7th-level martial ancestor realm experts cracked as they were smashed to the ground by the palm force. They died instantly. A few 8th-layer martial ancestor realm experts spat out mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground with serious injuries. Kill. Lu Ming did not give them the slightest chance. With a wave of his hand, he condensed a dozen long spears and shot them out. Puff. Poof. Jiang Wanchun and the others were all pierced through by the long spear and nailed to the ground. In just a few breaths' time, the top 20 geniuses of the Qianjiang Ocean were all killed. At the scene, the remaining people looked at this scene in shock. Oh my god, how could this be? How could this be? Among the people of the Thousand River region, Li Qiushui and Jiang Chun widened their eyes in shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Lu Ming had actually killed one of the top 20 geniuses in the Thousand River domain. How was this possible? They broke out in cold sweat and trembled all over. As for young Master Heavenly Snake, Yin Feishuan, and the others, they were more or less the same as Li Qiushui and the others. They were scared out of their wits. Didn't the two of you want to attack me? Now I'll give you a chance. Do it. Lu Ming glanced at Li Qiushui and Jiang Chun. Plop. Li Qiushui stammered for a long time but could not say a word. Suddenly, he knelt down with a plop and let out a miserable cry. Lu Ming, no brother Lu, no master Lu. I was blind and failed to recognize Mount Tai. You're a true dragon in the sky and I'm just a pitiful reptile. Please spare me. Plop. As soon as Li Qiushui finished speaking, another kneeling sound could be heard. It was Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun was even more exaggerated. He prostrated himself on the ground and shouted, Young hero Lu, please spare me too. I have an 80-year-old mother and a fiancé. They will rely on me in the future. As long as you spare me, I will be willing to do anything for you. His cry was so miserable that it was enough to make one cry. Lu Ming was stunned. It was the first time he had seen such a weirdo. Martial artists were prideful. Even if they were afraid of death, they wouldn't beg for mercy shamelessly. Lu Ming, don't listen to them. As far as I know, Jiang Chun doesn't have an 80-year-old mother or a fiancé. He has ruined many good girls. Jian Fengyan shouted. Ji, why do you want to harm me? Jiang Chun shouted. You talk too much. Lu Ming said coldly. He then waved his hand and two spear radiances flew out. Li Qiushui and Jiang Chun couldn't even react in time, and they were nailed to the ground. Run. There were still dozens of youths left in Qianjiang Water region, and they were running for their lives. Lu Ming glanced at them and didn't chase after them. Most of the youths in Qianjiang Water region had no grudges with him. Lu Ming wasn't a bloodthirsty person and he wouldn't kill them all. Go. At this moment, young Master Tianxi and the rest were running in the same direction. Lu Ming looked over coldly. Then he took a step forward and his body flashed. When he appeared again, he was already in front of young Master Tianxi and the rest. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? I know you are from the Blazing Sun Empire. If you dare to touch me, my family will flatten the Blazing Sun Empire. Young Master Tianxi shouted with a pale face. As long as all of you are dead, who will know it's me? Lu Ming smiled faintly and didn't care. He then looked at Jian Fengyan and said, Brother Jian, how about this? I'll let you deal with them. They wanted to kill Jian Fengyan and he could deal with them. Great, that's what I want. Jian Fengyan flew over and looked coldly at young Master Tianxi. Wei Tianxi. Jian Fengyan shouted and unsheathed his combat sword. A powerful sword chi pressed towards young Master Tianxi. Jian Fengyan, don't think that I'm afraid of you. Let's see who is stronger today. Seeing that he couldn't escape, young Master Tianxi went all out. Thousand Snake Sword Technique. Shoo. Dense sword chi suddenly shot out from young Master Tianxi's hand. The sword chi was like a poisonous snake as it charged towards Jian Fengyan. Sword wind rises. Jian Fengyan whispered. Then, a sword radiance suddenly appeared and pierced through the void. All the sword chi that young Master Tianxi sent out was destroyed by the sword. Second sword blood river. Shoo. Jian Fengyan became one as the sword radiance flashed. Spurt. Young Master Tianxi's throat suddenly spurted out blood. A sword broke his roar. Jian Fengyan, you. Young Master Tianxi roared and breathed his last. Run. Yan Feishuan was horrified and almost wet his pants. He turned and ran. Shoo! A sword radiance flashed and Yan Feishuan's head flew up. Then, sword radiance flashed and the remaining people from the Cloud Emperor mountain range died under Jian Fengyun's sword. Traitor, you don't need to live in this world. Chapter 403. Lu Ming nodded silently. Jian Fengyun's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 7th level martial grandmaster realm. He was only a step away from the 8th level martial grandmaster realm. He was indeed far ahead in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. He was much stronger than Prince Tianxi, who was in 2nd place. Of course, Su Mo was an exception. Brother Lu, thank you for saving me this time. Otherwise, I would have died in the hands of these despicable people. Jian Fengyan walked over and cupped his fists to thank Lu Ming. Brother Jian, you're welcome. These people have a grudge against me. Even if this did not happen, I would have killed them. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Jian Fengyan sighed. It had not been long and Lu Ming's cultivation had risen to a level that he could not catch up with. It was shocking. He was sure that Lu Ming was not so strong when he first entered the Dongming ancient battlefield. Otherwise, he would not have let Prince Sky Snake and the others go. Jian Fengyan pondered for a while and said, Brother Lu, are you going to the Dragon's Cave? That's right. Lu Ming nodded. That's great. We were going to the Dragon's Cave as well. We did not expect to meet the people from the Qianjiang water region. Prince Sky Snake and the others surrendered to the Qianjiang water region. Jian Fengyan gritted his teeth and said, Brother Lu, why don't we go together? Jian Fengyan changed his tone. Sure. Lu Ming nodded. The two of them rose into the air and flew toward the Dragon's Cave. When it was close to evening, they came to a strange place. From high up in the sky, one could see a huge mountain range lying on the ground in front of them, like a true dragon. They looked like real dragons and they could vaguely make out the dragon's head and tail. This is where the Dragon's Cave is. It is said that the real Dragon's Cave is deep in this area. The surrounding area is affected by the Dragon's Cave, and the mountain range is shaped like a dragon. There are many spiritual herbs and treasures. However, it is said that this area is usually covered by the inscription formation, and it is impossible to find or enter. I did not expect it to be open now. Jian Fengyan whispered and his eyes were shining. Haha, that means we are lucky. Let's go. Having said that, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he flew forward. When he flew into the Dragon Cave area, he was a little surprised. That was because he could feel that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth here was even denser. It was very strange. Even though there was only a thin line separating them, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was completely different. Furthermore, Lu Ming could sense that the dragon-shaped true energy in his body was circulating faster than before. If he could cultivate here, Lu Ming's cultivation speed would be much faster than anywhere else. After pondering for a moment, the two of them continued forward. Soon night fell. When the two of them were on guard against the specter, they realized that there was no specter at all. Everything was normal. Could it be that the dragon's lair is isolated from the entry of those specters? Jian Fengyan guessed. Lu Ming nodded. This was the only reason. However, this was a good thing. It saved him a lot of trouble. The two of them landed on a mountain peak and closed their eyes to meditate. Jian Fengyan had already suffered some injuries, and now, he was circulating his energy to heal himself. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, the two of them continued their journey, heading deeper into the region. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of air being torn apart sounded in front of them. In front of them, a black-robed young man was flying rapidly. Behind him, dozens of figures were chasing rapidly. Xiao Haoyu, you can't escape. Be obedient and accept your death. Someone shouted from behind. Those who were with you are all dead. What's the point of living an ignoble existence like you? A cold laugh sounded. In front, the black-robed young man did not say a word and flew with all his might. It's the strongest person in the Valley Wind Mountain Range, Xiao Haoyu. I've met him once before. Jian Fengyan said softly. Lu Ming swept a glance and stood in the air, having no intention of interfering. Lu Ming was not a kind-hearted person. He would not bring unnecessary trouble to himself because of someone he did not know. Since Lu Ming did not move, Jian Fengyan naturally did not move either. Xiao Haoyu glanced at Lu Ming and the others before continuing to fly forward. However, just because Lu Ming and the others did not interfere did not mean that others would not look for trouble. Whoosh! Whoosh! In a flash, 7 or 8 figures surrounded Lu Ming. Xiao Haoyu die. Whoosh! Among the group of people, a terrifying saber light instantly tore through the void and slashed toward Xiao Haoyu at an unbelievable speed. Xiao Haoyu roared and tried his best to resist, but he was hit until he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. In the next moment, he was also surrounded by the group of people. Everyone, what are you doing? We don't seem to have any grudges. Jian Fengyun's expression changed slightly. What are we doing? This is a robbery. The two of you, hand over your storage rings. Hand over your storage rings, and I'll consider sparing your lives. Among the people surrounding them, a skinny young man who looked like a monkey sneered. Brothers, don't listen to them. They're from the desolate wilderness area and belong to a large area. Even if you hand over your storage rings, they'll still kill you. Not far away, Xiao Haoyu shouted. The desolate wilderness area. Jian Fengyun's expression changed when he heard that. The desolate wilderness area was the same as the Qianjiang water region. It was a large area. There were high-level empires overseeing it. Haha, Xiao Haoyu, what's the use of shouting so loudly? Do you think they can avoid death if they don't hand over their storage rings? An abnormally tall and sturdy young man, who was about 2 to 3 meters tall and had muscles all over his body, sneered. He looked like a small giant. Scram. Suddenly, a calm voice sounded. The voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with coldness. The voice belonged to Lu Ming. The young men from the desolate wilderness area were slightly stunned. Then someone's expression changed and he said coldly, Kid, what did you say? I told you to scram. Don't you understand human language? I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't scram after 3 breaths, then don't scram. Lu Ming's voice was still unhurried, but the coldness in his voice was even more intense. Kid, you're courting death. I'll crush all your bones now. There were 8 strong young men surrounding Lu Ming and the others. At this moment, one of them took a big step forward and threw a punch at Lu Ming. Bang! In the next instant, the strong young man was sent flying a few thousand meters away by Lu Ming's kick. How dare you fight back? Let's kill him together. The remaining 7 people roared furiously and attacked Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! Following this, 7 explosions were heard as the 7 young men were sent flying a few thousand meters away by Lu Ming's kick. They spat out mouthfuls of blood, and their bodies almost exploded. The young men surrounding Xiao Haoyu were stunned. Even the unusually tall and sturdy young man's expression turned serious. Among the 8 young men, there was a 7th-layer martial ancestor realm genius, but he was still sent flying by Lu Ming's kick. Lu Ming's strength was shocking. I'll be merciful and spare your lives. Scram now. Lu Ming snapped. Kid, you're pretty strong. Let me fight you. If you can defeat me, I'll leave right away. Chapter 404. Brother, be careful. He is the strongest expert of the desolated area. With a cultivation of the 8th-layer martial ancestor realm, his strength has surpassed the Battle 3 geniuses. Xiao Haoyu yelled. Hee, it's too late now. Desolation, godly fist. The bulky young man let out a roar as he lashed out a punch. The punch caused the heavens and earth to tremble violently, as if a mountain range was hurtling toward Lu Ming. Furthermore, a huge mountain floated above the bulky young man's head, with 5 silver chakras shining brightly. The power of the punch was even stronger after the bloodline was unleashed. 9 dragons stomping the heavens. Lu Ming executed the 9 dragons stomping the heavens. Bang! A punch and a kick collided with one another. Following this, the crowd could see the bulky young man's fist crumbling instantly. His steel-like muscles began to tremble violently. Bang! Following this, his body was sent flying backward like a deflated balloon. He flew for 3,000 meters before coming to a stop, with blood spurting out from his mouth. Run now! The bulky young man let out a roar and ran for his life without hesitation. The rest of the people in the desolated area were scared out of their wits, who immediately fled a few thousand meters away. At that instant, everyone in the desolated area had fled for their lives. Lu Ming did not chase after them. It was enough to teach them a lesson. Guys, thanks for saving my life. You're Jian Fengyan. At that instant, Xiao Haoyu flew over and took a closer look at Jian Fengyan. His eyes flickered as if he had recognized Jian Fengyan. Brother Xiao, it's been a few years since we last met. How are you? Jian Fengyan said with a smile. Brother Jian, it's really you. I didn't recognize you just then. May I know who this is? Xiao Haoyu glanced at Lu Ming with astonishment in his eyes. Being able to defeat the strongest expert of the desolated area with ease. His strength could easily be ranked among the top among the geniuses that had entered the Dongming ancient battlefield. Xiao Haoyu guessed that Lu Ming was most likely a genius from a super region. This is Lu Ming, Brother Lu, a peerless genius from the Cloud Monarch mountain range. Jian Fengyan introduced Lu Ming to Xiao Haoyu with a proud tone. What? Is Brother Lu a genius from the Cloud Emperor mountain range? Xiao Haoyu exclaimed in disbelief. What? If Brother Xiao doesn't believe me, then there's nothing to hide. Jian Fengyan said. Lu Ming smiled and said, I am indeed from the Cloud Emperor mountain range. I didn't expect the Cloud Emperor mountain range to have such a genius like Brother Lu. What an eye-opener. Xiao Haoyu exclaimed. Hey Xiao Haoyu, what do you mean by that? It seems like our Cloud Emperor mountain range can't produce someone like Brother Lu? Jian Fengyan said with a glare. Brother Jian, you've misunderstood. That's not what I meant. Xiao Haoyu smiled bitterly and hurriedly said. Then he quickly changed the topic and said, Brother Lu, Brother Jian, are you going to the Dragon Cave? Not bad. Lu Ming and Wang Cheng nodded. Then why don't we go together? Xiao Haoyu said. Lu Ming did not object. Since Lu Ming did not object, Jian Fengyan naturally did not object as well. Lu Ming naturally had his own thoughts. Xiao Haoyu was the strongest expert in a region. His talent and combat strength were not inferior to Jian Fengyan's. There was almost no problem for him to join the Dtian Divine Guards. In the future, Lu Ming would not know anyone in the Dtian Divine Guards. It would only be beneficial for him to get to know a few more people now. The three of them moved forward together. On the way, Lu Ming also found out why Xiao Haoyu was being hunted down by the people in the desolate region. The reason was that the experts from the various large regions were all hunting down the experts from the small regions, especially the strongest experts from the small regions. They all had a chance of joining the Dtian Divine Guards, and if they killed these people, the competition in the large regions would be a little smaller. Perhaps more people would be able to join the Dtian Divine Guards. It seems that the later it will be, the more chaotic it will be. Jian Fengyan sighed. Only a little more than a month had passed, and those large regions had already started hunting down the experts in the small regions. He really did not know how chaotic it would be in the later stages. This was the goal of the Dtian Divine Palace. Only by surviving the various dangers and trials could one become a Dtian Divine Guard. The three of them moved forward. However, their speed was not very fast. They flew at a low altitude. As they flew, they searched for spiritual herbs. The Dragon Cave region nurtured many natural treasures. However, along the way, the three of them did not gain much. They saw many pits in many places. Obviously, other people had already dug out the spiritual herbs. This region was really vast. The three of them flew for tens of thousands of miles, but they still had not reached the real location of the Dragon Cave. Look, there are corpses over there. Jian Fengyan suddenly shouted. Lu Ming and Xiao Haoyu also saw a large number of corpses lying in a valley below. Let's go and take a look. The three of them flew down. When they took a look, their expressions changed. In the valley, there were no less than 100 corpses. All of them were dead. The most shocking thing was that these corpses were all dried up. It was as if all the blood and essence in their bodies had been sucked away. What a strange way to die. Could it be some strange monster? Xiao Haoyu sucked in a breath of cold air and frowned. Lu Ming also frowned and pondered. It was really strange that their blood and essence had been sucked dry. For example, the Nine Dragons' bloodline only devoured blood essence and bloodline power. It would not devour ordinary blood. Then, the three of them continued to move forward. However, not far away, they saw another pile of corpses. They were also dried up. Those are people from the desolate wildlands. Xiao Haoyu exclaimed. Among these corpses, there were some who were particularly burly. Based on their clothes, it was obvious that they were from the desolate wildlands. Even the strongest person in the desolate wildlands is dead. Jian Fengyan said in a deep voice. Among the corpses, there was one who was particularly burly. Based on his clothes, it was the strongest person in the desolate wildlands that Lu Ming had chased away. This region is too strange. How did they die? Jian Fengyan said. Jian Fengyan and Xiao Haoyu's faces were solemn. Even the strongest person in the desolate wildlands died here. It was too terrifying. Let's leave this place, Lu Ming said. Jian Fengyan and Xiao Haoyu nodded. Immediately, the three of them soared into the sky and left this place. However, a few hundred miles away, they saw dozens of corpses. They had died in the same way as before. I have a feeling that something big will happen in this trip to the dragon's cave, Xiao Haoyu said in a deep voice. Then there was a moment of silence. Soon, the three of them traveled another 10,000 miles. There are so many people there. What are they doing? Suddenly, Jian Fengyan said. Not far away on the right, there was a huge cliff. There were many people gathered at the bottom of the cliff. Let's go and take a look, Lu Ming said. The three of them flew over. What a powerful sword intent. Chapter 405. Swoosh. The three of them landed at the bottom of the cliff. There were already more than 20 people gathered at the bottom of the cliff. These people were in different positions and kept a distance from each other. Some of them were sitting cross-legged as if they were comprehending something. Some of them were looking at the sword mark on the cliff seriously. At this point, they could see more clearly. On the huge cliff, there was a slanted sword mark that was more than 100 meters long. It was deeply engraved on the cliff and was filled with an ancient aura. No one knew how long it had been passed down. An incomparably profound sword intent permeated the air. Lu Ming stared at the sword mark carefully. Suddenly, the sword mark enlarged rapidly in Lu Ming's eyes. In the end, the entire world changed. The world turned into a battlefield and shouts of killing filled the sky. Suddenly, a sword light slashed from afar. It was vast and boundless. It was impossible to describe the magnificence of this sword. When the sword light came out, the sky cracked. The sword light was getting closer and closer to Lu Ming. It contained a peerless killing intent. Ah! Lu Ming roared and retreated quickly. The environment changed. Lu Ming found that he was still at the bottom of the cliff. He took 3 steps back and left 3 footprints on the ground. Phew! Lu Ming let out a long breath. The sword strike just now was really like facing the Grim Reaper. Around him, some people glanced at him and then turned their heads away. They did not find it strange. Brother Lu, are you alright? Jian Fengyan looked at Lu Ming. I'm fine. Lu Ming shook his head. Brother Lu is really a peerless talent. You can actually stay in the sword intent for half an hour. When you woke up, you only took 3 steps back. I only lasted for 10 minutes. When I woke up, I almost vomited blood. Xiao Haoyu laughed. It's a pity that Brother Lu doesn't cultivate the sword. Otherwise, you would definitely become a peerless swordsman. Jian Fengyan said. Half an hour? Lu Ming was surprised. Just now he only felt that a while had passed. He did not expect half an hour to have passed. Brother Lu, Brother Xiao and I plan to stay here and comprehend the sword intent here. I'm afraid we can't go to the dragon's cave with Brother Lu. Jian Fengyan looked at Lu Ming apologetically. It doesn't matter. This sword was probably left behind by a peerless swordsman. For a sword cultivator, it is a supreme opportunity. If I were a sword cultivator, I would probably leave it behind to cultivate too. Lu Ming smiled. They were all martial artists, so he could understand what Jian Fengyan and the others were thinking. This sword mark was too tempting for sword cultivators. If they could comprehend a trace of it, they would benefit immensely. Compared to the dragon's cave, this place was more practical for them. To Lu Ming, it was better for Jian Fengyan and the rest to stay here. Lu Ming would be able to unleash his full potential if he ventured into the dragon cave alone. I hope Brother Lu will be able to reap great rewards in the dragon cave. Jian Fengyan and Xiao Haoyu cupped their fists together. See you again. Lu Ming cupped his fists and turned into a beam of light, shooting up into the sky and disappearing. Following this, Lu Ming no longer slowed down to search for spirit herbs. Instead, he sped up. Along the way, Lu Ming saw a few fights, but he ignored them and flashed past. That is, half a day later, an incomparably majestic mountain range appeared in front of him. This mountain range was at least a few thousand miles long. It twisted and turned on the ground. Lu Ming could barely see the outline of this mountain range from a few hundred miles high in the sky. Looking from afar, this mountain range really looked like a true dragon. 5 dragon claws, scales formed from various rocks, and 2 dragon horns on the dragon's head. Its shape was exactly the same as the legendary true dragon. This is the legendary Dragon Mountain. I've arrived at the Dragon Cave. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he quickly headed towards the Dragon Mountain's dragon head. When he got closer, he realized that this mountain range was really too majestic. The highest parts reached the clouds. When Lu Ming arrived at the dragon's head, he realized that many people were already there. At a glance, there were no less than 2,000 people. More than 2,000 people were scattered around a lake. This lake was very wide. Above the lake was the Dragon Mountain's dragon head. The dragon head was open, revealing a dark cave. At this moment, something strange was happening. The water in the lake flowed from the bottom to the top, forming a water column that continuously flew into the dragon's mouth. It looked like the true dragon was sucking in water. This was the dragon sucking water phenomenon. Legend had it that the true dragon cave was under this lake. As long as the lake water was sucked dry, the true dragon cave would be revealed. Thousands of people were waiting on the 4 sides of the lake. Lu Ming landed and blended into the crowd. Brother Fong, why are there only a few of you left in the flowing water bay region? Someone was chatting at the side. Sigh, the others are all dead, hunted down by the people of the larger regions. What about you? Why aren't there many people left? Don't mention it. We also encountered a large region that attacked indiscriminately. The strongest people in our region were killed. On the other hand, the weaker ones escaped. However, the people of the larger region behind us also died. I saw their corpses drained of blood. It was extremely terrifying. What? You also saw the corpses drained of blood? We saw it too. Lu Ming's expression changed. It seemed that the draining of blood did not only happen in the region he passed by, but also in other regions. As time passed, more and more people gathered here. Half a day later, there were no less than 3,000 people here. And the water on the lake had also decreased by a portion. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Dozens of young men and women stepped on the air and arrived. These dozens of people had an extremely terrifying aura on their bodies, and they had a common characteristic. The men were very handsome, and the women were beautiful and charming. The people from the Lake Phoenix region are here. Someone exclaimed. It's over. I didn't expect that even the geniuses from the Lake Phoenix region would come. Will we still have a share in the Dragon Cave? Someone sighed. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had naturally heard of the Lake Phoenix region. It was a region stronger than large regions like the Qianjiang Water region, and was known as a super region. In a normal large region, there would only be one high-level empire overseeing it. And in a super region, there would be at least 2 high-level empires, or even 3 or 4. They were incomparably powerful and filled with geniuses. It was said that the Lake Phoenix region had 3 high-level empires, mid-level empires, and low-level empires. There were more than 1,000 empires, and it was many times stronger than the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Look, the one wearing the Phoenix robe is the strongest person in the Lake Phoenix region, the number 1 genius, Huang Qixian. It is said that he is a 4-battle genius, and his cultivation has reached the peak of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. What? A 4-battle genius? The peak of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm is so terrifying. Of course, he is the strongest person in the super region. He is a peerless genius. Lu Ming also looked over. Indeed, among the people of the Lake Phoenix region, he saw a handsome young man wearing a phoenix robe. He was 22 or 23 years old, and his face was like jade. He was Huang Qixian. However, his gaze was incomparably cold and arrogant. Chapter 406. Swoosh. Swoosh. At this moment, The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from afar, attracting everyone's attention. Those are the geniuses from the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range. Even the people from the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range are here. Another super region, we won't get a share of this. And the strongest person from the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range, Bufifin, is here too. The arrival of this group of people caused another round of exclamations. Even the geniuses from the Lake Phoenix region frowned. Ha ha ha, Huang Qixuan, I didn't expect you to be here too. The geniuses from the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range stopped on the other side of the lake, distancing themselves from the people from the Lake Phoenix region. Among them, a young man with fiery red hair laughed. Bufifin, since you can come, I can naturally come too. Huang Qixuan sneered. Haha, it's so lively, count us in. With a loud laugh, more than 10 streaks of rainbow light flew over from the sky. The rainbow light dissipated, revealing more than 10 young figures. They stopped on the other side of the lake. It's the people from the Yangchuan Valley region. Super region Yangchuan Valley. Some people were already in despair. The super regions had arrived one after another, and the strongest of them were among them. The arrival of the Yangchuan Valley region caused Bufifin, Huang Qixuan, and the others' faces to darken. The dragon head of the Dragon Mountain was in the north of the lake. The three super regions stopped on the east, south, and west side of the lake. Obviously, they were wary of each other. Following that, more and more people arrived, but none of them attracted the attention of the three super regions. Half an hour later, a young man in a gray robe and holding a long sword silently appeared in the air above the lake. This young man had an ordinary appearance and was wearing a gray robe that looked very old. He just stood quietly in the air. However, Huang Qixuan, Bufifin, and the strongest person in the Yangchuan Valley region, Sun Chu, all changed their expressions when they saw this person. Ancient Desolation City Xianfeng, Huang Qixuan said solemnly. As soon as these words were spoken, it caused an uproar. What? Ancient Desolation City? Is this person from the Ancient Desolation City? It's said that the Ancient Desolation City is extremely mysterious. Very few people come out, but once they come out, they are peerless monsters. If this person is from the Ancient Desolation City, that's terrifying. Looks like the Dragon Cave is very attractive to these peerless monsters. There's going to be a good show this time. Everyone was discussing, but Xianfeng was still hugging his battle sword. He didn't say a word, and his expression didn't even change. Huang Qixuan and the others glanced at Xianfeng with some fear, not saying a word. Following that, the number of people increased, and soon it broke through the 4,000 mark. As far as the eye could see, the small lake was densely packed with people. Huang Qixuan glanced around and revealed a look of disgust. He said coldly, a bunch of trash actually wants to get a share of the treasures in the Dragon Cave. They are really indulging in fantasy and overestimating themselves. Many people's expressions changed, but they were afraid of Lake Phoenix and Huang Qixuan's strength, so no one dared to make a sound. Humph, what a bunch of trash. Huang Qixuan harumphed coldly, then turned to Bufifin and Sun Chu. Bufifin, Sun Chu, how about this? Before entering the Dragon Cave, let's clear away these obstructing trash, what do you think? Alright. That's what I was thinking. Bufifin and Sun Chu both nodded. But the others' faces changed drastically. The people from the bigger regions can stay, fly to the sky. As for the trash from the smaller regions, scram quickly, don't be a hindrance here. Huang Qixuan's gaze was like lightning, sweeping over the surroundings as he reprimanded loudly. Hearing this, the experts from the bigger regions breathed out in relief and flew to the sky, increasing the distance between them and the people from the smaller regions. The remaining people were from the smaller regions. The people from the smaller regions had ugly expressions, looking at each other, but no one wanted to leave. Who would be willing to leave so easily? Looks like you guys aren't going to scram, right? Huang Qixuan's gaze turned cold. Huang Qixuan, you guys are too overbearing. The Dragon Cave is an ownerless land. Anyone can come here to obtain a piece of fortune. Why should it be monopolized by you guys? I refuse to accept this. There are so many of us. We are not afraid of you. That's right. Someone shouted loudly. Oh. Looks like you guys aren't going to scram? Huang Qixuan sneered, then looked at Bufifin and Sun Chu saying, You two, you and I will each occupy a direction. How about this? Each of us will clear a direction. Let's see which side cleans faster. What do you think? Good, this is interesting. That's exactly what I want. Bufifan and Sun Chu laughed. Then let's begin. Whoosh. As soon as Huang Qishuan's voice fell, his figure flashed out like a lightning bolt. Ah! A mournful scream was heard. The crowd saw a young man's heart being pierced by Huang Qishuan's claw. The young man let out a desperate roar and finally stopped breathing. Trash, you talk too much, Dai. Huang Qishuan sneered. Whoever doesn't scram, the next moment, you will die. A cold voice came out from Huang Qishuan's mouth. Damn it, this is too much. We are not afraid of them if we join forces. A tall young man roared, his body emitting a powerful aura. The peak of the 7th martial ancestor realm. This was a genius who was not weaker than Jian Fengyan, most likely the strongest in a small region. Then let's die together. Huang Qishuan sneered, his figure rushing towards the young man. Kill. The young man roared, slashing out a shocking saber light. But the next moment, Poochie! Huang Qishuan's claw seemed to be able to pierce through everything. The saber light shattered. Then, like the previous person, his heart was pierced by the claw. The strongest in a small region dead. A piece of trash dares to shout, "You are courting death." Huang Qishuan's claw flickered with a red light. Not a single drop of blood was stained on it. The others were terrified, too strong. They were no match for him. The strongest in a small region was killed in one move. The difference was too great. If you don't retreat in 3 breaths, kill without mercy. Huang Qishuan's eyes were cold as he scanned the surroundings. Whoosh! Whoosh! The figures of the experts from Lake Phoenix flashed, bursting with powerful auras. Let's go, let's go. Finally, someone roared and retreated unwillingly. Let's go too. Helpless, the people in the small region retreated one after another. It was the same in the other 2 regions. After a few experts were killed, they also retreated helplessly. After a few breaths, only the people in the large region were left. Of course, Xianfeng hugged his long sword and did not move. Huang Qishuan and the others naturally would not touch him. In an instant, the people in the small region had all left. No, there was only one person left, and that was Lu Ming. Lu Ming was originally on the east side of the small lake, which was the responsibility of Lake Phoenix. At this moment he stood there alone, appearing very conspicuous. Chapter 407. Ha ha ha, Huang Qishuan, you still have people on your side. Looks like you've lost. Bufifan laughed. Looks like Lake Phoenix's deterrence is just SOSO. Sun Chu sighed. Huang Qishuan's face turned gloomy as he looked at Lu Ming with eyes filled with murderous intent. Kid, I told you to get lost, didn't you hear me? Huang Qishuan said eerily. Lu Ming glanced at Huang Qishuan and smiled faintly. I told you to get lost. Are you going to get lost? You told me to get lost? Kid, are you crazy? Do you have the right to do so? Huang Qishuan sneered. That's it, you told me to get lost? Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to do so? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Ha ha ha. Bufifan laughed wildly and said, Huang Qishuan, looks like Lake Phoenix's deterrence isn't that great? Or is it that your deterrence isn't that great? Bufifan's words made Huang Qishuan grit his teeth in anger. However, he had no confidence in dealing with Bufifan. He could only turn his anger into murderous intent towards Lu Ming. Kid, even if you kneel down and beg me now, you can't get lost. You will pay for your words and actions. I will make you wish you were dead, Huang Qishuan said eerily. Nonsense, don't talk nonsense. If you want to fight, hurry up. Lu Ming scolded. Bufifan, Sun Chu, and the other geniuses were stunned. Where did this hothead come from? How dare he talk to Huang Qishuan like that? This was simply courting death. Good, 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 very good. Huang Qishuan said the word good 3 times in a row. His voice was incomparably eerie as a terrifying aura rose from his body. Senior brother Huang, there's no need for you to deal with trash like him. Let me deal with him. It's more than enough. At this moment, a young man with triangular eyes walked out from the Lake Phoenix area and shouted. This guy is seizing the opportunity to flatter senior brother Huang again. Someone whispered in the Lake Phoenix area. When the voice reached the triangular-eyed young man's ears, he chuckled and didn't care at all. There's no need. I'll do it myself. I'll make him regret every word he said just now. Huang Qixuan waved his hand, allowing the triangular-eyed youth to retreat. The triangular-eyed youth sighed helplessly. What a waste of this opportunity. Brat, you've got a sharp tongue. I'd like to see what you've got. Whoosh. As soon as his voice fell, Huang Qixuan's figure moved like lightning. It was inconceivably fast. In an instant he appeared in front of Lu Ming and clawed at Lu Ming. But even though he was fast, Lu Ming was not slow either. The moment Huang Qixuan moved, the demon-banishing spear appeared in his hand and stabbed towards Huang Qixuan's palm. You want to stop me? Break! Huang Qixuan coldly shouted, and a sharp claw light erupted from his claws as he clawed at Lu Ming. Boom! The long spear and the claw collided, creating a violent boom. A shocking shockwave swept out. Lu Ming and Huang Qixuan both retreated at the same time. They both retreated 100 meters and stood in the void. What? That brat can actually block Huang Qixuan's move? Looks like they're evenly matched. How is that possible? Could it be that this brat can fight with Huang Qixuan? Impossible. This brat's battle strength might be good, but it's impossible for him to fight with Huang Qixuan. If I'm not wrong, Huang Qixuan didn't use much strength, but that brat probably used 80 to 90% of his strength. Yes, it should be so. The geniuses of the major regions were discussing. Brat, so you do have some strength. No wonder you're so arrogant. But if you think that you can fight with me, then you're gravely mistaken. I'll let you know how terrifying my true strength is. Huang Qixuan coldly said. His arms moved slightly, and a pair of spiritual weapon gloves appeared on his hands. At the same time, a powerful aura rushed out. A large fiery red bird condensed on top of Huang Qixuan's head. This large bird was fiery red and there were red flames burning on it. Especially its tail. It was like the tail of the legendary phoenix. The phoenix-tailed bird was said to have the bloodline of the phoenix. It was extremely powerful. On the body of the phoenix-tailed bird, there were 6 silver chakras, shining with incomparably bright light. 6th grade king-class bloodline. The eruption of his bloodline caused Huang Qixuan's aura to reach its peak. Flying phoenix claw. Huang Qixuan's figure moved and his claw struck out. Chi-chi. As if the claw of a real phoenix claw passed through the air. A crack appeared in the space, as if it was about to be torn apart. This claw also contained the complete power of fire. It was several times stronger than before. Boom. Lu Ming also erupted with his second bloodline. At the same time, he stabbed out with his spear. The power of wind and fire fused together, forming a thick spear light. Boom. There was a shocking explosion. This time the two retreated again. This move was evenly matched. How is that possible? Die for me. Huang Qixuan roared and clawed out continuously. The space was about to explode. It was extremely terrifying. Every claw caused the space to tremble violently. Lu Ming held his spear and clashed with Huang Qixuan without fear. Boom. Boom. The energy swept through the world, causing the wind and clouds to surge. Shwa. A claw light was dodged by Lu Ming. He flew out a few thousand meters and grabbed onto a mountain. With a loud explosion, the mountain exploded, turning into gravel. It was terrifying. Jiao. A spear light flew out and directly pierced a 10-meter wide, unfathomably deep hole in the ground. Retreat. The spectators were shocked and quickly retreated, fearing that they would be affected. Boom. Boom. The two exchanged more than 10 moves. It was difficult to determine the winner. Phoenix Wing Slash. At this time, Huang Qixuan roared and his true qi surged. His arms shook and a bird cry sounded. A pair of phoenix wings vaguely condensed on Huang Qixuan's arms. Whoosh! Huang Qixuan waved his hand, and the phoenix wings slashed down on Lu Ming like a heavenly blade. The power of this attack was much stronger than when he used the flying phoenix claw. Die. Huang Qixuan sneered. Let's see who will die. 9 dragons stomping the heavens. Lu Ming stepped out and a dragon roar sounded. Suddenly, dragon roars and phoenix cries filled the world. It was as if they had returned to the ancient era of divine beasts. Boom. Phoenix wing slash and 9 dragons stomping the heavens heavily clashed. The space started to tremble intensely like a piece of cloth. Berserk energy shot out in all directions. Those who were watching the battle frantically retreated. Only 3 people stood motionless in the air. They were Bufifan, Sun Chu, and Xianfeng. The 3 of them emitted powerful auras to resist the energy that shot out in all directions. After a loud explosion, Lu Ming and Huang Qixian flew back again. It was a tie again. One had to admit that Huang Qixian was indeed incomparably powerful. He was at the peak of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm, and was a 4-battle genius. His battle strength was enough to kill an ordinary half-step king. Lu Ming was at the early 8th level of the martial ancestor realm, and could only fight to a draw. Lu Ming estimated that even if he used the heaven palm, he might not be able to defeat Huang Qixian. Chapter 408. Who the hell are you? Huang Qixian roared. Lu Ming was only surprised, but Huang Qixuan's heart was in turmoil. It was too shocking. Lu Ming was actually able to fight him to a draw. He even suspected that Lu Ming was also the strongest in a super region. Not only Huang Qixian, the spectators were also dumbfounded. They originally thought that Lu Ming was definitely not Huang Qixuan's opponent. They thought that Lu Ming was overestimating his own strength and was courting death. However, the truth was like a slap to their faces. Lu Ming was not only strong, he was not weaker than Huang Qixian. He was a genius on the same level as Huang Qixian. Their jaws almost dropped from shock. Bufifan, Sun Chu, and even the expressionless Xianfeng looked at Lu Ming with a grave expression. Obviously, Lu Ming's strength had attracted their attention, especially the triangular-eyed youth from the Phoenix Lake region. He was sweating profusely and his body was trembling from fear. Just now he wanted to deal with Lu Ming. If he really attacked, he wouldn't even know how he died. When he thought of this, he felt a burst of fear. Who am I? You don't have the qualifications to know. Lu Ming sneered, pretending to be mysterious. Watch how I kill you. Huang Qixian roared and waved his arms. The phoenix spread its wings and brought about a gust of wind. A blazing aura filled the world. Rumble. At this moment, a loud rumbling sound came from the lake. The dragon's mouth seemed to have a sudden increase in suction force. The lake water in the lake crazily poured into the dragon's mouth. There was not much water in the lake to begin with. At this moment, it quickly reached the bottom. Ah! Look, the bottom of the lake is actually empty. Someone exclaimed. It's really empty. Strange, the bottom of the lake is empty. Why is there water? Strange, too strange. Dragon's Cave, this is the Dragon's Cave, the resting place of a true dragon. Some people who were close to the lake exclaimed. Now consider yourself lucky. I will spare your life today. Huang Qixuan's eyes flashed as he stared coldly at Lu Ming. Spare my life? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? It's still not certain who will kill who. Lu Ming smiled contemptuously. Huang Qixuan's face turned gloomy. He really wanted to have a big fight with Lu Ming, but he was afraid of missing the dragon cave. In the end, he snorted coldly and said, Brat, we'll see. After saying that, he led the people from Lake Phoenix and flew towards the surface of the lake. Lu Ming smiled faintly and flew towards the lake. His thoughts were similar to Huang Qixuan's. If the two of them fought a life-and-death battle, it would be difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. If that happened, they would miss the opportunity to enter the dragon's cave. Flying closer to take a look, Lu Ming was secretly amazed. At this time, the water in the lake became less and less, revealing a huge pitch-black cave below. That's right, this lake wasn't a lake at all. It was the entrance of a huge cave. The lake water from before was actually just floating at the entrance of the cave, making it look like a lake. After the lake water was sucked dry, the true appearance of the cave was revealed. In just a dozen breaths of time, all the water in the lake was sucked dry. The huge cave was completely exposed. The diameter of the cave was at least a few thousand meters wide. Below it was pitch black. With everyone's eyesight, they could only see 1,000 or 2,000 meters. Below that, they couldn't see clearly. They didn't know how deep the cave was. It seemed like it led to the abyss of hell. Charge! Someone moved, flying towards the cave. It was safe and sound, without any abnormalities. With someone taking the lead, the others naturally rushed in like a swarm of bees. There were more than 100 people from the 3 super regions. However, these people were all terrifying geniuses. The weaker ones probably didn't follow. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a super region to have so few people. Even the Cloud Emperor mountain range had 98 people. The ones with the most people were those from the larger regions. There were no less than 500 people. More than 600 people flew towards the huge cave together. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and rushed down with the crowd. The cave was too big. They flew down for at least 10,000 meters. At this time, the cave became slanted instead of vertical. Boom, boom. Suddenly, a big battle broke out on one side of the cave. Get lost, the dragon grass is mine. Who said it's yours? I found it first. Clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing was heard. Ah. The next moment, a scream was heard. One person was killed. Lu Ming's sharp eyes saw a young man plucking a green spiritual grass from the wall of the cave. Dragon grass, it's really the dragon grass. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Legend has it that the dragon grass was a kind of spiritual grass that grew from the saliva of a true dragon after a long time. It had the aura of a true dragon, and was extremely precious. It seemed that a true dragon really lived here a long time ago. There's one here too. Someone exclaimed. It's mine. You're courting death. You want to get the dragon grass? A big battle broke out, and the killing began. Ah. Ah. Suddenly, screams were heard. Huang Qishuan's figure flashed and 5 or 6 young experts had their hearts crushed by him. A bunch of trash want to get the dragon grass? Die. Huang Qishuan said coldly. Go take all the dragon grass you see. Huang Qishuan ordered the experts of Lake Phoenix. Yes. Instantly, the dozens of experts of Lake Phoenix scattered and flew to different parts of the cave. Not only Lake Phoenix, but the people of Yangchuan Valley and Scarlet Flame Mountain Range did the same. Damn it. Some of the experts of the bigger regions roared. Before entering the dragon cave, Huang Qishuan and the others had allowed the people of the bigger regions to enter because they were afraid that they would join forces. After all, each of the bigger regions had geniuses of martial ancestor realm and above. Once they joined forces, they would be a terrifying force. But now that they had entered the dragon cave, everyone wanted to search for treasures and did their own thing. How could they join forces? Huang Qishuan and the others were naturally unrestrained. In the cave, fights for treasures and screams could be heard from time to time. 2 stalks of dragon grass. Lu Ming saw 2 stalks of green spirit grass on the wall of a cave. It was the dragon grass. His figure flashed and he rushed over. The others saw it but did not dare to snatch it from him. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the 2 stalks of dragon grass. He continued to fly along the wall of the cave. In front, a genius of Lake Phoenix killed a youth with a sword, and was about to pluck a stalk of dragon grass from the wall. Whoosh! Lu Ming directly rushed over and with a sweep of his true qi, he plucked the dragon grass and kept it. You! The youth of Lake Phoenix shouted angrily. But when he saw that it was Lu Ming, he immediately swallowed the rest of his words. He retreated unwillingly. More than 10 minutes later, the group flew for tens of thousands of meters. Suddenly, 3 caves appeared in front of them. The caves were forked. Whoosh! Whoosh! The group randomly chose a cave and flew in. There were more than 100 people in each cave. Along the way, at least 100 people were killed. More than 600 people were reduced to 500 people. Lu Ming chose a cave on the left and flew along the wall. Wait, is that a dragon blood flower? Chapter 409. In the pit, there were bright red flowers. These flowers were in the shape of a dragon, like a small dragon soaring in the sky. It was very lifelike. These were dragon blood flowers. According to legend, they could only grow from the blood of a true dragon. They were much more precious than dragon saliva grass. Lu Ming was overjoyed. With these dragon blood flowers, Lu Ming's true dragon battle art would probably be able to advance to the next level. Suddenly, an extremely sharp energy slashed towards Lu Ming. It was Huang Qishuan. At this moment, his eyes were cold as he slashed towards Lu Ming with his phoenix wings. 9 dragons trampling the sky. Lu Ming did not hesitate and stepped forward. Bang! Huang Qishuan's body flew out, and Lu Ming crashed into the wall. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming moved his hands and plucked more than 10 dragon blood flowers, and kept them in the Temple of Paragon. Humph! Seeing Lu Ming keep the dragon blood flowers, Huang Qixuan snorted coldly and turned to leave. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly and a trace of killing intent appeared at the corner of his mouth. Next, he continued to advance in the cave. This cave was very wide and was definitely a place where true dragons entered and exited. Suddenly, there was a commotion in front of him. There is a bone here. Is this a dragon bone? Haha, it's mine. You're courting death. Suddenly, there was a roar and shouts. Dragon bone? Lu Ming's heart jumped and he quickly flew in that direction. If it was really a dragon bone, its value would be terrifying. It was much more valuable than dragon saliva grass and dragon blood flowers. Phoenix Lake, Huang Qixuan, you're despicable. Before Lu Ming arrived, he heard angry roars and screams. Lu Ming turned into a flash of lightning and crossed a few miles in an instant. In front of him, there was a bone the size of a water tank embedded in the stone wall. The bone was crystal clear like jade and was filled with a sacred aura. It emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation. Huang Qixuan brought 5 or 6 experts from the Phoenix Lake and killed more than 10 youths from other regions. Haha, the dragon bone is mine. Huang Qixuan laughed. He reached out to grab the dragon bone and tried to pull it out, but the dragon bone didn't budge. So tight? Again. Huang Qixuan was about to use his full strength to pull out the dragon bone. Boom. Lu Ming arrived and instinctively kicked out. 9 dragons heaven stomping steps. Damn it. Huang Qixuan was shocked. He quickly abandoned the dragon bone and used Phoenix Wing Slash. The other youths from Lake Phoenix also used their ultimate moves to block Lu Ming's attacks. Boom. Huang Qixuan's body swayed slightly. As for the other experts of Lake Phoenix, their faces paled and they almost spat out blood. However, Lu Ming's body also retreated rapidly. Apart from Huang Qixuan, the other 6 from Lake Phoenix were all 8th-layer martial ancestor realm cultivators. Furthermore, they were all Battle 3 geniuses. Together, they were extremely powerful. Brat, it's you again. The dragon bone is mine. You want to fight over it? You are courting death. Huang Qixuan roared. Yours? This is the dragon's cave. When did it become yours? Lu Ming sneered. Fine, since you are courting death, I will fulfill your wish. Let's attack together and kill him. Huang Qixuan roared. Then the Phoenix Wing Slash was used. The other 6 experts from Lake Phoenix also used their ultimate moves to attack Lu Ming. Heaven's Path Palm. Lu Ming struck out with his palm. A giant palm print formed and smashed towards the group from Lake Phoenix. Boom. A loud explosion shook the dragon's cave and energy overflowed. However, the surroundings of the dragon's cave were extremely hard. Even with their energy that could destroy a mountain, they could only knock down some rocks. Pum. The Heaven's Path palm print was pierced. Huang Qixuan and the others only swayed slightly before they continued to attack Lu Ming. Brat, you will die today. Huang Qixuan's eyes were cold. You want to bully me with your numbers? Do you think I am afraid of you? Dandan egg smash for me. Lu Ming lightly patted the stone egg hanging on his hair. Dandan. This was a name that Lu Ming casually gave to the stone egg. Immediately, the stone egg shook slightly and turned into the size of a human head. With a swoosh, it rushed towards one of the experts from Lake Phoenix. Break for me. The expert from Lake Phoenix clawed out, the claw light shocking the sky. But in the next moment he was stunned. Dandan completely ignored the claw light and rushed past. Then, it bounced up and smashed towards the nose of the expert from Lake Phoenix. Pung. Kacha. This time, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Then it was followed by a mournful scream. Lu Ming realized that it was really miserable. His nose had completely caved in. His bones were broken and his flesh was badly mangled. Even his mother would not be able to recognize him. Shwa. Dandan flew back and jumped up and down in front of Lu Ming. It seemed to be very excited. Huang Qixuan and the others were dumbfounded. Damn it, what did you use? You actually sneak attacked, despicable. Huang Qixuan roared. Despicable? Huang Qixuan, you scum actually dared to talk to me about despicable? You are not worthy. Lu Ming coldly shouted. Damn it, kill. Huang Qixuan roared. Dandan smash. Lu Ming said. Dandan was so excited that she jumped up and spun around. Then she flew forward with a swoosh. Block it, smash it. Huang Qixuan roared and released his strongest attack. The others did the same. But it was useless. Dandan completely ignored these attacks and rushed past. Pung. Another young man from Lake Phoenix was smashed in the face. Instantly, the sound of bones breaking and a mournful scream could be heard. This young man also followed in the footsteps of the previous one. His nose and mouth were all caved in. His face was completely unrecognizable. It was a tragic sight. Although he didn't die, he couldn't even use much of his strength. Hiss, hiss. The remaining young men from Lake Phoenix sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at the miserable state of the two young men, their teeth chattered and their backs turned cold. Who's next? Lu Ming's gaze scanned the area. Damn it, this stone egg isn't afraid of energy attacks. Use weapons. Huang Qixuan roared. Is that so? Then it's you, Huang Qixuan. Lu Ming pointed at Huang Qixuan. Shua. Dandan directly flew out. Scram for me. Huang Qixuan wore a pair of spirit weapon gloves and clawed at Dandan. Just as he was about to grab Dandan, Dandan jumped up and changed direction, smashing towards Huang Qixuan. Ah! Huang Qixuan roared and quickly retreated. His hands desperately protected his face, but he was still a step too late. Pung! It accurately smashed into his face. A miserable scream followed by an angry roar rang out. Huang Qixuan waved his claws. The moment Dandan smashed into him, he also smashed into Dandan's body. Pung! Dandan was sent flying. Midway, it changed direction and flew back to Lu Ming's side. It bounced back and forth, seemingly unhappy. Lu Ming looked at Huang Qixuan. Although Huang Qixuan was smashed, he wasn't as miserable as the others. But he still didn't feel good. His nose was completely crooked and several of his teeth were missing. Blood flowed out. He was in a sorry state. Huang Qixuan roared again and again. Some passers-by were dumbfounded. Chapter 410. What are you shouting for? Continue Heaven's Palm. Lu Ming blasted out a palm. Heaven's Palm imprint blasted forward. At the same time, Dandan followed the Heaven's Palm imprint and rushed forward. Huang Qixuan and the others' faces turned green. On one hand, they had to block the Heaven's Palm imprint, and on the other hand, they had to guard against Dandan. How could they fight? You guys block the palm imprint. Huang Qixuan shouted. He did not dare to be distracted, otherwise he would be smashed by Dandan. Boom. The other experts of Phoenix Lake worked together to block the palm imprint while Huang Qixuan stared at Dandan. The palm force rumbled. Without Huang Qixuan, the experts of Phoenix Lake could not block Lu Ming's palm force. Each of them trembled and coughed out blood. At the same time, Dandan also rushed in and smashed towards Huang Qixuan. This time, Huang Qixuan was even more miserable. Although he tried his best to block, he was still smashed heavily. This time his teeth were smashed away. His mouth was crooked and his nose caved in. His originally handsome face turned into a pile of dog shit. Live! Huang Qixuan roared, but because his mouth was leaking air, he originally wanted to say I, but in the end he said live. Swish. Dandan flew back and jumped up and down on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming felt that this guy was very excited. Gather go. Quickly gather go. Huang Qixuan roared with his mouth leaking air. Right now he could no longer care about the dragon bone. If he stayed, he was afraid that he would be smashed to death by the stone egg. With a roar, he led the people of Phoenix Lake and ran away. However, the sullen feeling in his heart, he did not want to mention it. Haha. Take care, I won't send you off. Lu Ming laughed. Huang Qixuan and the others almost vomited blood. In the distance, when the others saw this scene, they felt their eyelids twitching nonstop. They secretly warned themselves not to provoke Lu Ming, this ruthless person. Lu Ming came to the stone wall and sized up the dragon bone. The dragon bone was snow-white like jade, sparkling and translucent. One side was embedded in the stone wall, while the other side was exposed outside. What was exposed was about the thickness of a water tank and a meter long. He could clearly feel the surging essence chi in his bones. Perhaps these really are dragon bones. Otherwise, who knows how many years have passed, but they still contain so much essence energy. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled. With this dragon bone, his true dragon battle art might be able to take a few steps forward. Then, Lu Ming grabbed the dragon bone with both hands and pulled it out with all his might. Kacha! Creaking sounds came from the stone wall, but it was not pulled out. Again. Lu Ming let out a low growl as the muscles all over his body bulged. He unleashed his physical strength to the maximum. At the same time, the true dragon battle art was fully unleashed. Lu Ming stepped on the wall, grabbed the dragon bone with both hands, and pulled with all his might. Bang! Bang! The stone wall beneath Lu Ming's feet exploded. However, the dragon bone also loosened and was slowly pulled out. Finally, with a bang, the entire dragon bone was pulled out. It was a 3-meter-long bone that was as thick as a water tank. However, the deeper it went, the thinner it became. This looks like a phalanx. Lu Ming looked at it curiously. It looked like a phalanx of a true dragon. Great harvest! What a great harvest! Lu Ming grinned as he kept the phalanx in the Temple of Paragon. Not far away, the others looked on enviously, but no one dared to fight for it. What a joke! Didn't they see how badly the genius from Lake Phoenix was beaten up? After keeping the dragon bone, Lu Ming continued to move forward. Along the way, they did not encounter any precious treasures. After about a dozen miles, they saw a light ahead. That's a huge underground cave. It's the resting place of a true dragon. Go go. Suddenly, everyone's hearts burned with passion as they rushed toward the light. Whoosh. Lu Ming rushed out of the cave and appeared in an extremely wide underground cave. This underground cave was too wide. It was more than a dozen miles wide and a few thousand meters tall. The walls of the cave were inlaid with night stones that lit up the cave. Whoosh. Whoosh. Ear-rending sounds could be heard. At this moment, Lu Ming then noticed that there were 2 huge holes in the surrounding walls. One by one, figures flew in. They were Bufifan from the Scarlet Flame Mountain region, and Sun Chu from the Yangchuan Valley region. Previously, there were 3 forks and they had entered the other 2 forks. It turned out that this was the final destination. This is the resting place of a true dragon. There must be a supreme treasure here. Hey, there's a jade bed over there. It's so big. After a while, most of them flew toward the center of the underground cave. There was a huge jade bed over there. It was about 100 meters long and wide. It was extremely shocking. Go away, you ants. Boom. Bufifan's body emitted a terrifying aura as he slashed out with his saber. A huge flaming saber radiance swept across and killed a dozen youths instantly. Quick, avoid the people from the super regions. The people from the super regions were horrified and quickly dodged. Haha, kill. Bufifan laughed and took the lead. The flaming saber radiance slashed out violently, and no one was a match for him. On the other side, Sun Chu was also rushing forward. Clang. A sword radiance flashed across the sky. Xianfeng stepped on the sword radiance and moved forward. The people around him avoided him. Get out of my way. Huang Qishuan's mouth was leaking air as he shouted. He brought the people of Phoenix Lake and charged forward. Almost everyone's target was the jade bed. Ah. What's that? A scale? Is that a dragon scale? Someone exclaimed. In the middle of the jade bed, there was a scale. This scale was very special. It was the size of a water tank, and was emitting a powerful dragon aura. It was definitely a dragon scale. The scale of a true dragon was definitely a supreme treasure. Kill, it's mine. Sun Chu roared. Sun Chu, don't even think about it. The dragon scale is mine. Bufifan roared. Boom. Boom. Immediately a great battle broke out. Those who rushed forward were caught in the battle. Screams were heard. Almost in an instant, hundreds of people were killed. The smell of blood filled the air and corpses covered the ground. Boom. Sun Chu, Bufifan, Xianfeng and Huang Qixian, the 4 great experts, fought together. No one wanted the other to get the dragon scale. Lu Ming did not move. His eyes were not on the jade bed, but the depths of the cave. There were stone walls on 3 sides of the cave. There were luminous stones on the walls. Only that direction was dark. It was not a stone wall. It seemed to be empty and there were wisps of black mist lingering in the air. As soon as Lu Ming entered, he felt the 9 dragons' bloodline in his body become restless. It seemed to be thirsting for that direction. Yes, thirsting for it. What was in that direction? Lu Ming was very curious. Forget it, I'll get the dragon scale first. Then, Lu Ming moved and pounced on the dragon's scale. Kid, don't even think about it. Stop right there. When he was about to get close to the dragon's scale, two terrifying attacks attacked Lu Ming. One was a phoenix wing, and the other was a flaming saber. Huang Qixuan and Bufifan attacked him.